Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku chose the wrong donor but found the right love? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Mama, how was I made? Izuku paused in tucking his son into bed and stared down at the grinning boy with wide eyes. Well, that certainly wasn't a question he had expected to hear coming from his kid's mouth so soon. He hadn't even had time to create a story with storks and miracles yet. He looked around the pup's room, eyes searching for anything to distract the boy with, but he came up short and sighed. It wasn't even that late anyways, and maybe he could skip reading his son an actual story tonight and just tell him one about his mother. Well, Izuku began as he crawled into the small bed, arms curling around his son and nuzzling his forehead, which made him giggle. It's a really cool story actually. Kinda complicated too. You sure you want to hear it, sweetie? The pup nodded eagerly, pulling the blanket up and over his mouth, eyes shining and making Izuku's heart melt a bit. Let's see. I guess it all began at a Halloween party I went to a couple years ago. It was nearing midnight on October 31st, and Izuku wished more than anything he had declined the offer to go to some rando's Halloween house party because here he was, sitting in someone's bathtub and scrolling through Facebook feeling sad and empty while Todoroki finished throwing up in the toilet next to him. Adult life was definitely not as glamorous as Izuku thought it would be. Side to a puppy. Izuku double-tapped that with a slight smile and kept scrolling as Ida rubbed Todoroki's back comfortingly. The blue-haired alpha had been nothing but a help that night. He had driven his friends to said party, spent the whole party pretending he was Izuku's mate to fend off any creepy alphas trying to tap that freckled butt, and was now tending to Todoroki after he and his boyfriend had had one too many shots. They were supposed to be spooky shots, but nothing was particularly spooky about them. Izuku realized that this was a really lacking Halloween party. It just seemed like an excuse for people to get wasted on a weekday and for Omegas to dress as slutty as they wanted to. Not that Izuku minded. All the power to you if you could stand being half naked in the chilly weather. It was just kind of awkward when he was the only Omega wearing a proper ghost costume while everyone else was just a CC cat. Maybe next year he'd be a CC ghost. Yuck, who was he kidding? Tonight had been a flop. Next year he'd spend the whole day on his sofa binging the least scariest Halloween movies he could find while he ate his weight in ridiculously overpriced candy that he bought with his own hard-earned candy. God, Izuku hated being an adult. At least Todoroki was done throwing up. He leaned against the sink and groaned as Ida cleaned his mouth up tenderly, face paint all smudged from the night's activities. A drunken Omega had opened the door for them, took one look at Ida's Frankenstein getup and declared that monsters were CC as F-, and pulled Ida in for a kiss. At least someone had gotten lucky with a cute boy that night. Todoroki's boyfriend was busy making sure his friend's house wasn't completely trashed during the party and was ignoring the Omega much to his annoyance, so he had drunk himself stupid. Hope the alcohol poisoning was worth it, Todoroki. Izuku was kidding. He didn't need his friend dying anytime soon. He had so little he couldn't afford one of them to leave him so suddenly. I'm going to go get you some water, okay? Ida removed his coat and gently draped it around Todoroki's shoulders, smiling sweetly as the Omega nuzzled the jacket. Midoriya, can you watch him please? Izuku barely looked up from his phone and nodded. Slime videos were so weird, but so fun to watch. The blue-haired alpha left the two alone, closing the door quietly behind him. Todoroki blearily looked up at Izuku, looking way too cute in Ida's oversized jacket and his rumpled vampire costume. Thankfully, he had taken his plastic fangs out and they were now clutched in his pale, trembling hands as he waited for Ida to come back. Izuku reluctantly shut his phone off and reached out and tapped his foot against the Omega's thigh. Todoroki groaned as he tilted his head back, squinting at the harsh fluorescent lights in the bathroom. Yoo. He ummed and Izuku giggled at his friend's misery. Hey, he said and poked Todoroki again. Hey, I think Ida likes you. Like, a lot. No, he doesn't, Todoroki mumbled as he buried his face further into the alpha's coat, obviously sniffing and loving it. I have a boyfriend, he's tall and buff and an alpha and dash. Well, I know you have a boyfriend. Izuku said and laughed again, this time softer so the Omega wouldn't think he was laughing at him. I'm just saying. I think it's cute how much he likes you. It's pretty obvious, I dunno how you can't see it, haha. He's not. Todoroki insisted weakly and then scrunched his eyes shut and brought the jacket's collar up and over half his face, conversation clearly over. Izuku just sighed quietly at his oblivious friend and made a mental note to bring this up again while Todoroki was less out of it and opened his phone once more. A picture from Shinso caught Izuku's attention. The alpha rarely posted on his profile, the last one being a birthday tribute to his mate several months back. Izuku couldn't resist the urge to smile as he stared down at the little blonde pup on his screen dressed up as a pumpkin and eagerly grabbing at all the candy he had collected that night. Monoma was dressed in a nurse costume and was meticulously counting out and sorting his son's sweets. Shinso had simply captioned it, "A pretty DMN successful Halloween," and something about it made Izuku's heart clench. He wasn't into Shinso or Monoma in that way. There was just something so sweet about domestic family fun times. In that moment, Izuku wanted nothing more than to have his own pup he could dress up in an adorable costume, dress up himself too and go around trick-or-treating and spend the rest of the night counting and snacking on the candy they had earned while his kid snoozed in his arms. While baby fever was really hitting him hard lately. Just last week he had been reading a story about a woman who matched her kids' and dogs' Halloween costumes every year and nearly burst into tears. And the other day, he had walked into the store to buy some peaches for his daily snack of peaches and yogurts when he found himself standing in the baby aisle and just staring with his mouth slightly open at all the different onesies and hats and shoes, and holy shit, Izuku wanted a kid so bad. So cute. He commented on Shinsu's photo after liking and added a heart emoji. The Omega zoomed in on the picture once more and silently squealed at how chubby and happy Shinsu's son looked in his adorable pumpkin costume, how he was staring at his mother all pleased, tiny pudgy fists clutching candy. He must have sighed dreamily out loud because Todoroki made a noise as he twisted to squint at Izuku. What's wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking. Todoroki stared at his friend with lidded eyes. Izuku squirmed under the Omega's intense gaze, wondering where the heck Ito was. Thinking is dangerous. Todoroki finally said and made the Omega laugh a little nervously. Yeah, I guess it is. What are you thinking about? The Omega wanted to know. Said Izuku and decided that he should be honest with his friend, who was probably so out of it he wouldn't remember this later. But mostly because being honest with your friends is good. I want a kid, Shaochin. Izuku said, the confession that had been floating around in his brain for the last couple of weeks, sounding terrifying out loud. Like badly. Todoroki blinked. You want a kid? Izuku nodded quickly. With me? Izuku burst into peals of giggles and covered his face, blushing wildly at the mere thought of making babies with the Omega. No. I mean, no offense, but not with you. Or anyone for that matter. I don't want an alpha right now, just a baby. Izuku said, hands waving around as he told his friend what exactly he truly wanted. I mean, it's stupid, right? I can't have a baby without an alpha, like what's wrong with me? I mean adoption. Todoroki offered, voice a little muffled but still managing to convey his support. You don't need an alpha for that. Izuku frowned and tugged at the laces of his shoe, avoiding eye contact with his friend as he spoke again. I guess. I mean, yeah, I know that's an adopt, but the thing is that he trailed off, not sure how to phrase his thoughts in a way that didn't sound totally stupid and dumb. You want the baby to look like you. Todoroki supplied, and Izuku flinched at the truth. The Omega inside of you wants to hold the baby and almost feel as if you've earned the right to raise it as your own and protect it. Is that it? Izuku was speechless for a second before nodding, scent reeking of an embarrassed Omega. If he had a tail right now, it would surely be hanging between his legs right now. Then again, if he had an actual tail, his costume would probably be way more epic than just ghost. Wow, Shaochin, that's exactly what I was thinking. Izuku marveled at his friend's near-psychic abilities. And then immediately felt bad, having those kinds of thoughts exposed. Wait, does that make me a bad person? Todoroki shrugged and opened his mouth, maybe to agree, maybe to disagree. But he never got the chance because the door swung open and Uraraka walked in, which had Askew and a toy black cat sticking out of her purse. "You're not Ida," Todoroki said accusingly, pulling the jacket tighter around him, and Uraraka giggled and handed him a mint before wiggling her fingers at Izuku. "No, I'm not," she agreed as she hauled the Omega up by his shoulders and helped him steady himself on his feet. "Hi Deku. Ida got tangled up with some guy in a Cleopatra costume and told me to come get you guys and take you back home." Todoroki groaned as he leaned on the girl. "Boyfriend," he mumbled, and Uraraka pet his back comfortingly. "We'll find him and say goodbye, don't worry," she said and smiled sweetly. Then she turned to Izuku, eyes narrowed almost accusingly. "Hey Deku, what were you two talking about? Sounded pretty serious." "Babies," Todoroki said unhelpfully. Izuku laughed awkwardly as he got up and immediately tried not to fall over. As if cramming himself into a tiny bathtub for an hour wasn't going to leave his legs feeling like static. "He's only a little kidding," Izuku said as he stepped out of the tub slowly and made his way over to his friends. "It's that I'll tell you in the cab." His friends stared suspiciously up at him, but seemed to accept it and turned to lead the two out of the bathroom. "Well, alright," she chirped as they walked through the halls of the house, winding around until they made it out the front door. Surprisingly enough, Ida was waiting for them, looking so red it was like someone had just spilled fake blood all over his cheeks. "What's wrong, Dash?" Izuku tried to ask, and Ida just frowned, waving his arms around and looking all flustered. Izuku noticed with immense amusement that the Alpha's shirt was all buttoned up wrong. "Cleopatra boy was a prostitute, I'm ready to leave." Izuku and Uraraka took one look at each other before practically screaming with laughter, tears rolling down their faces as Ida tried desperately to get them to keep their voices down while Todoroki had located his boyfriend across the room and gave him a sloppy, wet goodbye. A PG-13 sloppy, wet goodbye, that is. "Hey!" Inesa shouted as the two separated, one buff arm wrapped around Todoroki who was blissfully cuddling against his chest. "Square face. Why the hell you give my boyfriend your jacket, huh?" Ida straightened up and frowned, eyes lingering on Todoroki kissing alongside his Alpha's jaw. "I'm sorry," he said earnestly, even bowing a little, which made Uraraka snort. "He just seemed to need it, I didn't mean any disrespect." Inesa stared suspiciously at Ida for a couple more seconds before shrugging and helping his boyfriend out of the coat and tossing it back to the other Alpha. "Thanks then," he said, not sounding very thankful but grinning broadly anyways. Maybe because Todoroki was practically humping his leg and whining for attention. Maybe because it was nearing midnight and this hell holiday was almost over. God, Izuku wanted nothing more than to go home and Google pictures of babies in Halloween costumes. In a normal way, of course. With Izuku and Uraraka's combined efforts, they dragged Ida towards the car waiting for them and reassured him that he had done a really good thing by giving Todoroki his jacket and it wasn't weird or pervy at all. They tried to avoid talking about the HKR, but they couldn't help but bring him up. It was too hilarious of a situation not to. "I just thought," Ida sniffed, still looking a little bothered. "I just thought Cleopatra boy could be the one. I mean, he was so fun to talk to. We were talking about documentaries about global warming when he kissed me, and then I kissed him back and it was wonderful. Until he told me how much it would cost to bed him and I panicked and ran away." "Geez," Uraraka said and frowned. "Ida, are you saying you ran away from him because he's a HKR? That's pretty rude." The Alpha looked horrified before shaking his head furiously. "No, I would never. I wasn't expecting. The thing is, Dash," Ida kept cutting himself off, voice rising as he waved his hands around, nearly smacking Izuku as he tried to explain himself before giving up and collapsing back onto the seat. "Never mind." He sighed, looking completely drained. God, Izuku could #relate. As Ida struggled to sit comfortably in the small space, Uraraka leaned over the Alpha and gave Izuku the look. And because Izuku was familiar with the look and the consequences that followed the look, he immediately told Uraraka, and Ida by default, what he had told Todoroki in the bathroom. Their reactions varied. "If you have a kid, can I be their godmother?" Uraraka demanded to know, leaning over and squeezing Izuku's hands tightly. Can I? Oh Deku, you'd be the best mother. Oh, and your pups would be so cute. They'd be all curly-haired and freckly. Oh, I'm swooning. I could totally help you with all the baby stuff. My mom's a nurse, I'm super good at that kinds of stuff. Plus I have a bunch of PRGNCY books and tips and tricks and dash. Uraraka paused to take a breath. She giggled almost deliriously and slapped her hands over her cheeks like, oh my god, is this actually happening? Ida on the other hand was nowhere near as positive. He stopped sulking about Cleopatra Boy the prostitute to turn his head slowly in the Omega's direction, facial expressions screaming disbelief. You want a baby? Midoriya, you are nowhere near ready for a baby. Ida grabbed his friend's shoulders and shook him vigorously. You eat raw ramen noodles because you don't know how to make them properly. You didn't know you were allergic to kiwis until last week. And then you kept eating them until I threw them all away. You break a bone almost every week, you barely pay your rent on time, and most importantly, you don't even have an alpha to make and raise a pup with. Izuku frowned at that last statement as the car came to a halt in front of his apartment building. I don't need an alpha to make and raise a pup with Ida, he said flippantly as he exited the vehicle, more than a little upset at his friend's words. Why can't you be more supportive like Uraraka? Uraraka grinned and nudged Ida. Yeah. Ida frowned at the both of them. The taxi driver coughed impatiently. I'd be more supportive if you had someone else in your life, Midoriya. I don't mean to be rude. I just want the best for you. To his horror, Izuku felt himself tearing up. This night was a mess and he needed a hot bath and a face mask right now. Jay, just don't leave me alone, okay? Izuku sniffed and slammed the door shut before either of his friends could say anything and scampered inside his building. As soon as he entered his apartment, he realized how dumb and bitchy that move was, regretted not paying for the ride or thanking his friends for the night, and realized Ida had been kind of right and promptly burst into tears. In the middle of his breakdown, he grabbed at his phone, clumsily unlocking and calling his mom, wailing quietly as he waited for her to pick up. Mom! Izuku sniffed as he heard her soft voice greet him on the other end. Mom, I dash. The Omega cut himself off with a sob and buried his face in his knees as his mother fretted over him. Izuku? Izuku, what's wrong, honey? Are you okay? Why are you calling so late, darling? What's wrong? Izuku managed to compose himself for a second before answering her in a shaky voice. I'm fine, I swear. I just thought tonight was so dumb, Mom. Remind me to never go to a Halloween party again. He heard his mother breathe a sigh of relief and felt a twinge of guilt for worrying her so much. That's good to hear. What happened tonight that got you so upset? Got into a fight with my friends, he mumbled and rubbed his eyes before correcting himself. Well, friend. Ida. It was Ida. I told him something and he reacted badly, but like his points were valid and I dash. Izuku took a deep breath before saying, I want a baby. Like, I'm not drunk or anything. I just really want one. I've wanted one for a while, but I don't have an alpha and I don't want to adopt, and maybe I'm not ready to have a pup? I'm so confused, Mom. His mother was silently for a minute before she laughed quietly. Izuku, sweetie, if you want a baby, that's your choice, and as your mother, of course, I support you. Although if I'm being honest, it would be preferred if you had an alpha, but I don't doubt your motherly abilities for a second. You'd make a wonderful parent. Besides, I'm sure you'll manage to find another option. Maybe consider what your friends said, however. They just want dash. The best for me, yeah. Izuku finished, smiling a little despite himself. Yeah, you're right, Mom. Thanks. Well, it's actually so late, I'm sorry for bothering you. It's okay. She reassured him sweetly. I'm just glad you're okay. Talk to you soon, Izuku. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Izuku said before ending the call and flopping back against the door. Wow, he really needed a rug here or something. Before getting up, he sent texts to Ida and Uraraka, apologizing for his behavior before kicking off his shoes and making his way to his bedroom. He booted up his laptop as he put his phone to charge and immediately Googled, how to make a baby without an alpha. Okay, that was what he meant. What he really Googled was, HW make a babby whitey out in Alapa. Google seemed to understand him thankfully and loaded up the results. SPRM donors? Artificial insemin? Izuku muttered under his breath as he clicked on the first link, immediately bringing up a Wikipedia article. Green eyes widened as he skimmed the contents, lips parting as he quickly opened a new tab and began searching. His hands scrambled to grab a new notebook and pen from his desk drawer, opening it and scribbling down the name of a GVSS, their address and phone number. His heart was pounding as he grabbed his phone and dialed the number, palms sweaty as he was greeted with a pleasant-sounding robotic voice and pressed the numbers needed to leave a message. "Hi," Izuku said, forcing his breathing to calm down. "My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'd like to sign up for SPR. I want to get PRGNT by a donor. Please let me have a baby. I really want one. But I don't have a boyfriend. So if you could help me. That'd be dash." The machine cut him off with a beep and left Izuku staring horrified down at his phone. What the f had he just done? He barely got a wink of sleep that night, waiting for that phone call to confirm the SD. Okay, if Izuku was being honest, he didn't know much about artificial insemination, so he wasn't sure what was gonna happen next. So the moment his alarm went off, the Omega shot up, took a shower, grabbed a granola bar and began his thorough research, only being interrupted by his phone, which startled him so badly he all but flew off his desk chair. "Why is hello? Izuku Midoriya?" A pleasant voice asked. "We wanted to confirm your meeting with Seed of Life at our office today. You never specified a time, so how about 3? We'll discuss everything there." Izuku nodded and then realized she couldn't see him and nodded crazily. That's perfect. Thank you." "No problem. Have a lovely day and thank you for choosing us." "Why, you're welcome, and you too." He stammered, not really wanting to tell her he had chosen them because they were the only ones within walking distance. Izuku put his phone down, grabbing a pillow and screamed into it. This was actually happening. Holy shit. He was gonna have a baby. It took a minute for everything to sink in and Izuku felt the blood drain from his face. Oh my god, he was gonna have a baby using a stranger's SD. He promptly took one look at the picture of a happy Omega holding a cute little baby on his computer screen and passed out. Todoroki must have helped him off the floor and tucked him into bed because when Izuku woke up, he was buried under his blanket, room dark, and his roommates silently watching him from the doorway. "You looked like you needed help," was all he offered. Izuku could barely move with how tightly he was tucked in. God, was Todoroki trying to kill him? "Shouchin, what time is it?" Todoroki's eyes flicked down to his watch. 2:59, he said casually, and Izuku squeaked and rolled over, trying to get up and just succeeding in hitting the ground and hurting himself. "Shouchin, please get me out of this blanket burrito," wheezed Izuku, the mother-to-be. God, this kid was gonna be screwed up if he didn't get his act together. Thankfully he was only a little bit late to the meeting and the lady that he spoke to was totally cool with all his questions and was a great help too. Thank God, because Izuku would have bawled his eyes out if she was terrible and never had kids ever because of that one bad experience. She had sat him down and they discussed pups thoroughly. Like seriously thoroughly. He filled out paper after paper and was asked multiple times if he was sure he wanted to go through with it. They discussed the process and how they'd time it to ensure CNCPTN and then went over all the papers Izuku filled before she had handed him a file of potential donors and told him he had a week to choose and he was able to come by any time to talk about any of them if he needed help choosing. And then of course he'd have the chance to meet them if he wanted to confirm they were the one he wanted to impregnate him, which was a relief. Of course Izuku would want to meet the father of his kids. He needed to make sure the alpha was perfect after all. Walking home was an adventure, the file weighing like 1,000,000 pounds in his arms. He was practically vibrating with excitement. He couldn't wait to go home and go through all of them. Several hours later and Izuku was considerably less excited. The files were spread out across the dining table, bangs pinned back and sleeves rolled up as he went through all of them, again and again as his brain slowly turned to mush. Inasa had come over and was lounging on one of their sofas with Todoroki in his arms as they watched a dumb movie and kissed occasionally, both noises doing nothing to help Izuku's concentration. "Izuku, are you sure you don't need help?" Todoroki asked for the 100th time and the Omega twitched as he scribbled something down on a page of his notebook. "I'm sure." he said through gritted teeth, and his roommate shrugged and went back to having his neck kissed. What are you even doing anyways? Inesa called out, and Izuku almost screamed. Couldn't they see he needed to be left alone? Looking for a sperm donor. Izuku replied as casually as possible. To his credit, Inesa didn't think he was being sarcastic or making a joke. He just hummed. Had any good matches? The Omega let the pen clatter onto the floor and collapse in his chair, taking a needy gulp of hot chocolate and nearly choking on a mini marshmallow. I mean, a couple, but this is so crazy. I'm literally picking out my kid's dad right now, and he needs to be perfect. Bring them over here. Inesa offered and turned the TV off, gesturing the smaller boy over. We can help, right, Shudo? The other Omega shrugged and scooted over, making room for his friend and looking at him expectantly. Izuku grabbed a couple ones he had liked more than others and brought them over, watching nervously as the two went over them. I like this one, Inesa declared and waved the document around. Tall, blonde, and athletic? What's not to love? Izuku laughed a little. That had been a promising one. Let me see. Todoroki frowned as he snatched the paper and scanned it, eyebrows raising as he did so. He does seem nice, Todoroki admitted as he handed the paper back to Izuku. I mean, isn't he kind of your ideal guy? Tall and sporty and dominant? Wow, he's pretty rich too. Izuku's cheeks blazed red as he took the paper back, hugging it to his chest and glaring at the two. I'm not looking for a boyfriend. I'm looking for a dad to my kid. I mean, I guess this stuff would make a good dad too. That I've always thought blonde babies were adorable. Oh look. He's a police officer. That's so cool. Inesa and Todoroki shared a look, smiling like two parents would with their clueless child. Izuku tried to ignore that and went over the form in his hand for what felt like the 100th time. This really was a great alpha. Izuku ran his thumb almost tenderly over the file number before placing it in a separate pile from the rest and starting to finally weed through the rest. The week came to an end rather quickly, and Izuku found himself surprisingly relaxed, sitting in the waiting room of the doctors with the file in his hand, feeling certain he had made the right choice. He had spent so much time fretting over his choice that finally choosing felt like a giant weight had been lifted. Of course, he'd have to meet the alpha now and confirm they were compatible, but just reading the file made Izuku feel butterflies in his stomach. Gosh, he couldn't wait to meet this alpha. A PRNT Omega walked out of one of the rooms, cradling his swollen belly as he waved the doctor goodbye, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Izuku didn't feel jealous. He just felt excited. Hey Baku bro, someone's calling for you. Bakugo really didn't want to be ambushed by his friend the moment he stepped out of the shower, but something about Kirishima's excited facial expression had him curious. Who? He asked as ran his fingers through his wet hair. Instead of answering, the redhead just pressed a finger to his lips and handed his roommate the phone. Can't you just FNG tell me next time? Hey. What's up? Bakugo. A smooth voice on the other end asked. We're calling from the Seed of Life Reproductive Help offices. We've called to inform you that we have an Omega who has chosen to use your SPRM to impregnate him and wants to meet you. Are you free anytime this week? It took a moment for the words to register, but when they did, Bakugo went slack-jawed. Wow, that's not holy shit. Sorry, tomorrow? Like 10? In the morning, Thanks. He shut the phone, hands shaking just the slightest as he handed it back to Kirishima, who was staring at him with concern written all over him. Dude, what's wrong? Are you okay? Bakugo grinned, albeit a little shakily. I'm gonna be a father. He breathed. I'm gonna be a effing father. Excited to meet the baby daddy Deku? Izuku felt his cheeks heat up at Uraraka's teasing. The girl meant well, sure, but she wasn't helping the Omega's growing anxiety over meeting the SPRM donor he chose. What if he wasn't perfect? What if he didn't like Izuku? What if he wanted custody of the kids? So many things could wrong tomorrow and rob Izuku of his chance to have a pup, which really seemed to be the only thing to look forward to in his life, and if this didn't go through then he'd be stuck and he'd have to actually go out and do something else about his life, like find a boyfriend maybe, and that was a whole new section of anxiety unlocked. Deku? Earth to Deku? Izuku snapped out of it and smiled awkwardly. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. super excited. He gave Uraraka 2 thumbs up and she just laughed and ruffled his hair. Bet he's gonna be so hot, she reassured him. Mark my words, he's gonna be a babe. How can you tell how hot he is from his documents? Azui wondered out loud, already sprawled out on the couch under a blanket. Was there a photo? He's a total stranger. Oh my god, I'm using a total stranger's dash. Esperm to have a baby, yeah, we get it. Uraraka rolled her eyes and squeezed Izuku's shoulder comfortingly. I know this sounds all weird and scary to you, but people get artificially inseminated all the time. Okay, maybe not all the time, but it's a common way to have pups. You shouldn't think of it as weird or anything. Izuku looked up into the girl's warm brown eyes and nodded, exhaling slowly and forcing himself to calm down. You're right. It's totally no big deal. Well, it's not literally no big deal. Azui countered. You are about to have a baby with a guy you don't know. So it's more like, kind of a big deal. Uraraka turned around and started waving her hands around frantically, trying to get her friend to shut up and not freak Izuku out even more. The doorbell rang and the Omega forced himself to stand on his shaky legs and cross the living room to get it. He briefly wondered who it was as he fiddled with the multiple locks and chains on the door before swinging it open and making a startled noise when he saw who it was. Hi Ida, Izuku said, feeling stupidly shy around his friend. The blue-haired alpha had responded to his apology text very dryly and it made him feel horrible, but judging by the way Ida was looking down at him, he felt equally as horrible. Hello Izuku. Ida greeted the Omega with a stiff and awkward handshake. The weather has been quite dismal lately, hasn't it? The alpha cut himself off with a grunt as Izuku threw his arms around him and squeezed his midsection tightly. I'm sorry for being such a beach. Izuku's cries were muffled by his friend's chest, but he hoped his message was still clear enough. You were right about a lot of things. I may not be ready to be a mother, but I'm gonna have 9 months to get ready to be one. And I don't even need a mate to help me raise my pup because I have you guys and your family enough to me. This is kinda cheesy. Azui pointed out and made an amused face when she noticed Uraraka tearing up at the sight of her 2 friends reuniting. Are you seriously crying? Shut up. This is so sweet. The girl accepted the tissue her friend passed to her and loudly blew her nose into it. Don't ruin the moment. Oh Izuku, I'm so glad you've come to that conclusion. I was upset with myself as well. I am in no position to tell you about what to do with your life, and I'm glad you didn't let my harsh words stop you from doing what you really wanted. I forgive you and I hope you forgive me. Of course I do. Izuku felt a new wave of tears come over him, now more out of relief than anything, and freely let them drip down his cheeks, sent thankfully changing into one of a happy Omega now. You people are too emotional. Azui said as she grabbed the remote and pulled up Netflix, ignoring the emotional moment to pick out what movie they were gonna watch tonight. You say that like it's a bad thing. Uraraka sniffled before running to join her friends and pulling the 2 boys down and into a group hug. Azui couldn't help but smile. If Deku's this bad right now, he's gonna be a mess during PRDNCY. She sighed. God have mercy on that poor sperm donor. As much as Izuku loved movie nights with his friends, he couldn't quite bring himself to enjoy this one as much as he'd have liked to. It wasn't like the movie was bad or anything. It was pretty good. It was a thriller about an Omegan spy going undercover as a HKR and ending up PRDNT with his rival's baby. Okay, it was kinda bad, but in a way that probably would have made Izuku enjoy it under any other circumstances. But no. All his mind could focus on was, you're gonna meet the father of your children tomorrow, and the more Izuku thought about it, the more he felt himself spiraling. At least his friends, bless their souls, were trying their best to help distract him too. Hey Deku, food's here, Uraraka whispered, not wanting to bother Azui and Ida, who were way too invested in the movie and had already thrown popcorn at her twice for being so loud. I got you sushi, 'cause I know you won't be able to eat any for a while. 'Cause of the whole baby, you know. And here, you can have a glass of my good wine. I know if I got PRDNT I'd miss that the most. Izuku accepted the plate and drink gratefully and had just taken a bite of his sushi roll when the scene on the TV changed from an alpha yelling on the phone to an Omega in a hospital room, feet in stirrups and screaming as he gave birth. Izuku's cheeks puffed up, appetite gone at the sight of the doctor with her hands covered in fake blood as she delivered the pup. He had attended several health classes in his life and knew enough about labor to know that that wasn't how that shit happened. Okay, maybe it was just as painful, but blood didn't shoot out of the omega like a Tarantino movie. My brother's a doctor. I promise, birth is nothing like that. Ida reassured his friend, the scent of a distressed omega so close to him making his nose twitch and resist the urge to put an arm around the younger man. I'm sure some methods can even be described as painless, like a C-section. Azui frowned and paused the movie, camera focusing on the omega's face. Obviously he had tried to STMLT a look of pain, but it really just looked like he was mid-orgasm. What? Had an alpha directed this movie or something? I'm not sure getting cut open and having your organs pulled out before your baby's forcibly removed from your body can be described as painless, Ida. She said, and Izuku blanched at her description, whimpering just a tiny bit. That's not what happens, right? Izuku stammered, frantically looking between Uraraka and Ida for confirmation. Right. Uraraka quickly pulled out her phone, presumably Googled C-section, seemingly accidentally clicked images and shrieked before tossing her phone at Azui. Oh my god! Oh my god! Azui repeated as she tapped on the device, a slight look of disgust on her face. Well, I'm not sleeping tonight. Anyways, you're better off with a natural birth, Deku. Less risks, plus you go home quicker. Also, I guess I was wrong. They don't cut into you and remove all your organs and stuff. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. I mean, they still cut into you. They just don't remove your organs and stuff. Unless something goes horribly wrong. Okay, that's enough freaking Deku out for today. You aren't even P-Argent yet, you shouldn't worry about things like that. How about you take your food inside and maybe relax a little. Thanks, Uraraka. Izuku said quietly and gave her and Ida a hug before standing up. I think I'm ready to go in now. I need some time alone before I meet him tomorrow, you know? Hey Deku, I didn't want to scare you or anything. I'm sorry. Azui looked genuinely sad to see Izuku get up and go, which made him feel better. You should stay. I think leaving is a good idea. Ida cut in and stood up as well, taking Izuku's plate and heading into the kitchen with it. It's getting late and he's going to need a good night's rest before he meets the father of his pups. The alpha emerged from the kitchen with Izuku's food neatly packed into a container and shopping bag, handing it back and making his friends smile tenderly at the sweet gesture. Uraraka turned on the sofa, chin resting on the back of it and pouting as she watched her friends gather their coats and shoes and get ready to leave. Deku, she called out, voice shaking a little. Izuku reached out for her hand on instinct and tried not to start bawling when he noticed she was tearing up a little. Don't mind me. Just PMSING. I just hope the alpha you meet tomorrow is a great guy. I hope he's perfect and everything you want him to be. Because you deserve the best. If he's an a-hole, I think I'll kill him. I'll kill him and then we'll use Ida's sperm for you to have a baby and we'll all raise the pup together. I like that idea. Said Azui. Can we do that instead? Izuku buried his face in Uraraka's neck, squeezing her tightly and hoping his blushing face wasn't visible. Having pups with Ida shouldn't be getting him so hot, but clearly, he was a slot because it totally was getting him hot. Thank you. And oh my god, maybe. You know what, maybe. He said tearily, and she wiped at his eyes and gave his nose a kiss before flopping into Azui's arms and covering her eyes. Go. Go before I change my mind. She said dramatically, and her friend just looked confused. Why are you acting like they're going to war? Azui wondered, and Izuku giggled a little. You can literally call him tomorrow before he meets his baby daddy. Oh yeah, call me tomorrow before you meet your baby daddy. Uraraka shouted, and the two girls waved at him as he and Ida stepped out of the apartment. Oh, also by Ida. The walk back to Izuku's place was quiet but in like a pleasant way. Izuku dreamed about what kind of hottie would show up to be his pup's father tomorrow, while Ida was probably fantasizing about Cleopatra boy or complicated math equations or something. They stopped near the doors of the apartment building's lobby, hair and coats fluttering in the gentle wind. The tip of Ida's nose was pink and Izuku couldn't help but reach over and poke it, enjoying his friend's flustered stammers in response. Whoever ended up with Ida as their alpha was a lucky person indeed. Well, thanks for dropping me off, Dash. I think I lashed out at you in the cab because I'm afraid I might be incapable of being loved. That was kinda deep and Izuku was kinda tired, so he was kinda worried he wasn't gonna handle this properly. Kinda. That's not a bold claim, Ida. Izuku couldn't help but exclaim, tilting his head back so he could look into the alpha's eyes, looking a little scary and intense. Also a little hot, said the slutty little voice in the back of Izuku's head. Uff, said Izuku to the slutty little voice in the back of his head. Well, I was infatuated with Cleopatra boy, but you know how that ended up. And even before that, I had a crush on Todoroki, but that just made me feel weird since him and Inasa are a thing. I just seem to have terrible luck when it comes to relationships. I'm sure that's not true, Dash. One time when I was in high school, my boyfriend broke up with me to date my brother. There was a pause and then, well, if I had to choose between you and your brother, I'd 100% pick you. Izuku wasn't even lying. Ida Tensei, while super hot, was kinda odd. And not even in an endearing way like his friend was. Ida looked surprised and adjusted his glasses, eyes sparkling as he looked down at Izuku. Wow, I'm flattered, Izuku. Izuku pulled his hand from his pocket and curled his fingers over Ida's hand, squeezing gently as he stood on his tiptoes and gave the alpha a gentle kiss on the cheek, subtly inhaling his alpha scent. Tell you what. Izuku murmured, feeling strangely brave all of a sudden. If we're not married by 30, do you maybe wanna, I dunno, get married? Ida touched the spot where Izuku had smooched him, looking a little moonstruck from the Omega's actions. I'd love to. Ida exclaimed, sounding so genuinely excited it made Izuku's heart flutter inside his chest. Great. It's a deal then. Spoiler alert. That didn't FNG happen. LMFAO, rest in pieces, Ida. Todoroki perched himself on the edge of his roommate's bed, looking a little alarmed at all the clothes strewn across the Omega's room. Looks like a tornado went through your wardrobe. The Omega joked, and Izuku dropped the 2 shirts he was holding to fist his hands in his hair and let out a pained whimper. Was my joke that bad? Todoroki asked out loud, and Izuku dove under his bed and pulled out a white dress, shaking it as if expecting it to speak before throwing it away in frustration. Why is it so hard to pick an outfit to meet your donor, Ian? Todoroki rubbed his chin and looked around the room, pretending Izuku was getting ready for a date instead of going to meet his sperm donor, because honestly, what kind of specific but unrelatable scenario was that? He pointed at a pair of overalls and then at a black turtleneck. Then to the glasses Izuku only wore when they went to the movies. And then add on Izuku's black high tops. There, he said, proud of his outfit choice. All that time he spent building outfits on BuzzFeed had finally paid off. Izuku gathered up the stuff his friend had chosen and tried not to look too shocked at the fact that it was actually a good FNG outfit. Holy shit! Had Todoroki, socks and Crocs Shudo actually recommended him a good outfit? Holy shit! Shaochin, I love it. This is perfect. Thank you. So, wait a second. These overalls are shorts. It's too cold outside, I can't wear these. For the 3rd time that morning, Izuku debated burning all his clothes and hiding under his bed forever. Todoroki frowned, eyes narrowing as he surveyed the room once more before landing on a pair of black woolen tights. Those, he said confidently and then pointed, also confidently. Those will look good and keep you warm. Izuku couldn't help but giggle at his friend's corny words and crossed the mini garbage dump that was his room now to retrieve the tights. You sound like an ad. And oh, what did I think this is gonna look great. I'm gonna get dressed and then send you Rarika a picture, and when she confirms I'll head out to meet my baby daddy. Oh god, Shaochin, I'm so excited. I'm sure your not yet conceived baby is excited to be conceived. Todoroki was trying to be as supportive as he could, but he couldn't help it if he sounded not supportive. He just hated pups. Was that such a bad thing? Okay, but he probably wouldn't hate Izuku's pup. They'd be all freckly and chubby and look too much like Izuku to hate, and only assholes hated Izuku, and Todoroki wasn't an a-hole. Even though he secretly harbored intense feelings for a certain blue-haired alpha while in a relationship, that wasn't like a-hole behavior or anything. It was only a-hole behavior if he admitted anything out loud, which Todoroki wasn't going to do because holding all your feelings inside was the only coping mechanism the Omega knew. Dear baby Midoriya was gonna be cute as hell. Todoroki was only a little bit of an a-hole and a lot fed up. Don't forget we're gonna go see Dabi's mate and pup in the hospital tomorrow. The other Omega reminded Izuku as his roommate changed in the bathroom. All he got in response was a groan, which was an appropriate reaction to Dabi, to be honest. Izuku emerged from the bathroom, doing a little spin in his outfit and nearly tripping over a stray boot while doing so. He turned and looked over his shoulder, trying to look CC and just hurting his neck instead. What do you think? I'd give you my spoon. Todoroki said casually, and Izuku nearly choked. Oh wow, thank you Shaochin. Izuku clapped his hands together and checked himself out in his full body mirror, hoping he screamed both motherly and CC. Not the easiest combination to pull off, but the Omega was determined. The glasses seemed to be helping a lot. After shooting off a quick text to Uraraka that they'd call later after the meeting, Izuku inhaled deeply, eyes closed as he focused on slowing his rapid heart rate before forcibly exhaling through his nose. You're about to meet the alpha that's going to give you everything you've ever wanted. Don't freak out. Or else he won't give you his SPRM, and you need his SPRM. I mean, if you mess up you can use Ida's SPRM, but you probably shouldn't rely on that so much. Izuku paused his thoughts to make a face. Wow, that's enoughism talk for a while. He gave Todoroki a quick hug before spending 10 minutes agonizing over what jacket to wear, eventually deciding on a classy black peacoat and heading to the clinic, only bumping into one person on the way, which Izuku deemed a DMN success. To his surprise, when he entered the waiting area, the receptionist directed him into an office immediately. He wasn't late or anything. In fact, he had made sure he was early to make sure his first impression was the best, but the alpha seemed to have the same idea. Izuku liked him already. At least now he wouldn't have to pretend to busy himself on his phone while he agonized even more about the meeting. Before entering the office, the lady he had talked to before greeted him with a warm smile and a cup of cold water, which Izuku gratefully accepted. A dehydrated Deku was not a good Deku. It's good to see you, Midoriya. You seem to be doing well. Excited to meet the alpha? Izuku nodded eagerly as he took a big gulp from the drink. Well, I'll let him introduce himself, she said with a wink. Why'd she wink, and opened the door. The alpha turned in the chair he was slumped in, head barely lifting up as a greeting. Sup, he said with a smirk. I'm Bakugo Katsuki. You must be the Omega I'm gonna knock up. Izuku felt his vision blur and couldn't control himself. His shoulders shot up, cheeks puffed up out, and, instead of throwing up, a stream of water shot from his lips and splashed Bakugo right in the face. Oh my god, he said, and instead of apologizing, Izuku found himself gaping at the sputtering alpha. It's you? What the heck were the odds of his childhood friend he used to love before he knew what love was, who moved away after Izuku up hardcore, was his sperm donor? After getting Bakugo cleaned up, the two found themselves sitting across from each other, with the nice lady who had gotten Bakugo some paper towels standing behind them. Izuku realized he was shaking and stared, almost forcefully, down at the succulent that was sitting on the table between him. Wow, it was so healthy. You want to be a police officer? Don't be stupid. Omegas can't be police officers. Was that a pot shaped like a cat? That was adorable. Don't you get it? Omegas are only good for making babies. Alphas are the only ones who can be in power. It was still a little damp. Maybe it had just been watered? Why are you crying? I'm trying to protect you, Deku. You're an Omega, you're gonna get hurt out there. You need a strong alpha like me to help you. Midoriya? Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku snapped out of his remembering traumatic childhood events, admiring the succulent days he had gotten himself into, and blinked frantically, trying to focus on something. His eyes landed on Bakugo, whose mouth quirked upwards into a tiny smirk, and immediately looked away, cheeks blazing. Yeah. He lied, accepting the forms and pen she handed him. Just still kinda excited. This is all happening, you know. She didn't look convinced and not so subtly let her eyes drift to Bakugo and then back to Izuku. If there's a problem, there isn't. He quickly reassured her. He needed to stay a bit longer and figure out why Bakugo wasn't freaking out either. He leaned in and whispered to her. I didn't expect him to be so hot. She laughed a little at that. I'm glad you think so. And Izuku wasn't even lying because Bakugo was hot. Considering the last time the Omega had seen him was when they were both 5, he somehow simultaneously looked like a total stranger and more familiar than Izuku wanted to admit. The same spiky blonde hair, the same fiery red eyes, those were so painfully familiar, but the jacked-as-hell body and fuckboy clothes were all different. A good different, however, that it was warm in here and those guns were on full display in that frat boy tank top, and Izuku was feeling a little drooly just watching Bakugo subtly flex. Knock it off. Izuku screamed at himself internally. He ruined your life, don't nut over him. So, Izuku said awkwardly and pushed the documents over to Bakugo. Why you are my sperm donor, Icha? Bakugo looked around, eyebrows knitted together in annoyance. Well, that's why I'm FNG here, aren't I? Sorry. You must be Izuku. Then he held out a large hand to shake, and Izuku realized that either this alpha was seriously with him or he didn't FNG remember him. Izuku's eyes widened so much it felt borderline painful. Did Bakugo forget about him? The Omega he used to somehow both be the best friend of and bully him on a daily basis? The Omega he had made everyone turn on and abandon and make his early school years a nightmare? The Omega he promised to stay with forever and had left before they had even entered elementary school? I'm Izuku. It's good to meet you, he whispered that last part and gathered the courage to look up into Bakugo's intense eyes and shake his hand, big warm hand feeling so nice in the Omega's grip it almost made him tear up. The meeting went by surprisingly quick. The lady went over Bakugo's forms and documents along with some of Izuku's. They talked about how they were going to go with artificially inseminating the alpha's sperm into Izuku as opposed to heat SSE. The idea made Izuku blush so hard he nearly passed out. How they were tracking Izuku's heat cycles? Bakugo grinned at that, and Izuku didn't want to talk about his heat cycles in front of Bakugo, damn it. To find out when he'd be the most fertile and inseminate him then, and how Izuku was able to back out of this anytime he wanted. We ensure the Omega's comfort over everything else, she promised, and Izuku felt a wave of warmth come over him. Really? That's so sweet. Can the alpha back out too? Bakugo interrupted, and the two looked at him in confusion. He stared back. I don't want to. I'm gonna be a demon dad. That's the best thing to happen to an alpha. I just want to make sure we got equal rights here and sheet. The lady blinked slowly and then nodded. Well, of course. It's more common for the Omega to back out if anyone in the arrangement does, but if an alpha wants to stop, we can do that too. Izuku couldn't help but look at Bakugo a little differently after his words. This was the best thing to ever happen to him? Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing that Bakugo didn't remember anything about their relationship before. The alpha caught him watching and glared at him, kinda like a, what the F are you looking at? Face. Izuku grinned dorkily at him and flashed 2 thumbs up. Bakugo seemed to like that as his ears reddened and he quickly looked away, the smell of a pleased alpha filling the small room. The woman smiled to herself, nearly cooing at the two. They were gonna be a good pair, she could just tell. After setting up a date for Izuku, and by default, Bakugo, to get inseminated and signing a few more documents, the two were allowed to leave, both awkwardly walking outside and standing on the sidewalk outside the clinic, trying to pretend they weren't looking at each other but failing miserably. So, Bakugo said, and was almost immediately interrupted by Izuku. I'm sorry, I actually can't take it anymore. He stammered as he balled his fists up and waved them around as he spoke. Do you remember me? Because I do. I remember you. From kindergarten? We used to be best friends, Kaken. He waited for Bakugo to laugh and call him a lying freak. To leave like he had left years before and make Izuku have and raise the baby by himself. He wasn't obligated to stay and help Izuku. Why would he? The baby wasn't even gonna be in his custody. Why would an alpha like him stay? Instead, the alpha's eyes just softened, just a smidgen, and oh god, Izuku was still totally whipped. Holy sheet. I knew you looked familiar. Izuku. There was a pause, and then Bakugo looked at him like he had just grown a third eye, all bug-eyed and his jaw practically on the floor. DKU? Why yeah. Izuku hopped up a little and pushed his glasses up so they were resting on his head, pointing eagerly at his face. Yeah, it's me, Deku. Oh my god. This is so crazy. What are the FODs? Bakugo shouted, not necessarily angrily but startling the Omega anyways. That we're having a kid together. I know. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I can't believe I'm having a kid, let alone with you. No offense, it's just so weird. My parents are gonna have AF field day. So is my Holy I remember your Oh my god, she's gonna be like my kid's grandma. That's so weird. It's like fate. This is happening. Wait, why the f did he just yell that? The both of them looked at each other, breathing hard, and then Bakugo did the weirdest thing. He bent over, arms folding around his stomach, and started laughing. Izuku watched him almost deliriously before joining in because holy shit, this scenario was so DMN crazy and a little terrifying that all the Omega could do was take a moment to laugh at himself and the wild ride that was sure to be the next 9 months. Do you wanna come over for a few beers and sheet? Bakugo offered when he finally caught his breath. Like, if you do get all FING knocked up then you're not gonna be able to drink, so better do it while you can, yeah? Knocked up. With your baby. Oh lord, Izuku was gonna have a hard time not fainting whenever Bakugo talked about having kids with him. Even now he felt like he wasn't fully thinking about what that meant. If thinking about having kids with Bakugo was a pool, Izuku would only have his ankles in right now. Because who could focus on the details when you had Bakugo freaking Katsuki grinning at you, all handsome features, messy hair and flushed cheeks. The epitome of a perfect alpha. The epitome of Izuku's perfect alpha. Why are you even bothering with school, Deku? Omegas don't need to waste time learning. They need to be at home, making things easier for their alphas. Do you want to be a bad Omega? Izuku shook his head furiously, trying to rid himself of those thoughts. Sure, Bakugo had said those things, but it had been so long ago. He probably didn't even think those things anymore, considering he hadn't brought up any of that stupid crap so far. Besides, getting close to the alpha he was going to have kids with was obviously a good idea, for both him and their future pup. Of course. Izuku practically squealed, probably a little too eager. Even he could tell he reeked of almost childish glee. Bakugo didn't seem to mind, just smiled that lopsided smirk and shoved his hands deep inside the pockets of his low-riding jeans and gestured with his chin for the Omega to follow as he strolled down the street. Come on, Deku. And then quietly under his breath so the Omega couldn't hear him. Wouldn't want to keep your alpha waiting. A beer and a half later and Izuku was a giggling mess in Bakugo's bed. That sounded bad, but it was only a little bad. Izuku didn't want the alpha to know what a lightweight he was and just kept taking sips as he answered all of Bakugo's questions about what had happened to their classmates after he had left. Wait. Bakugo had to put his drink down for this and held his hands up and out as he spoke. What happened? Hori? You remember him, right? He used to hang with me in sheet? I think he tried to friend me on Facebook, but I Bakugo cut himself off with a snort. I think I blocked his, but I dunno, Facebook stupid and sheet. I only friend the assholes that matter. Izuku laughed so hard at that he sloshed beer all over his overalls. Oh, see crap. And without hesitation, set his drink down and peeled off his overalls, immensely enjoying how red Bakugo got and how his scent changed to a subtly aroused alpha. Hori? Hori. Izuku chanted out loud, curling up onto his side with his head resting on Bakugo's pillow, trying to subtly inhale the alpha's glorious scent of sweat and smoke. God, Izuku could get used to that. Oh yeah. I remember Hori. We dated for like ever. And then he broke up with me. Bakugo took a swig of his drink before setting it down as well and joining Izuku, all curled up on his side on his pillow. What? No effing way. Izuku nodded and nodded and nodded. It's totally true, Kaken. We went out all of high school B, but then he said he wanted to keep his options open for college and yeah. Izuku hadn't expected to get shit-faced drunk and spill all his sob stories to his old friend crush that was now his sperm donor in nothing but a turtleneck and a pair of tights, but, alas, life worked in funny ways. Well? Bakugo said, eyes narrowing as he stared intensely into Izuku's open vulnerable ones. His hand reached over and pinched the Omega's cheek, making him whine. He's infamous. 'Cause I know you're all like curvy and pretty and all Omega-like and this sheet. Bakugo rolled over and slapped his palms over his face and groaned. Forget I said anything. Izuku was quiet for a moment, heart hammering so loudly, he feared it would burst out of his chest entirely. He felt so happy he thought he was actually going to cry. Bakugo thought he was curvy and pretty and Omega-like? This day was fing surreal. Kakin, that's so sweet. Thank you so dash. Bakugo pulled his hands away from his face and smirked ferally at Izuku. So you let him F you or dash? Kakin. Izuku grabbed the pillow and weakly smacked Bakugo with it, making the alpha shout out in surprise before snatching it back and tossing it aside, leaving the Omega defenseless. So that's a yes then? Effing you knew it. Bakugo snickered and Izuku gave up on attacking the alpha and buried his face in his knees, arms wrapping around himself and really not wanting to talk about this right now. Izuku paused and debated what to say next as to what would really make things weird and awkward because that was drunk Deku's specialty. He never made me see cum. Never. There was a long pause. And drunk Deku succeeded. Never. Bakugo asked, voice weirdly quiet and serious and eyes clouded over with something very not p. Izuku liked his lips and nodded, voice equally as quiet when he spoke again. And never. And then Bakugo closed the distance between them, grabbed Izuku's face with his large, warm hands and brought their lips together. Now looking back on it, Izuku thought he remembered sparks and fireworks and explosions in his head as they kissed. Because kissing your old crush that you loved for the longest time who was now his sperm donor about to get him PRGNT was sure to be awesome, right? Except, that he wasn't totally sure he felt anything, 'cause he kinda didn't remember anything else that happened that night. Oh wait, he remembered one thing with 100% clarity, as he woke up naked in Bakugo's messed up bed, the other side of the bed empty and feeling strangely full and sore himself. Izuku Midoriya had just had SEC with his FING SPRM donor. Having SEC was strange. Izuku knew that. Having SEC with hot guys was even stranger. Izuku knew that too. Not very familiar with the concept but familiar enough. But having SEC with the insanely hot guy that used to bully you back when you were kids then moved away and you two eventually reconnected because he turned out to be the SPRM donor you chose? Izuku wasn't supposed to know what that felt like, but yet he did. He felt hot washes of shame and guilt pour over him, a knot of anxiety in his stomach at the thought of facing him, disgust with both his actions and his dry-as-hell mouth, just all the negative emotions. But more than anything, the Omega was sad. Maybe it was his instincts, craving the alpha in his arms after they made love. Maybe he was upset with himself for being so easy on the first date. Maybe he was sad because he spent all that time and money to get artificially inseminated when he ended up getting boned by the guy anyways. He had signed up for a PUP, not a relationship, damn it. Okay, maybe he kind of wanted a relationship with Bakugo, but could you blame him? Childhood crush turned turbo hot, now about to be his pup's kids goddamn Izuku was even more attracted to the alpha now, which would have been nice, except what if after last night Bakugo didn't want to have kids with Izuku? No one would want to have kids with drunk He was a hot mess. No wonder Bakugo wasn't in bed with Izuku right now. Drunk Deku had probably scared him off and now he was gone forever and Izuku would have to find a new sperm donor that would never be Bakugo and he'd always live in regret about his actions from last night and Izuku would probably hate the new alpha and even his pups maybe and the Omega forced himself to stop thinking and breathe. Bakugo was probably just in the shower or something. Well, Izuku couldn't hear the shower running so maybe not. Okay, he was probably making breakfast for Izuku. Yes, that was it. Focus on the best case scenario. Bakugo only had positive feelings from last night and for Izuku and was now making him bacon like the best soon-to-be baby daddy ever. Of course, That made perfect sense. Izuku could smell the enticing smell of breakfast being cooked mixed with the smell of an alpha. Oh Kaken, you shouldn't have. Izuku imagines crooning to the blonde, lashes fluttering as he accepts his heaping plate. He had picked a good one, hadn't he? The Omega reluctantly left the warm bed, tidying up the blankets as much as he could before giving up and hunting around for his clothes, pulled them back on and deciding he should use this as an opportunity to do a little snooping around Bakugu's room. It looked pretty much like your stereotypical alpha male's room, however much larger than Izuku's own room. What the F dash? What did Bakugu do for a living that had him living in this tricked the F out apartment? Drunk Deku probably hadn't given a sheet, but hungover Izuku sure did and was left to scratch his head at that thought while he looked around the alpha's room. Clothes were kinda haphazardly tossed everywhere, not enough to be overwhelmingly gross, just making the room look lived in. There was a full-body mirror tucked into the corner of the room, and Izuku envied that DMN mirror for seeing every inch of Bakugu's glorious hot body every single day. Well, that I had CC with him, and you can't even do that because you're a mirror. Izuku thought triumphantly before remembering he was sassing a mirror in his head and awkwardly looked away after briefly imagining what kind of fuckboy-esque mirror selfies Bakugu liked to take. There was a dresser made out of dark wood opposite to the bed, and it had a bunch of cute photo frames on it. Izuku picked one up and was startled to see an older picture of Bakugu in some sort of library, sitting in a beanbag and holding a blonde Omega in his arms. His hair was longer in the photo and he was wearing a high school uniform with his tie undone and his pants hanging low on his waist. Izuku couldn't help but smile fondly at the sight. God, he wished he had gotten the chance to grow up with Bakugu. His smile turned into a frown when he noticed just how close Bakugu was holding the boy in his laps, arms wrapped around his waist and chin on his shoulder as the Omega's hands squeezed his face affectionately. The picture had a little heart scribbled on it in pink Sharpie in the corner. Izuku held the frame in his hands for a little longer before putting it back down, lip still tugged downwards. He picked up the next one and frowned even harder. Yet another picture of Bakugu embracing a short blonde boy, a different one this time. Interesting, stared back at Izuku. The two seemed to be at the beach and Bakugu was carrying the Omega bridal style, mid-spin and ankle deep in the water as the boy tipped his head back, obviously caught mid-laugh. The alpha looked so happy it made Izuku feel real weird in his stomach. It was probably from the fact that Bakugu was shirtless. Yes, that. Am I jealous? Or horny? He wondered idly as he ran his fingers over the plastic frame, so pink and shiny and unlike anything else in Bakugu's room. Seriously though, what the heck? Did Bakugu have a FTSH for blonde male Omegas or something? The final photo on Bakugu's dresser seemed to be the most recent one. Bakugu looked pretty much the same there, albeit a lot more drunk as he raised a beer to the camera, a finger pressed against the smirk on his face. He was surrounded by a couple more alphas, none Izuku recognized, not that he expected to, and had a backwards baseball hat on. Oh gosh. Izuku willed his crazy heart rate to calm down. Bakugu looked so DMN good in that photo. Too bad a stupid Ifanji boy was blocking his view. Now, Bakugu's lap graced yet a different male Omega. He had cat ears perched on his bright blonde head, streaks of dark highlights standing out, and was decked out in a black bodysuit. He was grinning at the camera as Bakugu blatantly squeezed his butt. Dang, that had Bakugu squeezed drunk Deku's butt like that last night? Hopefully. Izuku put the frame down and touched his butt, frowning as he poked at his cheeks. Not too sore. Damn it. Whatever. Izuku didn't care if Bakugu had grabbed his butt or not. Okay, that was a blatant lie, but anyways. He also didn't need to make himself more jealous by looking at Bakugu's past lays. Who cared if Bakugu had a thing for blonde male Omegas? Izuku may not be blonde, but he was a male Omega, so like that was 2 out of 3 and seemed pretty good to him? Izuku turned on his heel, preparing to walk out of the room and greet his future baby daddy with a big grin as Bakugu handed him a delicious plate of breakfast, but stopped short when he noticed his phone practically blowing up with notifications on the bedside table. Oh right, all those people he promised to tell about his meeting with his SPRM donor as soon as he came home from said meeting. Whoops. Izuku snatched his phone up and scrolled through all the missed calls and messages, thumbs practically starting to ache as he shot off rapid texts to everyone who seemed worried about him. To Uraraka. Got a little sidetracked after my meeting, my bad. Don't freak out, I'm totally okay. I'm calling you as soon as I can. You will not believe the alpha I ended up with. I can't wait to talk. To Mom. Please don't worry, Mom, OMG. I'm so sorry I forgot to call, but some things came up. I'm okay, I swear, more than okay actually, and I can't wait for you to meet the alpha. It's crazy actually, but I'll explain as soon as I get home. Love you. To Todoroki. Don't sell my things just yet. I'm alive, I swear. Just that I got wasted with my SPRM donor? Haha, that sounds bad I know, but it's a long story, trust me. Sorry I couldn't go and see Dobby's baby with you today. Say hi to Tamura and the pup for me. Izuku had just clicked out of his chat with Todoroki when he noticed that Shinso had messaged him a couple hours ago, asking the Omega if he was free tonight to babysit. He apologized for it being such short notice, but their original babysitter couldn't make it, and the Alpha did not want to have to cancel date night with Minoma and needed a replacement sitter ASAP. Izuku couldn't help but beam at the request. Shinso and Minoma's pup was an absolute delight to take care of. Of course he'd help out and take care of him for the night. Of course I can take care of little Akihiko. I actually had something to tell you, so I'll just tell you when I drop by. Izuku paused, thumbs hovering over the screen as he debated typing out his next words or not. Screw it. He mumbled and quickly typed them out anyways. Actually, I was hoping I could bring someone with me. I know it's not a two-person job, but I figured I'd have some free time with the pup and be able to talk out some stuff with this guy, which sounds weird I know, but I promise it'll all make sense when I tell you. Bye, can't wait to see Akihiko later. Izuku sent the message and sighed, phone clattering as he dropped it back on the bedside table and made his way out of the room. Hopefully Bakugo was waiting for him with some diamond food so Izuku could stuff his face and talk to the Alpha about both what had happened last night and ask him to help babysit Akihiko tonight with him. So, Kaken, I knew we just reunited and boned, but I was wondering if you could help me babysit a friend's kid with me tonight. Also, I won't pay you. Okay, it was probably going to sound better out loud. Izuku had just opened his mouth to greet the Alpha when he turned and entered the spacious and well-lit living room and felt his jaw actually drop. There were two guys on the sofas. Both Omegas, neither was Bakugo. One was blonde actually, and the other had black hair, and the one with black hair was pretty cute, but the blonde looked super pretty, holy shit. And he looked so familiar. Hang on a second. That was the hot Omega with cat ears that was sitting in Bakugo's lap in that one photo. What the heck was he doing here? Bakugo roomed with Omegas? And attractive Omegas too? What the heck? Who are you? The blonde asked and stopped counting his money to look up at Izuku. And that was a lot of money to count. The notes covered the whole coffee table in front of the blonde, who looked super nonchalant even though it literally looked like he had just finished robbing a bank. To be honest, if Izuku was that hot, he'd definitely take up bank robbing as a hobby. Guys would literally shower you in money if you had hips like that. Izuku wasn't even into Omegas, but gosh dang would he sit on that beautiful face in a second. Clearly drunk Deku was still lingering around. I'm Izuku? It came out as a question which made Izuku blush and made the blonde quirk a brow up, obviously amused. Are you sure about that? He asked with a hint of a smirk, and Izuku felt his cheeks get even warmer and he nodded dorkily. Well, cool. I'm Kaminari, said Kaminari. He puts down the bills in his hands and leans back into the sofa and crossing his legs, making his tiny boy shorts ride up even more and show off an obscene amount of thigh. Was that glitter on his legs? So, Izuku. Why you here, bro? Before Izuku could spill his whole childhood crush turned bully turned SRM donor story to this good-looking but very strange stranger, the black-haired Omega cut in. Dude, I bet he and Bakugo smashed. He said casually and made Kaminari crack up by sticking his finger in and out of a hole he made with his other hand. What kind of gang signs dash? Never mind. Izuku quickly looked away, hoping his flushed cheeks didn't give anything away. Wait, did Bakugo have casual SEC with Omegas often? His baby daddy couldn't be a man where what the heck? Zero, shut up and let him talk. Kaminari managed to say between chuckles, launching a throw pillow at his friend's head and making him giggle. Seriously, Izuku, what brought you to Casa de Bakugo? There was a pause and then, Casa de Bakugu means house of Bakugu. Kaminari clarified and Izuku couldn't help but snort. Well, Kaken. I mean Bakugu brought me home last night but like not to specifically bone or anything. It's complicated, is he here right now? Izuku's head was twisting around, trying to catch a glimpse of Bakugu's spiky ash blonde hair and intense red eyes and chiseled six-pack and, "Nah, sorry, he left for like a jog or something," Kaminari said, sounding genuinely apologetic. And then he held a hand over his mouth and not so subtly whispered to Zero. "Should like make him pancakes." Poor thing probably doesn't realize Bakugu's only into one-night stands. Being let down over breakfast is always better. Izuku balled his fists up at his sides, feeling irrationally angry at Kaminari's words. He wasn't just another one-night stand of Bakugu's. He was the Alpha's demon baby mama, what the heck. He deserved some freaking respect. He's my sperm donor," Izuku shouted, startling the two Omegas in front of him and probably everyone in the building too. "He's my sperm donor and I want to talk to him and dash." To his horror, Izuku felt a sob bubble up in his throat and covered his face in shame. Damn it. The thought of Bakugu avenging him and leaving him like he apparently did to so many other Omegas made him stupidly upset. He wiped at his tears hastily and turned to hide in a bathroom or something when he ran right into an Alpha holding a plate covered in breakfast foods. "Kaken?" Izuku thought excitedly until he looked up and a red-headed Alpha looked down at him curiously. "Hey, who's this?" The guy wondered out loud and held out a large, warm hand to steady Izuku. The Omega took one look at him and burst into tears. After calming down and drying his tears, Izuku found himself sitting at Bakugu's dining table, between two cute Omegas and across from a cute Alpha who all seemed to know Bakugu somehow. Dang, life was weird. The Omega's eyes sparkled and liked his lips as he gazed down at his heaping plate of pancakes with butter and bacon and eggs on the side. God, that redhead Alpha was a blessing. WOW.IT looks delicious. Thank you so much. Izuku trailed off, unsure of how to properly thank and address the Alpha. Thankfully the redhead just waved it off with a grin. "No problem. The name's Kirishima. And you are?" "Izuku." Cool. So, how do you know Bakugu?" Izuku focused on the butter sliding around on his pancakes and popped a bite into his mouth, trying to keep his M's to a minimum, but gosh dang, those were some good pancakes. He tried to ignore the eager looks Zero and Kaminari were giving him and decided to tell the three his spectacular SPRM donor story. Try saying that 5 times fast. After he was done, he took a sip of his orange juice as he waited for everyone's reactions. "Let me get this straight," Kaminari said, looking way too nonchalant about Izuku's weird but story. "You paid to get insemin whatever with Bakugu's jizz, then you just f'd him last night for free? What?" "Well, that was a crude way to say it. Crude but true, geez. I know it may not have been the best idea, but I can't change the past. And I'm actually still gonna go with the NSMMTN to kinda making sure CNCPTN, you know? I hope Bakugu. I hope Bakugu doesn't think that's weird dash. What are the odds that your childhood friend that you used to have a thing for was the guy you chose to have kids with?" Zero marveled as he popped a grape into his mouth. "That's actually batshit insane." "I know. I think I actually died when I found out, like I spat water all over him, I was so shook. And apparently he liked me back because he did it with me? That these past 24 hours have been so weird. But kinda amazing. I mean, he's not here right now, so it's not completely amazing, but like it's still a pretty great feeling, except I feel like I messed up this incredibly opportunity by sleeping with him so dash. Wait, you and Bakugu used to be best friends back when you were kids. You both knew each other and liked each other, lost contact and then reconnected because you chose to be his SPRM donor, and then you two slept with each other and then he just left?" Kirishima looked scandalized, which made Izuku giggle a little. "I know he SEKS a little, but that's a total JRK move. Who does that to a cute Omega?" Izuku giggled even more, super flattered by Kirishima's words, and put some bacon in his mouth to avoid saying something dumb. "Hey, something even dumber. Don't worry." Zero tried to reassure him, giving him 2 big thumbs up and grinning. Bakugu's just on his daily jog and will be back soon and you guys can talk it out and it'll be all good. As if on cue, Kirishima's phone started ringing. He picked it up and his face lit up as the other person on the phone spoke, waving his hands wildly as he spoke. Hey Bakugu. We were just talking about you. There's this Omega named Izuku, your SPRM donor. He wants to talk to you dash. Kirishima frowned as Bakugu spoke. Izuku's heart felt heavy as he watched the alpha nod almost sadly along to the blonde's words. Okay, I'll tell him but you should be the one talking to him dude. We just talked to him and he really wants to see you again and dash. Kirishima sighed loudly as Bakugu apparently hung up on him, making a sympathetic face towards Izuku whose hands were shaking and threatening the eggs to slip off his fork. Yeah, he's kinda busy right now and won't be back for a while, but he's not mad at you or anything. Just needs some time alone. He told me to give you his number if you want to talk, but like later, okay? I'm sorry about him, man. He's kinda emotionally constipated like that. Oh. Izuku put his fork down feeling like utter crap. He got the message loud and clear. Bakugu wasn't interested in him anymore. Kaminari popped a chunk of pineapple in his mouth and pushed over the plate of fruit to Izuku in an effort to cheer him up. Hey, why so down? Bakugu's a dumb alpha who doesn't know how to process his emotions and just needs time away from you to figure out what he's feeling. He's not like mad at you or anything. I mean, put yourself into his shoes. Wouldn't you want to do the same? Izuku sniffled and gratefully accepted the pineapple, chewing on the fruit as he thought about that. I guess you're right that I just wish he was here right now. Shiro patted his back comfortingly. We know. But it's like whatever. 'Cause you have us right now. I mean, I know you think we're strangers, but you're gonna be having our friends' pups soon, so you're basically family. Okay, that was super sweet, Izuku had to admit. Thank you. I don't think I deserve family status yet, but dash. You at least let him get knocked up first. Kaminari snorted and immediately got swatted by Shiro. Kidding. I'm kidding. Izuku couldn't help but laugh with the three other guys. Hot Up Bakugu's friends were really cool. He couldn't help but find it a little weird that a hot, seemingly promiscuous alpha like Bakugu was such close friends with two attractive omegas like Shiro and Kaminari. He wasn't jealous or anything. Okay, maybe a little jealous, but this jealousy was totally understandable because he didn't want his future baby daddy to be around hot omegas like that when he had a reputation for sleeping around, especially one he seemed to have a history with. Kaminari? How do you know Bakugu? Wait, how do any of you know Bakugu? They all looked at each other before smiling, as if they're all in on some sort of inside joke about how they met Bakugu. Well, me and Kaminari were friends since like the beginning of college. Shiro said. But these guys? It's kinda wild. Kirishima grinned. Kinda wild indeed. Okay, so, me and Bakugu were actually roommates in college. And there was this bar we liked to go to on the weekends. Very sleazy bar, mind you. Shiro added in and laughed as Kaminari flicked his nose. Okay, not that sleazy but like sketchy. It was a little sketchy, you know? Just a little bit sketchy. Kirishima agreed, and was it Izuku's imagination or did he wink at Kaminari? So anyways, first time we went to this bar we sat down in a booth, got our menus, decided on our orders and flagged down a waiter. Kaminari lost it there, putting his hands in his face and giggling like crazy as Kirishima continued the story, grinning as he spoke. So it turned out, the waiter assigned to our table turned out to be the most beautiful demon Omega in the world. Kirishima said and reached over and grabbed Kaminari's hand, who just laughed and squeezed the alpha's hand back. Problem was, Bakugu called dibs first, asked him out and they dated for a year. Worst year of my life. Kirishima pressed a kiss to Kaminari's hand and Shiro cooed. Wait, said Izuku. Wait, that you and Bakugu used to date? Yeah. What is that, weird or something? Kaminari looked legitimately confused. Because it wasn't serious or anything, dude. Don't worry, I only have eyes for one alpha now. He blew a kiss to the alpha who pretended to catch it and made his boyfriend giggle. Ugh, they're so cute. Shiro sighed wistfully and Izuku couldn't help but agree. He wished nothing more than for Bakugu to be with him right now. Not that Bakugo would be into PDA like that. He just craved the comfort of an alpha. Dare he say his alpha? Okay, maybe not yet, but soon hopefully. Fingers and toes and any other appendages that could crossed. After finishing off his breakfast and listening to more stories from Bakugo's friends, Izuku excused himself back to Bakugo's bedroom to check his phone, mostly to add his future baby daddy's number from his phone, but also because he really didn't want to watch Kaminari and Kirishima French on the sofas after Shiro left. To his surprise, he had several missed calls from Todoroki. He had sent a message to the Omega, hadn't he? Was something wrong? It was a little afternoon, so he must have been back from visiting Tamura and his pup in the hospital by now. Was something wrong with them? Izuku's hands were shaking as he dialed his roommate's number and pressed his phone to his ear. Hello? To his absolute surprise, motherfucking Dabi picked up the phone, having the audacity to sound chill right now. Hey Deku. Can I talk to Xiaochen please? Well, he kinda can't talk right now. You should probably come back like that now. I think he needs you. Wait, Di, don't hang up. What does that mean? Damn it, Di. Izuku made it home in record time. He wondered if anyone else could tell he had had SEC with his SPRM donor last night. Like, probably not, but some people were looking at him weirdly as he all but ran home. He didn't have time for their implied slut shaming. His friend needed him. He was a nervous mess in the elevator. What the heck could be wrong with Todoroki? Cancer, Izuku's brain immediately said. He's dying and it's cancer and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Izuku said to his brain. Shut the F up. His shaking hands somehow managed to unlock his door and burst in, expecting the absolute worst. Dabi, the resident asslord that he was curled up under several blankets on the couch looking half asleep as he dozed off on Izuku's motherfucking pillow. That little ass munch. A tiny voice in Izuku's head told him to be nicer to the alpha as he had just had a baby and was probably exhausted and needed some time to rest properly, seeing as he'd been living in the hospital for a week now. Izuku told the little voice in his head. That was his pillow, gosh darn it. Todoroki was sitting in his armchair, his comforter wrapped around him as he stared blankly out the window. Xiaochen? Xiaochen, are you okay? Izuku called from the doorway, struggling to kick off his boots and peel off his jacket at the same time. Xiaochen, I'm here. What's wrong? The Omega quickly made his way over to his friend, whose eyes slid from the view outside to up at Izuku's concerned face. Oh, hey. Izuku frowned at Todoroki's casual response and forced him to scoot over, wedging himself in between the other Omega and the chair and resting his head on his friend's chest. Talk to me, Xiaochen. Izuku demanded and snuggled underneath the blanket, thankful for the warmth as outside was cold as ball. Maybe just running here from Bakugo's apartment wasn't the best idea. Well, Todoroki said as he slumped down in his chair and gave weak jazz hands. My dad's getting married. Again. Surprise. That was not what Izuku expected. Well, that's I'm sorry, Xiaochen. Izuku whispered and wrapped his arms around the other Omega, pulling him close and rubbing his back comfortingly as Todoroki buried his face into the crook of the Omega's neck and sighed loudly. Izuku hoped his Omega scent would help make his friend feel better, but seriously, how do you react to news like that? I'm sorry, your dad's an a-hole who'd probably disown you if he found out you were having pre-martial SEC and is now engaged to marry his Omega who's younger than we are? Was there a card for this situation, or? Todoroki began and took a moment to compose himself before continuing. Will you go to the wedding with me? It's in a couple of months and I really don't think I can go alone. Please be my +1. Of course. Izuku pressed a gentle kiss to his friend's forehead and squeezed him tightly as the Omega trembled in his grip. I'll always be there for you, Xiaochen. The sound of someone knocking on the door made Izuku narrow his eyes suspiciously. Who the heck could that be? And how dare they interrupt his and Todoroki's tender moment of comfort together? The knocking just got louder and louder, much to Izuku's annoyance. It seemed to wake up Dabi, who rolled over and grunted. Door, he said unhelpfully before going back to sleep. Well, thanks. Izuku rolled his eyes as he wriggled out of his and Todoroki's warm embrace and all but stomped over to the door. Whoever this was gonna get chewed the heck out by Izuku. You couldn't just interrupt a tender moment of comfort like that. Like geez, just Snapchat like a normal person. He unlocked the door and swung it open, preparing to give the person on the other side a piece of his mind. You couldn't have like called or something beforehand? Like I'm sorry, but I was kinda busy and cackin'? What are you doing here? So, let me get this straight, said Izuku, trying to ignore the overwhelming presences of Todoroki and Dabi in the room as he spoke to Bakugo. We didn't do it last night? He whispered the last part, but Dabi still seemed to hear it, snickering to himself at Izuku's words. Izuku ignored him, cheeks heating up as he stared into Bakugo's eyes. What the hell? You seriously thought I just F'd you and left the next demon morning like it was nothing? Deku, you're using my literal FNGs to make a baby inside you. Why the F would I do something as shitty as that? Kaminari told me you did that with Omegas a lot. A sneering voice in the back of Izuku's head said, and Izuku tried to ignore that voice. Right now was not the time to bring that conversation up. They were talking about what happened last night. Or, more accurately, what didn't happen last night. So what did happen last night? Izuku wondered out loud and Bakugo slouched further down on the sofa across from him. We kissed and sheet and then you pulled away and had to go throw up? 'Cause apparently you're effing lightweight. Bakugo had a sour look on his face as he spoke. When I went to check on you, you were being all dumb and crying on the floor of the bathroom, 'cause we were gonna have a baby together and I gave you some water and Gatorade but your dumbass thought it was mouthwash and long story F short, I tucked you into bed and sheet and you fell asleep. Oh, Izuku said in a tiny voice. Well that's… Hold on a second, Dabi interrupted. He had woken up from his peaceful slumber and was still holed up and smirking at Izuku from under his mini mountain of pillows and blankets. This is your DMN SPRM donor? Shit Izuku, you're wasting money on this clown? I'm not effing clown. Bakugo protested angrily but Dabi ignored him with a wave of the hand. Yeah, okay whatever. Dabi said, not sounding convinced. I'm just saying Izuku, you want a pup? Just say the words and I'll bust one in you, no extra charges. I've always thought you were super cute anyways. Said Todoroki. You're literally a father now, I don't think you should be saying that to him. Dabi shrugged. Tamura's not here. He mumbled. And my alpha son ain't even a week old. Who cares? Todoroki frowned, clearly caring but stayed quiet, eyes sliding towards Bakugo and Izuku, totally unsubtle about his interest in their drama and probably restraining himself from asking Izuku himself what exactly had happened yesterday. Wait. Izuku said, eyebrows furrowing as he looked over at Dabi. The alpha smirked lazily back. Yesis. You had an alpha? Bakugo exhaled loudly, probably said that he was being ignored but that just made Izuku ignore him even harder. Yup. Dabi said, popping the key. I call him Taiki. Tamura calls him the only good thing to have come out of our relationship. Izuku winced. I'm kidding, Jesus. That's not true. We have some pretty great SEC too. Anyways, he doesn't have a name. My little baby boy that I should probably be at the hospital right now Dai nestled further into his blanket burrito and sighed, eyes already fluttering shut. Izuku kinda wanted to call him a shitty dad but also kinda wanted to give him some hot cocoa and tuck him into bed with a forehead kiss. Dimmen those Omegan instincts. Who the hell is that? Bakugo gestured towards the snoring Dabi. My half-brother. Todoroki supplied and Izuku nodded. He just had a baby and he lives far from the hospital so he is staying here for now. Said Bakugo. I see. There was another pause and then… Wait, who the hell are you then? Izuku snorted despite himself as Todoroki blinked at the blonde alpha. I'm Izuku's roommate. He said frigidly. You're the sperm donor I presume. Well, you don't have to say it like that, Shaochin. Izuku laughed nervously at this mini face-off between Bakugo and Todoroki. At least his roommate wasn't an alpha too, things would have gotten ugly real fast. Hell yeah, I'm the sperm donor. Bakugo looked way too pleased with himself even though Izuku wasn't PR'd yet. You got a problem with that? Yes. Todoroki said honestly. You seem to have a terrible personality, I'd hate for the baby to turn out like you. Oi! Bakugu all but yelled, looking said the hell off. Izuku groaned and out his head in his hands as the alpha stood up and marched over to Todoroki, waving a finger angrily his face. I'll have you know I'm a ray of F sunshine dash. Kaken please sit down dash. Kaken dash? Wait you know each other? Oh yeah. We used to be friends way back. What are the odds? Hey quit ignoring me. Isn't it a little weird you're having a baby with someone you used to know? No? But should it be weird? Well I wouldn't know, I haven't been in this situation before. I'm just assuming. Don't assume dash. Well your alpha's giving me a headache, much luck to you Izuku. Todoroki announced and wrapped his blankets around him before making his way to his bedroom. I'm going to go take a nap. Sleep well. Izuku called out at the same time Bakugu snapped, "Eat-a-dee dash." Todoroki disappeared behind his door leaving Bakugu and Izuku alone. Well nearly alone but a sleeping Dabi didn't really count did he? There was a stretch of silence, Izuku awkwardly tugging on his fingers while Bakugu looked around, blatantly checking out Izuku's apartment. Judging from his raised eyebrows, he seemed to appreciate his surroundings. Izuku silently thanked his roommate for being so rich and having such good taste. So, Izuku began and tried not to flinch when Bakugu turned to look at him. Geez, Kaken had no right to be so good-looking. Hey, he was gonna have a baby with this man, he could totally appreciate the alpha's looks. It was for his baby's benefits yeah. So, what? Bakugu shot back, tapping his foot quickly and jostling his hands in his coat's pockets. It was reassuring to know that he secretly was as nervous as Izuku was. I don't have all day, he spit it out. Well, I'm okay, I was just gonna ask if you wanted to come babysit a friend's kid with me? I mean I know that's kinda weird but I wanted more time to stuff while we're sober and I could see how you are with kids and dash. I have work. Bakugu said and Izuku felt his cheeks heat up and immediately backed up. Oh am I bad, don't worry about it. We can talk later. I have your number so I'll text you and you'll have my number and then when I get inseminated if you wanna be there then you can and dash. You talk a lot. Bakugu said with a frown, staring down at Izuku and making him feel 2 feet tall. Why I do that I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It's FNG endearing and sheet. Why you really think so? Well I mean dash. Can you two do this somewhere else? Dabi grunted from the couch and Izuku's face felt like it was on fire. I'm trying to effing sleep. Bakugu glared at the other alpha before sighing and moving to leave. Wait! Izuku grabbed Bakugu's hand and then immediately realized what he did and dropped the alpha's hand just as quick. How'd you find my place? Well you met Denki right? He has this friend, Mina or some sheet, who gave us her friend's number, Jairu or whatever, who's married to some girl named Momo and she's friends with some guy with blue hair who's your friend and he gave me your address. So yeah. Wow. Izuku felt a little starstruck as he looked up at the blonde. You did all that for me? Bakugu shrugged, looking annoyed and a little bit flustered that Izuku had pointed it out. Well what the hell else was I supposed to do? It wasn't that much work geez. Izuku couldn't have wiped the smile off his face if he tried. The two of them stood there, just looking at each other for a moment before Bakugu spoke again, snapping the two out of the tender little moment they were sharing. Well that it was swell talking to you. He said sarcastically, making Izuku laugh a little as he held the door open for him. If I'm late, my boss will actually kill me. What do you do anyways? Izuku asked as Bakugu pulled on his boots. I'm a police officer. Well almost. Practically okay? Izuku froze. Bakugu was a cop? You can't be a cop Deku, you're just a stupid Omega. Sheet you there? Bakugu was snapping his fingers in front of Izuku's face. Hello? Earth to Deku? Izuku snapped out of it and couldn't help but stare suspiciously at Bakugu after that mini flashback he had just had. Yeah. He finally said. I'm fine. Don't worry about me Kaken. Bakugu looked at him for such a long and intense moment Izuku wondered wildly if he was going to apologize for his childhood actions. Instead the alpha just offered a quirk of the lip and slipped out the doorway, murmuring a quiet, "Bye Deku," as he left. Izuku watched him go, fingers itching to grab Bakugo by the collar of his jacket and pull him back into a heated kiss, wanting so badly to continue where they had left off last night. "Bye, Kaken," he whispered, more to himself than as a farewell to Bakugo as he disappeared into the elevator. "See you soon." Izuku waited a moment, standing in his doorway and craning his neck as if to see if Bakugo would come back for him, but it never happened and just made the Omega frown and make a little noise of annoyance before stepping back inside and slamming the door shut. Honestly, he came. As soon as Bakugo reached the lobby, he whipped out his phone and scrolled through his contacts while leaning against the row of mailboxes. "Hey," Bakugo said when he heard his mom pick up. "Guess who I'm about to get FNGPR'd in tea?" Izuku barged into Todoroki's room, then immediately felt bad, walking out and politely knocking instead. "You can come in." Todoroki looked amused as his roommate flopped onto his bed and made various noises of discomfort into his sheets. "What's wrong? Did you and your alpha have a fight?" "Stop calling him that." Izuku whined and could practically feel Todoroki's smile in his next words. "Well, what do I call him then? Your childhood love turned SPRM donor? Doesn't quite roll off the tongue, does it?" Izuku looked up at the other Omega with wide, panicked eyes. "How'd you know Dash?" Todoroki shrugged. "It's a little obvious from the way you look at him," he confessed. "Like you would do anything for his love." Izuku wrinkled his nose. "Would he?" "No, of course not. Kaken was a D-dash. Well, maybe I used to kind of feel like that, but I swear not anymore. This is strictly B business." "Business?" Todoroki echoed, and now he was trying his hardest not to laugh, Izuku could tell. "So I assume this is like a transaction of some sorts?" "Stop." Izuku was laughing too now and flopped back down on the bed, feeling ridiculously dumb at the moment. "I seriously can't believe Kaken just came over to basically confirm that we didn't have SEC last night. That's so mean." "Well, technically he didn't. Because he didn't even know that you thought that you two had section," Todoroki pointed out, and Izuku felt his eyebrows shoot up as he realized his friend was right. "So that means he went through all that trouble to find out where you live and came all the way over here just to see how you were. That is remarkably sweet." I guess so," Izuku whispered, heart feeling like it was going to explode from how tight his chest felt all of a sudden. "Well, I'm glad we didn't do it. How dumb would it be if I had screwed things up with him and our future pup because I had a C with him?" "It would only have been a little dumb," Todoroki reassured his friend, who started giggling again. "I'm just joking. Seriously, Izuku, stop worrying, you're going to be fine." "Yeah," Izuku couldn't help but agree. Despite everything, he didn't feel overwhelmingly nervous anymore. Maybe things were gonna be fine. "You got any plans today?" Todoroki curled up on his sheets next to Izuku and shrugged. "Other than complaining about my father marrying someone half his age? I think I've done that enough." Izuku reached over to play with the Omega's hair, running his fingers through it and making him smile. "You tell Inasa yet?" "Yes, but he told me it wasn't a big deal." Todoroki confessed, looking upset. "Said I shouldn't bother being mad about it because it's not like my father will listen and call off the wedding." "Well, sometimes we have to do things that we don't like to make others happy," Izuku said in a tiny voice, and Todoroki closed his eyes and sighed. "Like going to your father's wedding, I suppose?" "Exactly." There was a pause, and then Todoroki cracked open his eyes, peering at his roommate with a tired smile. "I suppose you can apply that to relationships too?" "Yeah. I mean, when you're dating someone, you're not gonna always see eye to eye. Is this about me and Kaken?" Izuku pouted as his roommate's smile grew, and he shrugged. "Maybe," Todoroki said, sounding too cheeky for his own good. "Anyways, when do you have to leave for Shinsu's?" "In a couple hours." "Hey, how'd you know?" "He called here first to ask for you, and Dabi picked up. It was a very strange conversation." Izuku snorted at the mental image. "I bet. Would you like to order something for lunch? I am really not in the mood to cook." "Me neither." "Ooh, we should get pizza." "You do realize we'll have to order and probably pay extra for Dabi's, right?" Dibs on not being the one to kick him out." "Damn it. 1 bottle of soda, 2 pizzas, and 3 hours later Izuku was standing in front of Shinso and Monoma's door, admiring their house as he waited for someone to open the door. He knew Monoma's family was loaded, but geez. This rich? Izuku eyed their double garage with envy. Sure, now that he practically had a baby promised, he wasn't that jealous of his friends anymore, but wow, did he kinda want to steal this house. Just a little. He moved to ring the doorbell again when the door flew open and Monoma stood in front of him, arms crossed and glaring at Izuku like he was hours late instead of 15 minutes early. Midoriya. He greeted the other Omega frostily. Izuku could have been a petty beachback, but instead just smiled warmly and waved at the blonde. Hi Monoma. You look nice. It was true, Monoma looked really pretty in his simple white sweater dress, paired with wool tights and expensive-looking boots. His hair was perfectly styled as usual and his face resembled one of a cherub, albeit a bitchy little cherub. Izuku remembered the day he had first seen Monoma, way back in college, and sitting in a booth of a diner with Shinso, shoving chili fries in his mouth as his friend drooled over the blonde ordering a milkshake at the counter. Deku, you see that guy? He looks like an angel. I'm gonna F that angel. Izuku remembered choking on his fries at Shinsu's words and then laughing it off as nothing but a quick little crush, but lo and behold, his friend had managed to marry this Omega, which was honestly quite inspirational to Izuku. I know, Monoma said and crooked a finger, gesturing for Izuku to come in. Akihiko's in the living room. Izuku followed the shorter Omega and couldn't help but beam when his eyes landed on the chubby pup sitting in a mini fort of pillows and blankets, purple eyes focused on the TV as he essayed noisily on the pacifier in his mouth. Shinso was sitting on a nearby armchair, fumbling with his tie as he watched his son affectionately. Hey Izuku. The alpha greeted his friend. Mind helping me with this? Shinso lifted his tie up and then pretended like it was choking him, making Izuku laugh and Monoma frown. Akihiko looked up from the TV and stared at Izuku before deciding he wasn't all that interesting and turned back to his TV. Geez, rejection from a cute little pup sure hurt. I'll help you dash, Izuku offered and stepped forward, but Monoma made an annoyed noise and reached his husband first, quite roughly helping his alpha with his tie. I've got it. Monoma all but sneered and Izuku felt like shit for even offering to help. Oh yeah. Monoma had convinced himself that Izuku was trying to take Shinso from him at any given moment because of how close they were in college, no matter how many times Izuku swore the alpha was like an older brother to him. Shinso rolled his eyes over Monoma's head, making a face and getting Izuku to lighten up a little. So, where's the friend you wanted to bring? Oh. Izuku felt bad that he had forgotten to update them on the Bakugo situation. He was busy. Who's he? Monoma asked as he finished with Shinsu's tie and patted his chest in satisfaction. OUH.MYSPRM donor. The couple paused and then turned to look at him with equally confused expressions as if Izuku had just made a very confusing and unfunny joke. Izuku cleared his throat and offered a wobbly smile. It's not kinda a long story. Monoma snapped out of it first and quickly crossed the room to pull his coat from the closet and pulling it on. Well, that's too bad since we're a little short on time right now, he said, and Izuku shrugged. The less he had to explain the better for him. Wait, you're serious? Shinso asked and reached up to run his hands through his wild hair, a habit Izuku was familiar with when the alpha was trying to understand something. Like, your actual SPRM donor? Hitoshi, would I joke about something like that? Izuku was kinda enjoying his friend's reaction to this. Just wait till Shinso heard the whole story. Nita, wait, I wanna hear the story dash. Shinsu's next words were muffled by Monoma throwing his husband's coat at his face. We're gonna be late, you can hear the story later. The blonde said firmly, eyes set and narrowed on Izuku before they drifted to his son and softened. Hi baby. He cooed to the pup and sat down next to his baby on the carpet. Mommy and Daddy are going away for a little bit, but don't you worry. We'll be back really soon. We love you so much, be good for Midoriya, okay? Monoma leaned over and embraced his son tightly, kissing his forehead and snuggling him close before letting him go and waving down at him affectionately. Bye Akihiko. Shinso kneeled down and hugged his son as well, softening visibly when his baby babbled to him and reached out as if to keep him from going. Just watching them was making Izuku feel all mushy inside. The two eventually managed to pull away from their son, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh as Shinso handed him a massive list, looking a little sheepish as he did so. I mean, I know you'll do fine, but like, take this anyways so Nito doesn't think I'm a bad dad or anything. It has emergency contacts and sheet, but you already know most of them. Milk in the fridge, not too much TV, you know the drill. Izuku nodded as he accepted the list and put it down on the coffee table. Of course I do. Now go shoot. You have a date to go on. I wouldn't want to keep the mate waiting if I was you. Shinso chuckled at that and adjusted his coat, waving goodbye one last time towards his son and Izuku and heading out the door where Monomo was waiting for him on the doorstep. Bye, Deku. Don't forget to tell me your crazy but story later. Izuku picked up Akihiko in his arms and stood by the window so the pup could see his parents drive away, watching them disappear around the corner, and then turned so the baby was facing him. I swear you get cuter every time I see you. Izuku murmured as he took in the baby's squishable cheeks and big beautiful eyes and soft, sweet-smelling locks of hair, and oh god, Izuku wanted a baby of his own so badly it physically hurt. You know, Akihiko, I'm gonna have a baby soon too. Who knows, maybe you two will end up being friends. I'm sure you'd make a great playmate. Akihiko blinked up at Izuku before shoving his fist in his mouth and drooling all over it. Oh well, don't look too excited. Izuku laughed to himself as he cleaned the pup up with his bib. I mean, it's not gonna happen for a while, so don't worry. I'll still be around to babysit you, 'cause I know I'm your favorite, right? The baby leaned in close as if to kiss Izuku, making him coo in adoration until he felt Akihiko blow a raspberry all over his face. See, I mean, no spitting. Bad pup. Let's go clean me up and do something nicer. You up for some TV while I make some calls? Akihiko flopped in his arms and giggled to himself as he and Izuku made their way to the bathroom. Izuku had already called his mom and explained the whole childhood love-turned-SPRM donor situation, which thankfully she seemed to take pretty well. She had seemed excited to meet Bakugo after all this time apart and made Izuku promise to bring him to Christmas dinner, and then asked Izuku if he wanted her to come with him to get inseminated, and he couldn't say no fast enough. Some things he couldn't do with his mom. Also, he kinda wanted Bakugo to come with him instead and wasn't prepared for those two to meet again while he was being inseminated. So Izuku not only had to ask Bakugo to come and stand beside him while he had the Alpha's SPRM inserted him, but he had to ask him to join him and his mom for Christmas dinner too? I hope he says yes, Akihiko. Izuku said, and the pup looked up from where he was chewing on his teddy bear's arm to beam. That was a good sign, right? Izuku ruffled the boy's hair and pulled him into his lap and made him squeal as he dialed Bakugo's number and put it on speaker so he could calm himself a little by tickling Akihiko. Sup? Bakugo greeted, and Akihiko immediately shrieked at the sound and attacked the phone. Whoa, what the hell, Deku? Is that a baby? Did you have our kid already? Somehow. Izuku laughed loudly and tried to get the pup away from the phone, holding it high above his head and distracting Akihiko with his teddy bear successfully. Kaken? It's Deku, which you knew already, so I don't know why I said that, haha. Anyways, this obviously isn't our kid. I mean, I'm babysitting for a friend, remember? So yeah, I'm doing that, and like I was just remembering how I talked to my mom earlier and she like kinda wants to meet you over like a Christmas dinner? Is that okay or dash? Well, sheet Deku, my parents wanted to meet you at their place for Christmas dinner, so the hell are we gonna do now? Oh dash. Well, that's okay, we could like spend half our time at my mom's and then like at your parents', and then we could like dash. Or we could just invite your mom over to my parents' house and we could all have dinner together. Izuku paused, feeling dumb as hell for complicating their plans when there was such a simple solution. He face-palmed and made Akihiko giggle at his actions. Yes, that's a good idea. Should I bring like a housewarming gift? Even though it's not like a new house, I think it'd still be appropriate dash. Oh shit. Izuku froze at Bakugo's words and tone. What's wrong, Kaken? Nothing, it's just AF snowstorm on the 24th. Of course that sheet would happen. Hey, can we leave on the 23rd instead? That is speaking of the 23 RD, that's when I'm getting inseminated. So, I want you to come, so like we can't go then, I mean, unless you don't want to come dash. Of course I'll be there. Why the hell would I miss our babies, since Ian? Oh, that's great. I'll text you the time and date, even though you know the date already. I'll text you the time and place and it'll be cool. Cool? Bakugo snorted. Yeah, I bet it's gonna be real cool, Deku. Izuku covered his face and muffled his laugh with his hands. So what the hell are our buttes gonna do on Christmas Eve? Bakugo asked, charming as ever. Izuku felt his heart swell in his chest at Bakugo basically confirming they were gonna spend Christmas Eve together, Dimon his soon-to-be baby daddy. Him. We don't have to do anything big. If there's gonna be a snowstorm, then maybe a small get-together would be fine. Izuku cradled the phone to his cheek and smiled a little dreamily as he pulled a now sleeping Akihiko into his arms and held him close, rocking the boy back and forth as he replied to Bakugo. Why, you could come over to my place and we could do something? Watch a movie maybe? I'll start planning for the baby's future. Go through old yearbooks. To Izuku's surprise, Bakugo seemed to really like his dorky ideas. Well, sheet, of course I want to do that last one. Facebook stalk our old classmates too? Deku, don't be stupid. Facebook stalking is for losers. That's why you're gonna do it and I'm gonna watch. Izuku was fully laughing now and nodded, even though Bakugo couldn't see him. He felt Akihiko shift in his arm and forced himself to quiet down, holding the baby tighter to calm him down again. Kaken, do I have to buy a gift for you? Okay, so maybe Izuku's time was a little flirty, but he couldn't help himself. Something about Bakugo just made Izuku want to fully embrace his Omega side. Aren't I giving you the greatest gift of all? The gift of life. There was a pause and Izuku suddenly wished he could take his words back. Was that coming on too strong? He wasn't even P-Argent yet. Maybe Bakugo didn't even understand the joke and… Shut the F up, Deku. Bakugo snorted, clearly finding Izuku's words amusing. It's whatever. Buy a gift. Don't buy a gift, I don't give a sheet. He probably kinda gave a sheet, but Izuku let that slide. If you say so, Kaken. Well, I kinda need to go, there's kinda a sleeping pup on me right now, so I gotta put him to bed. Do you wanna say bye to Akihiko, Kaken? Bakugo sighed, long and low before murmuring. Good night, Akihiko. Hey, isn't he the one with the really hot mom? Oh my god, how do you know Akihiko's mom? Small world, Deku, small FNG world. Wait, Kaken, that doesn't make sense. How do you know Monoma, Don't you have a baby to take care of? Bakugo snickered. Bye, Deku. Kaken, don't hang up on me, he hung up on me. Izuku sighed and then grinned despite himself, looking forward to his next meeting with Bakugo immensely. He tucked Akihiko into bed, making sure the pup was all snug in his crib before leaving the baby's room and sitting in the living room, a throw pillow hugged to his chest as he replayed his conversation with Bakugo over and over and over again. Okay, Izuku could admit, he was just a tiny bit enamored with the alpha. Just a tiny bit. Not only was Izuku gonna get a pup out of this, he was gaining an alpha that made his stomach flutter and heart swell whenever they talked. This was turning out to be a really awesome idea. A couple days later, Izuku was feeling considerably less awesome. He was sitting on a chair in the GSD's office, freezing his toes off in a flimsy paper robe yet still somehow sweating all over because holy shit, he minutes away from getting knocked up. Holy god, Dimenfenji sheet. Bakugo looked like he was resisting the urge to check his phone as he looked around the room, pretending to be interested in the various posters depicting feetses and P-Argent Omegas on the walls. The two of them had just sat through a very long meeting with the lady from the Seed of Life agency and went through a ton of paperwork, signing until Izuku's hands started cramping up and talked about everything from naming rights to the dreaded custody of the pup. I'm obviously gonna wanna have a part in this kid's life. Bakugo had declared and sat back with crossed arms, leaving no room for discussion. That's okay and all, but how? Weekends? I'm only getting 2 lousy days a week and you get 5? Doesn't it make sense? I am the one who's gonna hold the baby in me. I get 4, you get 3. Kaken. No, that's not fair. Can't we decide this later? The lady could probably smell Izuku's discomfort and nodded, moving them on to the next set of papers and promising to get back to that later. Izuku wasn't sure if he wanted to get back to that issue. Bakugo seemed like he wanted more days than Izuku, and judging by his stubborn nature, Izuku feared he'd have to give in, and he didn't want to. If only you and Kaken were dating. A tiny voice in the back of Izuku's head whispered. Or married. This wouldn't even be a problem. Maybe the tiny voice in the back of Izuku's head was right, but there wasn't really a way to change that right now, so he tried not to linger on that as he accepted the pen again and started to sign once more. After they were finally done, the lady had led them to the room they were currently in and handed Izuku his robe to change into and asked them both, for what felt like the millionth time, if they were sure they wanted to go through with this. Izuku nodded quickly and Bakugo grunted in response. I think that's a yes. Yeah, it's a effing yes. The lady seemed content with their responses and left, only to be replaced by a kind beta doctor who came in with a box and pulled out what looked like a turkey baster and a vial of Bakugo's jizz. Well, Izuku wasn't sure what he had expected. This seemed like such a simple procedure. He probably could have done this at home if he really wanted to. When he voiced his thoughts to Bakugo, the alpha just smirked. You really think you could have handled a diamond ISM? He asked as the doctor began setting up. I don't know. Maybe? I could get my friends to help. Well, that would have been an utter shit show. Bakugo grimaced, looking like he was actually imagining it. You know, there was a really FING simple alternative with me, you my D and your C dash. Kaken. Izuku gasped, cheeks heating up as he looked between the smiling doctor and the snickering Bakugo. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for his behavior dash. It's all right. The doctor said, smiling warmly while Bakugo complained about Izuku apologizing for him. Are you ready to begin? Was he? We are. Bakugo said confidently and then looked down at Izuku, red eyes narrowed in a way that made Izuku feel heat explode in his gut. That really wasn't a feeling he wanted right now. I mean, you ready, Deku? The alpha made it sound like a challenge and it just made Izuku grin up at him. Ready as I'll ever be. Bakugo clapped a hand on Izuku's shoulder, making him yelp and blush, the heat of his large hand nearly burning Izuku's skin over his robe. Do you have any questions? The doctor asked as he helped Izuku's legs spread and pushed the chair back a little so he was really all up in those omega parts. Izuku squirmed, all exposed and chilly now, and hoped to God Bakugo wasn't trying to sneak a peek. Bakugo was totally trying to sneak a peek at those goods, but Izuku's annoyed frowns and quiet little fake coughs forced him to look away. Who cared about a naked Deku anyways? Pawn was effing free. Okay, maybe he cared a little and kept craning his neck in a subtle way to check out the Omega. Who knows, the next time he could see Izuku like this would probably be in 9 months while watching a baby shoot out of the Omega, and Bakugo really, truly didn't want to be anywhere near the boy when that was happening. No questions. Izuku managed to squeak out as he eyed the medial instruments on the doctor's table and increased his squirming. I researched this like a lot. Don't let him get into it. Bakugo rolled his eyes. He spent the whole way here FNG bombarding me with PRGNCY facts. I don't think I'll be eating for a week Deku. Izuku laughed quietly to himself. It was true. He had blabbed Bakugo's ears off, spitting out every piece of information he had learned about pregnancies in the past couple weeks. He personally thought it was a fascinating topic and had already cleared the PRGNCY section in his local library and dedicated a whole shelf on his bookshelf to said books. He couldn't help it. It was like studying but more useful and fun. The doctor chuckled too and pressed a glove-covered hand on Izuku's knee and peered at him and Bakugo over his glasses. Some alphas do tend to be squeamish when it comes to PRGNCY. Midoriya, are you sure you're ready? Izuku gulped and nodded. And you'd like this alpha to stay with you? Bakugo opened his mouth, probably to yell, and Izuku not so gently nudged him in the chest. Why yes. Very well. The doctor said, and Izuku barely heard it over the sound of his own heart. He was shaking as his body tensed, waiting for the intrusion, not sure what to expect but a little terrified regardless. Izuku couldn't take it anymore and squeezed his eyes shut, hand shooting out to squeeze Bakugo's hand. If the alpha was opposed to it, he didn't show, squeezing back so gently it almost made Izuku want to make sure he was holding Bakugo's hand and not someone else's. When Izuku cracked his eyes open, he noticed Bakugo was looking down at him, facial expression almost tender with his lips slightly quirked up. When he noticed the Omega was looking at him, he quickly frowned and trained his eyes on the doctor instead. Huh? Izuku thought as he continued clinging to Bakugu's hand. A million thoughts were racing through Izuku's mind as he stared at the popcorn ceiling of the clinic. He was getting inseminated. This could result in a baby. Would it be an Alpha or Omega? What would him and Bakugu decide on for custody? Was the baby gonna look like him or Bakugu more? Would Izuku have to find a new, baby-friendly place? Why the hell was it so cold in this dang room? Were his nipples hard enough to cut through the robe right now? All very important questions. Bakugu and Izuku sat together, side by side on the bench outside as snow gently fluttered around them. Izuku was fully clothed again and hopefully a whole lot more pregnant now. Only time could tell now, he supposed. Maybe going home and laying on the floor with his legs in the air would help increase his chances. Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Bakugu curse at his phone. What's wrong? Bakugu looked surprised for a second that Izuku had heard him, which wasn't very surprising actually. Bakugu was a very loud alpha, and scowled. I can't come over tomorrow, Bakugu said, and to his credit, looked genuinely annoyed. Some worksheet. Oh dash. Well, that's okay I guess dash. No, it's not. Bakugu snapped and clenched his fists so tight Izuku feared the phone in his hands would just pop. Who the hell works on Christmas Eve? This is so effed up. I'm sure it'll be fine. Izuku tried to convince the alpha, who groaned and rubbed his eyes. Ugh. Rain check for tomorrow? Izuku gave him 2 big thumbs up and grinned, which made Bakugu smile a little before forcing his features into a glare. Geez, don't be so effing excited, Bakugu exclaimed, and Izuku just giggled. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence, Izuku casually resting a hand on his stomach as he stared up at the sky, focusing on the drifting gray clouds, and Bakugu couldn't help but keep glancing down at it. Finally Bakugu stood up and dusted off his pants, turning on his heel to bid farewell to Izuku. So that I gotta go I guess. Even ball are freezing out here. Call me when you're dash. Bakugu paused and cringed at his next words. Prgnant? Sheet, is this weird? It's kinda weird, Izuku admitted and stood up to say bye to Bakugu. But I think it's only 'cause we're making it weird? Bakugu laughed loudly at that and tugged his beanie down low over his forehead, making Izuku's heart feel like it was about 10 times too big for his chest. Probably. He snickered. Well, guess I'm off. OF dash. Wait. Izuku couldn't help but laugh again at the alpha as he pulled his bag off his back and swung it around so it was on his chest and started going through it before pulling out a messily wrapped Christmas present, it seemed, with a little bow taped on and something scrawled on the wrapping paper itself. Minute. Izuku could already feel himself tearing up as Bakugu handed it to him and smirked. He was such a sucker for those secretly kind and tender douchebags. Mom would have hooped my but if I didn't give you anything for Christmas, so I got one of the assholes who inhabit my apartment on the daily to help pick out something for you, and here I guess. Tio the baby mama was written on the present in black Sharpie, and Izuku couldn't stop smiling. His hands were trembling as he ripped open the gift, too impatient to try and be nice and save the wrapping paper for later. Inside was the most perfect dang thing Izuku had ever seen in his entire life. He was holding what looked like an illustrated coffee table book called 50 of the Most Badass Omegas in History, and it was so gorgeous Izuku actually felt a tear drip down his cheek. If you hate it then that's fine, I got the receipt and sheet, so dash. I love it. Izuku breathed and wiped at his eyes, flipping through the book and soaking in the amazing drawings and little stories that accompanied each Omega. Kaken. He was speechless, just gazing in awe at the book and then up at the alpha, who looked like he was physically restraining a smile at the sight in front of him. Merry effing Christmas, Deku, Bakugu said as he turned around and headed down the street. Wait. Izuku cried out, clutching the book to his chest as he waved an arm around. Kaken, I didn't get you anything. Bakugu paused and turned around. Don't be stupid, Deku. You're about to give me the most precious gift of all. The gift of life. Izuku grinned as the alpha sniggered at his own cheesy words. Merry Christmas, Kaken. Izuku whispered to himself, a hand on his stomach as he watched the Alpha turn the corner and disappear. Merry Christmas. Is it weird I'm scared of it? Izuku and Todoroki peered at the little box that was on their coffee table, the shopping bag they had hidden it in during their quick trip to the pharmacy smushed up and crumpled at their feet. The doctor had given Izuku a waiting PRD before taking the test, and Izuku had waited until the very end of said waiting PRD, building up the nerve to buy and take the test. Where, actually, he ended up nearly chickening out and got dragged to the drugstore by Todoroki, probably making a huge fool out of himself in his pajamas with his wild, untamed curls, buying a PRD test and big bag of chocolates in front of the mega-cute cashier who totally smirked at him as he rung the Omega up. And now, there they were. Izuku and Todoroki were kneeling on their living room carpet and poking and prodding at the box like it was an alien from another world, speaking in a quiet whisper like it could hear them. They were probably being ridiculous, but this was so foreign to the both of them. No, Todoroki answered his friend. I'm a little frightened as well. Izuku frowned as he pushed the box around the table with a single finger. So I just take it out and pee on it? I mean, I know that's what I gotta do, but it doesn't sound right, does it? Don't ask me. Todoroki rested his chin in his hand as he looked at his worried friend. I went to an all-Omega Catholic school. I think they used to call this a synthermometer. Izuku stopped gnawing nervously on his lip and let out a quiet laugh. Really? Todoroki nodded and moved to open it. Izuku let out a soft pained whine under his breath as he watched his roommate pull the stick out of the box along with the instructions. Would you like to be alone for a while? Todoroki asked, and Izuku shook his head and smiled shyly at the other Omega. And Noda, can you stay? Please? Okay. Todoroki smiled back and handed Izuku the little pink stick. Well, I won't go into the bathroom with you, of course, but I'll be right out here, okay? And take this, just in case. Todoroki grabbed a bottle of flavored water he had gotten from the drugstore and gave it to Izuku, who gratefully accepts it. Thank you so much. Izuku almost wanted to throw his arms around Todoroki and smooch him for being so great. It's no problem. Todoroki said nonchalantly. I don't have many friends, and none of them are PR Jin and T or about to become .PR Jin and T. I feel like I have to be as nice as possible to you right now, because you're now more treasured or something. Haven't beaten the Catholic school out of me yet. Izuku snorted as he turned around and walked slowly into their bathroom, shooting one last grateful smile at Todoroki before heading inside, turning the lights on and closed the door behind him. The Omega placed the stick on the counter and lowered himself to sit on the closed toilet, shaky legs thankful for his actions. He inhaled, counted to 10, then exhaled, forcing his thumping heart to calm down a little. This wasn't a big deal, right? It was just peeing. He did that every day. It was like peeing but on a stick. A stick that would determine how the rest of his life would turn out. So it was just like peeing but on an extremely important stick. Well, shit, that wasn't gonna help his nerves. Izuku looked around the familiar bathroom and wondered if it had always been so cold and small. He shivered as he tugged at the bottom of the worn-out short-sleeved shirt he always wore when lounging around the house and hugged himself around the middle as he rocked back and forth. You can do this. He whispered fiercely to himself. You can do this. He shifted to grab the stick from the sink and glared down at it for a solid moment before wilting and dropping it in his lap, hands shaking as he turned and called out. Ashuto, can you come here please? Izuku jiggled his leg frantically as he waited for his friend, letting loose a quiet relieved sigh when he heard Todoroki approach the door and knock loudly. What's the matter? Did you drop the stick in the toilet? I think it will still work if you do, you just need to rinse it. What? I just I'm scared. Izuku whimpered, hating himself for being such a wuss over this. This is so stupid, oh my god, I'm sorry for bothering you, you can just leave and I'll just SCK it up and take the fricking test and… Izuku. Todoroki sounded amused. Are you decent? May I come in? Yeah, I'm decent. Todoroki entered the small bathroom and settled on the bathtub ledge, knees knocking with Izuku's, who was struck with an almost violent feeling of déjà vu. What's the matter, Izuku? Todoroki tilted his head, bangs sweeping over his eyes as he looked directly into the other Omegas. Aren't you not paying for a pup? If I was in your position, I'd be very excited to take this test. Is something wrong? I don't know. Izuku admitted and hung his head. I just don't feel so overwhelmed. Everything's changing. And this pup is the reason why. I mean, I don't even know if I'm carrying a pup right now, because I can't make myself take the demon test. Ugh. Todoroki was quiet for a moment before tapping his fingers against Izuku's knee to get him to look up with watery eyes. Izuku, I'm going to tell you something, but you have to promise not to tell anyone else, okay? Okay. Izuku whispered and nodded, reaching a hand out and extending his pinky. Todoroki chuckled as he wrapped his own around Izuku's. Well, that a couple years ago I actually had to take one. A PRGN&CY test, that is. It was terrifying and horrifying and awful, yes, but I had to do it. I took the box with me into the woods behind my house and hid behind a tree as I urinated on it, and when I saw that I wasn't peeing, I must have cried happy tears for a good 10 minutes before burying the stick and heading back home. Izuku's eyes almost hurt from how much he widened them, eyebrows shooting up in nearly through the ceiling. Why, you had a PRGN&CY scare? Izuku cried out, and Todoroki shrugged, looking way too nonchalant about it. But you just lied to me. You said you didn't know how to use it and dash. Well, I may have lied, but I did it to make you feel better. Todoroki smiled thinly. You learned to do that a lot in Catholic school. Lie, that is. Yes, father, it's teaching me to be a better Omega. Yes, father, I'm still a virgin. No, father, it isn't making me like Omegas romantically. I wasn't, and I did. Izuku can't help but laugh at his friend's words, physically feeling himself calm down a little with both Todoroki's presence and story. Dang, Xiaochan. I know. But my words have a point. If I was able to take a PRGN&CY test, squatting half naked in the middle of a forest during one of the coldest autumns we've ever had, before burying it and returning to my life pretending everything's normal, so can you. Besides, this isn't the end of the world for you. If it's positive, that's great, you're going to have a pup. But if it's negative, then all that means is you're not going to have a pup. Simple, isn't it? Izuku, weirdly enough, felt himself tearing up at his friend's words and nodded before he pulled his friend into a tight hug, swaying back and forth, nuzzling the other Omega's neck affectionately. Thank you, you're a really good friend, Xiaochan. I don't deserve you. Todoroki just pat him on the back before pulling away and moving to leave. Good luck, he said ominously before closing the door with a loud creak. Izuku stared at the door for a moment before he forced himself to snap out of it, grabbing the stick and shoving his bottoms down, treating this like a challenge that he'd never be able to finish if he stopped now. You can do this, Deku. Izuku huffed. You can effing do this. I'm sorry I'm late, I'm so sorry. Izuku shouted as he ran through the hallway and barged into his boss' office. I'm really sorry, look, I got you some coffee to make up for it even though that's not even my job. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Aizawa raised a brow and stared at the coffee in Izuku's hand before his eyes slid over to the frappuccino Izuku was holding in the other hand and looked at the younger Omega with thoroughly unimpressed eyes. You had enough time to get those while running? He trailed off and checked his watch. Over an hour late, wow, that's a new record even for you. Izuku felt his cheeks grow crazy warm and bounced on the ball of his feet anxiously, one drink freezing his hand and the other burning it. I'm sorry. He squeaked and slid the hot beverage over Aizawa's desk and towards the older Omega. I was busy. Thankfully Aizawa let it go with nothing more than a long sigh, accepting the drink and taking a sip, humming in satisfaction before waving Izuku off. He grinned and turned to head to his office to get some work done when a picture on the corner of Aizawa's desk caught his eye. It always jolted him a little when he remembered his boss and his friend's mom were the same person. It was a picture of a much younger Aizawa holding Shinso, who was just a pup in his arms grinning at the camera and decked out in his graduation gown and cap. Shinso was chewing on the tassel of his mom's hat as the Omega showed off his diploma with a twinkle in his eyes. It was such a nice photo. Izuku felt himself subconsciously touching his stomach as he admired it. I always forget you're like a mom, Izuku remarked, and Aizawa snorted as he gulped down his coffee. I'm not in a weird way, it's just dash. My effing kid has a kid now, that's pretty dim and weird. Aizawa sighed as he stared at Izuku through his droopy, tired eyes. It was hard to believe he was the same person that was looking up at Izuku from the frame. Did kids do that to you? Or was that just Aizawa? Why are you bringing it up? No reason. Izuku bit his lip, not wanting to tell his boss about the whole childhood love turned SPRM donor story quite yet. Actually, like a good friend of mine is actually PRGNNT. And he'd like some tips on motherhood and stuff. He wants motherhood tips from me? Aizawa reclined in his seat, hands folding on his stomach as he squinted his eyes up at Izuku. I had one child 24 years ago. I'm sure he can find better tips from literally anywhere else. But I mean he wants them from you. Why you specifically? Izuku stammered and Aizawa gestured for him to sit down before beginning. Well, let's see that don't get PRGNNT. Aizawa laughed to himself and Izuku squirmed in his seat as he waited for the older Omega to finish. Ah, that was yeah, not a bad joke. Let's see. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought before sighing and shutting his eyes, rubbing his temples as he spoke. I don't think I've got anything actually. Tell your friend to look for tips online. Doesn't the internet have everything? You don't have anything? And not even one tip? Izuku asked in a small voice, suddenly feeling incredibly worried and helpless. He forced himself to stay calm as his boss drummed his fingers against his desk as he thought. Find someone who's gone through this all before, like your mom or a sibling or a friend, and keep them close for the next 9 months. They'll help you way more than you think they will. Keep their number on hand, stay in contact with them on a daily basis, hell move in with them if you have to. For me, I was lucky that the alpha I was seeing at the time was a doctor, but anyone who's had a pup before will do. Izuku grimaced as he mentally ran through the list of people he was close to that were readily available and had also been PRGNT before. There was his mom, of course, but she lived way too far away and Izuku didn't want to bother her all the time, especially considering how busy she was with her job ever since her promotion. There was that one boy in his book club in college who had been PRGNT when he and Izuku had graduated, but he had also been a foreign exchange student who had returned to Paris, so he was out of the question. That only left one person. The beautiful, smug, curvy, blonde devil of a boy, Minoma. Izuku shuddered at the thought of keeping Minoma that close for the next 9 months but decided to keep Aizawa's tip in mind. I'll thank you. I'll be sure to tell him what you just said. Aizawa just hummed and Izuku got up to leave, pausing and turning in the doorway when he heard his boss call his name. Midoriya? Yeah. Aizawa smiled a rare tender smile at the younger Omega. Good luck with your PRGNNCY. Ah, thank yo. Wait, how'd you know? Izuku sat at his desk, staring at the empty Word document he had opened on his laptop and wondering if he could mass text everyone about his news. That seemed a bit impersonal. Perhaps a mass snap needed to be sent? Izuku pondered over this before sighing and switching to mindlessly scrolling through his work email account. You see, Izuku worked for a relatively popular website, answering readers' questions anonymously under the pen name Dear Deku. Most of the time he worked from home, forwarding his work to his coworkers or higher-ups when he was done, but sometimes he liked to pop into his actual office downtown, say hi to everyone and do a little work in his tiny, but cozy workspace before heading to a boozy brunch with his friends. It was a pretty cushy life he had secured himself. But right now, even though he didn't have any advice to give on any of the questions Aizawa had asked him to work on, he couldn't bring himself to do any work. Instead, he was drawn to his laptop for an entirely different reason. How to announce to your friends that you're expecting. Izuku googled and chewed on his lip as he scrolled through the results before closing his window and staring at his laptop's wallpaper, a puppy in the snow, and sighed. Maybe he could just bring it up casually the next time he sees someone. Omi? Haha, yeah, Super PRGNNT. What? I didn't tell you? I'm like Super PRGNNT. Izuku imagined him saying and immediately cringed so hard he might have hurt a muscle. He needed to practice that. However, there was one person Izuku needed to tell right now. And he was feeling real bad about even waiting this long to tell them. Izuku picked up his phone and dialed the number, relaxing a little in his chair as he put the phone on speaker. Hello? He asked when he heard the click, voice ridiculously high and making him blush and clear his throat. Hi Kaken. I'm not Kaken. An amused voice on the other end greeted him with. But I could take a message? Oh hi Kaminari. Izuku smiled despite himself, keeping an eye on the door to make sure he wouldn't be busted for slacking off at work. Is Katsuki there? Katsuki's in the shower. I could take a message like I said before. Kaminari, do you pick up Katsuki's cell a lot? Izuku couldn't help but wonder. You probably shouldn't do that. Oh, it's whatever, he totally doesn't mind. Kaminari reassured him. So what did you call to talk about? Baby stuff? Bet it's baby stuff? If it's boring legal paperwork baby stuff, I don't want to hear it. Tell me about what weird cravings you're having. My brother-in-law really liked pickles when he was with Pup. He got me addicted too. And I always eat so many they feel like they tear up my mouth, but they're so good. Shit, I'm rambling again, aren't I? Izuku giggled and shifted in his chair. No, it's okay. I'm not having any cravings yet, mainly because I was just inseminated like a month ago and cravings don't start that early. Speaking of, did you know that if you're PRGN and craving salty foods you're more likely to have an alpha pup, but if it's sweet foods you're craving you're more likely to have an omega? How cool is that? I mean, it hasn't been scientifically proven, but wait, now I'm rambling. Izuku lightly slapped his forehead as he heard Kaminari laugh softly on the other end. Is Katsuki out of the shower yet? Itchin. Kaminari hummed. No. You're stuck with me. Oh okay, that's cool. Izuku tried sounding as breezy as possible. Super cool, like totally. There was a long, if you will, pause before Kaminari spoke again, relieving Izuku of that awful itchy red-hot awkward flush that was making its way through his body. So, I know Katsuki, I know him real well, and he's probably jerking off a storm in there and gonna take a while, so how about you call him back? Oh okay dash. Wait, I have a shift tonight, and everyone was gonna come anyways, so do you wanna join us all tonight? I work at a bar, it's real nice I promise, wanna meet us there around 9-ish? Alright. That sounds fun. Katsuki will be there, so I'll talk to him there. Can I bring some friends? Sure. Just tell the guy at the door you know me and you'll be fine. Wow, okay thanks. No problem. I'll text you the address. Cool. Oh totally. Super cool. Totally super cool. I'm gonna hang up now before I say more dumb things, bye. So you like my outfit, right? Like it's nice, right? Izuku asked as he and his friends made their way to the club Kaminari had told them about, deciding to walk for once and enjoying the cool weather. Izuku had spent so long agonizing over what to wear, trying to be CC for a club, conservative for an expecting omega, attractive for Bakugu and covered enough to keep from freezing outside. While it had been difficult, he was pretty confident with his final outfit choice. But he still needed his friends' approval though. I get you PRGN. Todoroki complimented him casually and made Izuku choke as they crossed the road. Thank you Shaochin. You look great. Uraraka reassured him, squeezing his arm affectionately. She had been clinging to him with adoring eyes, hands continuously returning to their resting spot on his stomach as they walked. She had been like this ever since Izuku had broken the big news to her earlier, and he was just glad he had such supportive friends. Should you be going to a nightclub in your state? Ida asked with a frown, eyebrows furrowed as they turned the corner, and said club came into view. It was nice, like a fancy restaurant but clubbier. Oh, let him live, Ida. Uraraka rolled her eyes and stuck her tongue out at the worried blue-haired alpha. He's like 8 hours PRNT, not 8 months. Actually, Izuku began and ignored his friend's groans. Pregnancies are measured from the very moment the pup was conceived, so I actually am 2 weeks PRGNT-. I don't think any nightclub goers will appreciate your vast knowledge of PRGNCY. Todoroki cut in and Izuku bit his lip and nodded. It was probably true, and Izuku did want to be totally super cool in front of Bakugu and his totally super cool friends. Which reminded him he really needed a moment alone with Bakugu to tell him about their bun in the oven. He really wanted to be the one to break the news and made his friends promise to keep their lips sealed, which in retrospect probably wasn't the greatest idea because his friends weren't notoriously known for their abilities to keep their lips sealed, but that was okay because Izuku still loved them anyways. Getting into the place was way too easy. All Izuku had to do was drop Kaminari's name and the bouncer was nodding and letting them in. What the hell did Kaminari do here anyways? No way dropping a dishwasher's name would have been enough to get them in this swanky but place. As they were stepping inside, Izuku heard someone call his name and turned, eyebrows shooting up as he noticed who it was. Kaken-dash? You guys go inside, I'll be right there. Izuku told his friends who looked concerned but nodded and slipped inside. Izuku stepped away from the entrance and made his way over to the side of the building where Bakugo was pocketing his phone, leaning against the brick wall and looking way too good-looking in a simple hoodie and baggy jean combination. His hair was haphazardly styled and he looked kinda exhausted, like he had just finished a long shift at work. Like a member of a 90s boy band that had just finished a world tour or something. Izuku could dig it. Hey Kaken. What's a dot up? Bakugo crossed his arms and gave Izuku a once-over, nodding in satisfaction when he was finished and apparently pleased with what he saw. It made the Omega blush and squirm happily. Nothing a dot much. Bakugo smirked when his mocking words made Izuku blush harder and cross his arms in an attempt to mimic the alpha. Denki said you called me earlier, what's wrong dash? Hey, do either of you have a lighter? A young alpha approached them and both Bakugo and Izuku turned to tell him off in very different ways. Pisses off ya lousy drunk. Bakugo snapped while Izuku smiled apologetically and said, oh, I'm sorry, I don't. Maybe someone inside does dash. Ugh. The man said and turned on his heel and stomped back towards a group of people next to the dumpster who truly looked like dumpster people who borrowed lighters from strangers outside of nightclubs. They don't effing have lighters. Yeah, we don't have FNG lighters. Bakugo shouted and Izuku resisted face palming and reached up to place a hand on the alpha's arm to steady him. Akaken, please don't. Weren't you gonna ask me something? Oh yeah. Why'd you call? I mean you didn't even leave a message. Well, I wanted to break the news to you first. Izuku said shyly and Bakugo looked down at him, eyebrows pulled down in confusion. Break the news dash? Deku, I don't understand dash. So are you guys sure you don't have a lighter? The same alpha called and all his friends shushed him, clearly listening to Bakugo and Izuku's conversation, which made the Omega shift uncomfortable. Did he really want a group of drunk strangers hearing this? Yes, a little bit. He liked having people be interested in his life. Dude, they're having a moment. One of the alpha's friends smacked him on the back of his head as she leaned forward to listen better. Not even some matches? You guys got a rock? 2 rocks? We bang them together, creates a spark, I could use that dash. Dude. The alpha shut up and Bakugo sneered at them and cracked his knuckles. Want me to get them to F off? He asked, the smell of a set-off alpha rolling off of him and making Izuku a little lightheaded. No. Kaken, it's okay, just focus on me, okay? Izuku said with a little lopsided smile and moves his hand from Bakugo's bicep to his hand, holding it loosely and making the group of drunks let out a couple whoops and wolf whistles. These guys were like his little Greek chorus, geez. Fine. Bakugo grumbled, keeping his hands resting in Izuku's soft grip. What news were you gonna break to me? Oh, how did you know? Izuku trailed off and looked away, swallowing thickly before forcing himself to make eye contact with Bakugo. This wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like Bakugo would be mad at him or anything. Why was this so hard? Oh my god, you're dying. Bakugo's eyes widened and the group of drunk strangers gasped and held each other. You're effing dying, aren't you dash? What? I'm not dying, Kaken. Izuku couldn't believe that was the conclusion the alpha came to. Sure, he had been skimping on meals a little lately, but did he really look like he was on his deathbed? Oh god, that wasn't good. The group of drunk strangers all sighed in relief. I'm like kinda PRGNT? Izuku said and smiled dorkily, doing jazz hands as he examined Bakugo's changing expression very carefully. Which slowly evolved into confusion. Then realization. And finally, a very slow lip curl upwards that made him look so attractive. Izuku probably got PRGNT again just by looking at Bakugo. He's PRGNT. Their Greek chorus began cheering like one of their own had announced it. Wow, that's .f-Deku. You're PRGNT. Holy shit. That's awesome. Bakugo looked impressed and pleasantly surprised as if he wasn't there when Izuku was getting inseminated with his literal jizz. No. I found out this morning. Izuku squeaked. I haven't told the agency yet, I wanted to wait until I told you. Bakugo repeated and ran his fingers through his hair, tugging it like he was trying to bring himself back down to earth. Your PRDNT holy sheet. Yes, Kaken, I am. Izuku giggled and nodded, feeling so fluttery and happy, never wanting to come down from this high, resisting the urge to bounce up and down excitedly and throw his arms around Bakugo. Was that too far? Maybe that was too far. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. The group of drunk strangers chanted. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. We're actually not. Izuku stammered, words drowned out by their yells. Oi, do you guys pull this sheet often? 'Cause it's effing annoying. Even Bakugo's naturally loud voice hollering at them wasn't enough to get them to stop. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. Oh Jesus Christ, fine. Bakugo rolled his eyes and grabbed Izuku by the waist, making the Omega cry out in surprise before he felt himself being dipped and kissed so nicely his heart nearly burst through his chest with how big it felt like it had swelled. He shyly cupped Bakugo's face as he kissed him back, the sounds of cheering fading into nothing as he focused on nothing but the feeling of Bakugo's lips on his. Bakugo pulled away and they looked at each other for a moment before Izuku was being pulled back up and he was in the dingy alley of a nightclub, next to a dumpster and being cheered on by drunks, instead of on cloud 9. And at least he still had the alpha's hands on him. They had gone from his waist to softly touching his stomach, such a simple gesture that made Izuku smile uncontrollably. Now put a ring on him, you son of a bitch. Someone shouted and Bakugo groaned, throwing an arm around a giggling Izuku and dragging him towards the club entrance. Okay, we're leaving now. Let's go do some shots to celebrate this sheet. Kaken, you know I can't drink now, right? Kinda got a baby in me, Izuku pointed out with a grin and Bakugo rolled his eyes. Fine. You can do the right thing by not consuming any alcohol and instead, watch me get bats hit wasted on a work night. Bakugo declared and fist pumped. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. Izuku echoed, allowing himself to be pulled towards the brightly lit bar in the back, that stood out like a sore thumb in the dimly lit club. Give me a beer. Bakugo demanded and before Izuku could apologize to the bartender on the alpha's behalf, a glass of frothy beer was being slid across the bar and into Bakugo's hand. Oh wow. Izuku blinked in surprise. Great customer service here. I'll have some, water. Izuku gratefully accepted the glass handed to him and joined Bakugo on the bar stools where the alpha was waiting for him, glass raised in a toast. To our pup, he announced and Izuku grinned cheekily as he clinked his glass against Bakugo's, one hand on his stomach over his shirt. He tried not to squeak too loud when Bakugo's hand covered his casually. And to you, for carrying the most badass kid in the history of ever inside of you. And to me, for making all of this possible. Izuku tried not to laugh too hard at that, not wanting to hurt Bakugo's feelings by making fun of his toast right now. To us. He said simply and Bakugo's wild grin faded into a softer smile as he nodded. Yet to us. Hey Deku, look at this. Izuku paused in his search and looked over his shoulder, nearly dropping the bibs he had in his hand as he stared bug-eyed at what Bakugo was holding. Kaken dash? What the dash? Put that down. A furiously blushing Izuku tried snatching the magazine Bakugo was proudly showing off in the middle of the department store they were in. Why anyone would put something like that in the baby aisle was beyond him. Izuku felt bad that the FTS inside of him was there to witness this. Oh, calm down, you're such a prude. Bakugo rolled his eyes as he held the magazine close, looking down at it with so much affection in his eyes it made Izuku nearly gee. This sheet right here? Sentimental as if to me. Wanna know why? Why? Izuku hated himself for asking, resisting the urge to shield his eyes with a grimace. Bakugo held up the magazine like it was Simba, showing the world the naked and oiled-up Omega rolling around in the sand on the front cover with his naughty bits strategically hidden by a picnic basket and a surprised look on his face like he had just blinked and suddenly he was a ND model. This was the exact magazine I used a year ago. Bakugo boasted and stroked the plastic fondly. Izuku raised his eyebrows, wondering if he wanted to know what the hell the alpha was talking about. You used as in? Don't be stupid, Deku. Bakugo chided as he placed the magazine in their shopping cart as if they were going to actually pay actual money to actually buy it. Izuku ignored the blonde's words and grabbed the magazine with 2 fingers, tossing it away like it was a dirty diaper. Hey, that reminded him. They totally needed diapers for both the baby and him, post-labor. Izuku shuddered and pushed that thought into the very back of his head. Picture this. Last year, I went to go and donate my jizz and for some reason not so little me downstairs wasn't cooperating. I tried everything. I thought about Denki Dash. Izuku wrinkled his nose and covered his stomach, hoping the pup inside of him hadn't grown ears yet. That time my hot middle school science teacher was doing an experiment in class and burned half his clothes off Dash. Is this relevant to the story? Izuku wondered out loud. He would apologize for being so cranky, but he was fighting to stay awake, debating whether or not he should just climb into the shopping cart and make Bakugo push him home like that. Shut up, you love my stories. Bakugo rolled his eyes. I tried everything I could to get my downstairs hose spraying, but nothing was working, and I assure you that's FING rare for me. So I ended up going through some of the magazines they had provided me with, and I picked this one up, and lo and behold, Dash. Bakugo paused and squinted at the tiny writing in the bottom right-hand corner of the magazine, as if anyone was going to tear their eyes away from the naked Omega to read his name. Thanks to Yamada Taro here, we're having a kid. You should thank him, Deku. Izuku laughed and shoved Bakugo away from him as the alpha pressed the magazine against his face. No, Dash. Get that away from me. I'm not thanking him. Izuku usually would have been mega embarrassed as they were making a scene in the middle of the store, but something about his loopy, exhausted state had him openly squealing and engaging with Bakugo in his stupid, childish behavior. If this was a symptom of PRDSY, Izuku very much preferred this over having the strongest craving to eat nothing but sand. Walking past the sandboxes in the children's playground with his head held high on his way to work had been torture. I think we should thank him by making him our kid's godfather. Hey, dude, we don't know each other, but I think you're super banging. Wanna take care of our pup in case me and Deku die? Bakugo asked the magazine cover, and Izuku let out one last giggle before snatching the magazine and stuffing it under a stack of neatly folded onesies for an unfortunate mother or store employee to find. You're being weird. Izuku took control of their empty shopping cart and began steering it deeper into the racks of little human clothes, his coos getting louder and louder as the clothes got smaller and smaller until he had reached the section for newborns and was out of breath from gasping so much. Where the F are you going? Ugh, wait for me. Izuku had been a little unsure as to why Bakugo had wanted to go baby necessity shopping with him, because it hadn't seemed like an activity that the alpha would enjoy, but he was glad for the support from him nonetheless. I like this. Izuku held up an impossibly tiny pair of booties and held them close to his face with an awestruck look. I really like this. Isn't it a little early for that sheet? Bakugo asked as he took the shoes from the Omega, his big hands making them look even smaller and nearly making Izuku keel over and die from cuteness. I mean, you're only Dash. He trailed off and looked alarmed as he realized that he had no idea how far along Izuku was. Red eyes focused on Izuku's slightly protruding stomach. The Omega had just gotten to the point where people had started awkwardly asking him if he was expecting, not sure if he was carrying or had just ingested a large meal moments before. Izuku had already busted out the godsend that was the Piarjin CY pillow, despite only looking like he had inhaled a grapefruit and not a watermelon like the target audience usually did. 20 weeks. Izuku informed the alpha as he examined a box of diapers someone had left in the aisle. The pup on the front looked so happy. All logic was thrown out the window when he laid eyes on those mushy cheeks. He looked over at Bakugo's surprisingly soft-looking cheeks and smiled to himself, because clearly that applied with the alpha too. Alright, wait, what? 5 months. Izuku proudly cradled his stomach and grinned at the gaping alpha. The smile slid off his face when he realized Bakugo looked genuinely upset. Something wrong, Kakin? No. I just Dash, time goes by fast. Bakugo looked so lost Izuku resisted the urge to walk over and give him a hug, smothering the alpha in his newly PR'd in tea and comforting scent. Was it weird he didn't feel comfortable hugging his pup's father? It was a little weird. I could have sworn we knocked your butt up like 5 minutes ago. It's been a while. You've just been so busy with work, it's okay. Let's hope we can maybe spend more time together and now. If you want. Izuku felt stupid for asking it like that and immediately shoved his face in a rack of onesies. Yeah, I defend you like that. Bakugo laughed and Izuku felt himself wilt a little on the inside at the alpha's sarcastic tone. Wait, I'm serious. Deku, what the hell are you crying? No. Izuku wiped away a stray tear and quickly looked away with burning cheeks. I've just been extra hormonal lately. These mood swings are really starting to get to me. You know what else is starting to get to you? All that weight gain. Bakugo murmured, eyes transfixed on Izuku's butt. The Omega squawked and quickly moved to cover up his behind and tried giving the alpha his best glare. Why, you can't just say something like that, Kakin. Izuku wailed and Bakugo just smirked as he reached over and playfully grabbed Izuku's wrists, pulling them away so he could continue staring shamelessly at the Omega's newly curvy figure. Come on, Deku, I didn't mean it in an a-hole way. I meant it in like a compliment way, Dimon. Your butt got huge, wow. Bakugo looked legitimately starstruck and Izuku was touched that his new pear-shaped figure had done that to the alpha. Along with his baby bump, Izuku had found his body had drastically changed in the past several months. His hips had gotten noticeably wider, and all the weight he had gained had gone to his butt and thighs, and while several catcallers on the streets seemed to appreciate that, Izuku had not until now. Something about the way Bakugo was looking at him was too NTMT, and the Omega simultaneously wanted to hide from the attention yet also show it off. Izuku hesitantly looked up into Bakugo's eyes, his hands still in the alpha's, and silently coaxed the blonde to look up from where he was ogling the Omega's body to his wide green eyes, and for a wild moment Izuku wondered if they were going to have a wild makeout session, the Notebook style, in the middle of the department store, but Bakugo cleared his throat and took a step back instead. Let's go pay for this sheet. Bakugo decided abruptly and took control of their shopping cart and began making his way to the cashier. By the time Izuku had snapped out of his daze and quickly rushed over to join him, the alpha had paid for everything and had slung the bags effortlessly across his shoulders and gestured for Izuku to follow him as they headed outside in awkward silence. Thank you. Izuku smiled gratefully up at the alpha, both for paying and carrying the bags. I'll totally pay you back later. Deku, shut up. Bakugo silenced him with a smirk and Izuku gratefully did, panting slightly as he tried keeping up with the quick alpha and his long strides. After doing nothing but clinging to his newly ordered PR'Y pillow while mindlessly binging Netflix for what seemed like the past 5 months when he wasn't working, trying to keep up with the blonde in front of him was a DMN struggle and a half. Kakin. Izuku wheezed as he bent over, grabbing his knees and gasping for air. Kakin, wait. Bakugo immediately paused and turned around, looking mildly concerned for the out-of-breath Omega. You good, Deku? You need water or something? Izuku gratefully accepted the bottle and greedily drank over half before reminding himself to breathe and thank Bakugo. Thanks. Izuku chirped and handed the bottle back to Bakugo, who just shrugged and put it back. So, you got any plans for the night or what? Bakugo asked casually, slowing down so the PR'T Omega could keep up. Not really. Izuku felt embarrassed to admit. I was just gonna answer some work emails and then just Netflix and chill with myself. I mean, not like Mr. T, just dash. Bakugo snorted as they approached the bus stop, Izuku gratefully sitting down on the bench and resting his feet. As fun as that sounds, dash, Bakugo choked back a laugh. I've got a free flat tonight. Denki and Idru are both working, so I was just gonna order a takeaway. Wanna come over? Izuku forced himself not to enthusiastically respond immediately and instead pretended to ponder the invitation. I guess I could come over. Your place is closer anyways. All right, I'm in. Izuku beamed up at the alpha, who just nodded in content, pulling out his bus pass as the bus pulled up in front of him. Cool. Bakugo said as he hung back so Izuku could get on first before following close behind, scowling at a sour-faced teenager and successfully intimidating the young alpha into sulking away so Izuku could have a seat. Plus, I wanted to talk about some baby arrangement sheet so... Izuku blanched and forced himself to swallow thickly and keep smiling like the thought of discussing their unborn child's future wasn't terrifying to him. Alright. Okay, that's sure. Bakugo didn't seem too bothered by the Omega's odd response and instead leaned against the wall of the bus, busying himself with his phone and leaving Izuku to silently freak out. He decided to text Shudo he was gonna be home late and his roommate's response was immediate and embarrassing. I'd say use protection but you two are far past that by now. Izuku giggled to himself as he sent a stream of flustered emojis, not even bothering to defend himself. The past few months had surprisingly helped strengthen his bond with Shudo. As his bump had grown, Izuku had been worried that his friend would distance himself because he wasn't a fan of pups, but Shudo had been wonderful, helping Izuku shop and dress for his new body, cooking meals that would benefit the pup and even watching all those gross but helpful birthing videos during movie nights. Izuku truly didn't deserve his awesome friend. I thought you said no one else was home. The sound of the shower running greeted Bakugo and Izuku as they stepped into the alpha's apartment. Bakugo hadn't paid much attention to it and had moved to deposit their bags on the dining table, but the noise had made Izuku freeze in the doorway. He looked hideous. His curls were sloppily pulled back and he was currently decked out in his nicest pair of sweatpants and Marvel hoodie, praying to God that Bakugo's super cool and attractive roommates didn't judge him on his appearance and convince the alpha to never speak to him again. Maybe that was absolute worst-case scenario, but Izuku didn't care. It was still a possibility. Kaminari burst out of the bathroom, spiky hair weighed down with water making him nearly unrecognizable, a heavily stuffed backpack on his shoulders, nearly barreling into Izuku in the hallway as he yanked on his shoes and ran out the door, calling out to the two before the door slammed shut behind. I'm late. Sorry to interrupt your date, guys. Looking good, Deku. Bye, Katsuki. I might have left my blow dryer running, so maybe check that sheet out so the apartment doesn't burn down. Which was all Izuku could make out before the door closed. Kaminari's rushed compliment made Izuku preen, and he was a tad bit flustered as he joined the irritated-looking Bakugo in the living room. Stupid Denki. Bakugo rolled his eyes, getting up from the armchair to presumably check the blow dryer. I thought he would have left earlier, that his boss would have totally fired his but a long time ago if he wasn't such a good waiter. Izuku raised his brows as he settled into the couch, blissfully sinking into the squishy surface. He's a waiter? Izuku questioned, flashing back to the time he had walked in on Kaminari counting an absurd amount of money that he has assumedly earned from working. What, I thought he was like HKR. Izuku giggled at his absurd words and immediately froze and made a face when he realized Bakugo had blanched. Wait, is he actually a dash? No, Bakugo said slowly, which worried Izuku even more. I just said that he's a waiter. But, 'cause from your reaction I just thought dash. Okay then, you got me. Bakugo broke down, crossing his arms across his broad chest and frowning deeply. Denki's not a waiter. He's a fucking listener, alright? I didn't want to tell you, 'cause I knew you'd be all weird about me living with my ex who's also a skanky SR, but I promise, nothing happens between us. He and Idru are together, so it's no big deal. Oh. Izuku blinked and nodded. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Alright. Bakugo stared at Izuku incredulously and the Omega just awkwardly stared back, wondering what on earth was wrong with the Alpha. No. Wait, you're not mad. Izuku wasn't gonna lie. It was a little weird. But SRs were totally people too. Most of the time, they were cool and not alpha stealers at all. Like the one they had hired for Ida's birthday. At the end of the act he was wearing nothing but a magician's hat and a black G-string, and he'd done such a great job they invited him to party with them for the rest of the night. It had been awesome. Especially when Izuku had gotten hammered by the end of the night and got to fulfill his secret fantasy of being with another Omega who was also a CCSRPR that had used his prop of a magician's wand in some very magical ways. Izuku snapped himself out of that memory and hoped he wasn't blushing. STRs are totally cool in my book. Izuku reassured Bakugo, who just let out a relieved laugh. Alright, that's good. I mean, he and Idru are probably gonna move out soon, 'cause they've been looking at places a bunch lately. which means I'll have this apartment to myself and dash. Sensing an invitation to move in with the alpha, Izuku freaked out and desperately tried changing topics. I'm starving. Let's talk over dinner. Izuku grabbed his stomach and pouted, hoping it would persuade Bakugo into shutting up and ordering some food. Now that he thought about it, Izuku really was starving. Me too. Bakugo got up to hunt for some takeout menus and his phone, and Izuku sat perfectly still, resisting the urge to call Shudo and ask him for help with Bakugo. As silently loving as his friend was, Izuku had been talking about the alpha a lot, and Shudo was definitely sick of it by now. All his advice lately had ultimately boiled down to the two of them talking it out, which was hard because every time Izuku heard Bakugo's low and rough voice, all calm and composure was immediately thrown out the window. Was he being childish? Bakugo only wanted to talk about their future for the sake of their baby? He wasn't trying to make Izuku upset or uncomfortable on purpose, which made the Omega feel a little bit better, but he still couldn't bring himself to sit down with the Alpha and talk about their parenting arrangements without wanting to GG. Maybe it was leftover morning sickness? Or maybe a tiny voice in the back of Izuku's head whispered maliciously, "You don't want to talk to him about that because you don't want to think about him fathering your pup. He was so mean to you that he nearly ruined your life that now you're carrying his baby. Is this really what you want? That awful bully raising your baby?" "Shut up," Izuku politely told the voice in his head that he's not a bully anymore. He seems like an awesome alpha and an awesome father. I paid for this crap, so no going back. Literally that I can't keep being scared anymore and holding back. Me and him are having a demon pup. So you can go F yourself. I am you. The tiny voice in Izuku's head said snidely. "So, found them?" Bakugo shouted from the kitchen, startling Izuku back to reality. He grinned like he hadn't just been arguing with himself as Bakugo approached with several takeout menus and his cell phone. "So Deku," Bakugo hummed as he handed the menus to Izuku, who gratefully took them and began poring over them like his life depended on it, which at the moment it felt like it did. "What do you want?" Izuku put the menus down and stared Bakugo squarely in the eyes, the blonde taken aback by Izuku's sudden determination. "Kaken," Izuku said, praying his voice didn't wobble as he spoke or else he'd lose all will to continue this conversation. "Deku," Bakugo answered with an amused twinkle in his eyes. Izuku ignored it in favor of squaring his shoulders back and immediately hunching over and wincing. That had just about killed his newly aching lower back. "I want to talk about our future with this pup." Izuku cupped his bump protectively and tried not to break his steely facade by smiling sweetly when Bakugo's eyes followed his actions and softened. "I want to talk now. I mean, I also want to order some pizza and wings, but mainly talk. Preferably over several slices of steaming hot pizza just dripping with cheese and loaded with veggies and delicious barbecue sauce slathered wings. Wow, I am starving." Bakugo looked taken aback momentarily before he snorted, holding up a finger as he dialed a number on his phone and put their order in, oddly polite as he spoke. "All right, and can you guys try delivering this as fast as possible?" "Yeah, my boyfriend's PRGNT and super hangry, so alright, cool, thanks man." Izuku felt his heart skip a beat as he heard Bakugo refer to him as his boyfriend. Oh my god, was that what their relationship was now? Izuku had hoped they would get together before he gave birth, for the pup's sake at least, because he really wanted the pup to have its parents together, and just being with Bakugo would be totally awesome. And sorry about that. Bakugo smirked as he tossed the phone aside after ending the call. "Sometimes I feel like I exploit your PRGNT, but it gets shit done so much faster. When someone hears about your poor, suffering PRGNT boyfriend, they just can't help but feel so bad they'll do whatever they want for you. I've gotten a lot of free shit thanks to you." Bakugo laughed like that was the funniest thing in the world, and Izuku felt his heart deflate a little. "Oh, that made sense. Guess I'll go and open the door then." Izuku tried to force himself to laugh along. "Really sell it, you know?" "Yeah." Bakugo nodded, grinning so widely it made Izuku momentarily forget about his stupid heartbreak. "Next time, you and me are going on a date to the coffee place downstairs. I want to see how much free shit I can milk out of this. I feel so wanted," Izuku mumbled sarcastically, and Bakugo just clapped him on the shoulder, making him jump and yelp. Don't cry, idiot. Bakugo rolled his eyes. You're giving me a kid. Of course I'm not just using you for free sheet. It's an added bonus of a Fanji course. But like, that's my DMN pup in there. You're obviously wanted to me. Geez, if you didn't realize that before, you're a real dumbass. Despite the added profanities, Bakugo's words were sweet and touched Izuku's poor, confused heart. He smiled hesitantly at the alpha who leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms high above his head and letting out a satisfied which confused Izuku's poor heart even more. So, you wanted to talk, Deku? Let's effing talk. God, I want you so bad. We shouldn't. Not here. Then hurry up and open the door before I combust. I'm trying dash. How about getting off of me so I can go faster? Speaking of getting off dash. The two of them tumbled through the door and nearly ended up sprawled on the doormat when the lock suddenly clicked, groaning as they struggled to get up in their lusty states. Whoa, are you guys okay? You didn't say your roommate was here. I'm sorry. I assumed he would be someplace else. Well, you assumed wrong, babe. Don't yell at me. I'm sorry, babe. Oops, I'll use my indoor voice. What do we do now? Oh, are you guys gonna do something? I can leave, it's totally okay. No, it's fine. The moment of arousal has passed anyways. I wouldn't say it's past. Disgusting. Get your irkton out of my roommate's face, please. You're embarrassing yourself. Love it when you crack jokes, babe. You're such a comedian. I'll go out and handle my business, 1 second. Oh my gosh, no. It's okay guys, I swear dash. Nonsense. Shudo got up, ending this maddening segment, and dusted off his thighs as Inasa awkwardly got up behind him, cupping his crotch and awkwardly waddling towards the bathroom while grinning bashfully at Izuku who was curled up on the couch with a plate of sliced peaches and an episode of some trashy reality show paused on TV. It's fine. If you say so. Izuku looked uneasy as he patted the empty sofa cushion next to him, scooching over so Shudo could sit. So, what's up? Shudo gave his friend a pointed look. My alpha is masturbating in our bathroom. Izuku snorted and bit a peach slice in half. He sure is. Dibs on not cleaning it up. Shudo gave his friend an even more pointed look. Any pointier and it'd poke a hole in Izuku. Don't be crass. He masturbates into the toilet so he'll flush it away. No one has to clean it unless he misses. Izuku laughed again and offered his fellow Omega a peach slice. His roommate was in a strange mood, but that was okay. Strange Shudo was vastly superior than certain other types of Shudo. Why are you home so earlier? I thought you were with Katsuki. The way Shudo said the alpha's name made Izuku almost feel bad about talking so much about him. But then he remembered Shudo's alpha was beating his meat in their bathroom and Izuku didn't feel so bad anymore. I was. And then I came back, obviously. Remember, I said I wasn't gonna spend the night with him. We've been over this. Yes, because sleepovers are so out of question when you're carrying his child. Shudo eyed Izuku's swollen belly peeking out below his Totoro pajama shirt. Izuku covered his protruding belly button with his peach bowl, shrinking away from Shudo's gaze. We just hung out after shopping for a bit, that's all. Izuku tried convincing his friend who was still unconvincingly eyeing him. I mean, we ordered food and sorta talked while we ate, but it was nothing. I mean, yeah, it was kinda important I guess, but it's whatever. I mean dash. Midoriya, what did you talk about? Shudo, too used to Izuku's constant beating around the bush, cut in and Izuku straightened up with an embarrassed smile. About the baby. Izuku admitted and Shudo's eyes widened just a smidge, which in the world of Shudo's facial expressions, was serious. What did you two say about the baby? Shudo tried to word carefully, casting a not-so-subtle shifty glance towards Izuku's stomach as if the Eftis would speak up by themselves. Oh, just cleared up a couple of things. Honestly, it was just a nice, proper, adult conversation between two people in an artificial NSMMTN contract. I do not. Shudo said honestly. Tell me more. If I insist. Izuku set the bowl of peaches aside and crossed his legs underneath himself to get more comfortable. So, I guess we started off talking about like the status of our relationship after like a bunch of distractions. You wouldn't believe dash. I'd like to believe. Shudo said, sounding very interested. Please tell me. Alright, if you say so. So I guess we had just started talking when we got a call from Kaminari, his SMR ex-boyfriend, can you believe? But that's a whole nother story. Your life is so fascinating, Midoriya. Thank you. Wait, was that a compliment dash? Never mind. Let me get to the point. So you wanted to talk Deku? Let's effing talk. Izuku felt mildly threatened by Bakugo's usage of profanity and the intense spark in his already intense red eyes, but swallowed his fear and held onto his bump for confidence as he began to speak in a slightly shaky tone. Well, there are several things I want to go over and clarify before I leave today dash. Izuku pulled his phone out of his bag and began scrolling through his apps to find his notes before pulling up a list he had created a couple days ago. Why, custody, naming the baby? Living situations dash. Living situations? Bakugo scowled as he leaned forward, trying to sneak a peek at Izuku's phone screen. Holy shit, Deku, you're such a nerd. Izuku decided to take that as a compliment and smiled at the Alpha instead, who was marveling at the whole planner the Omega had created on his phone. Thanks, trust me, it's nothing compared to the actual notebooks I have at one. Izuku giggled at the look on Bakugo's face. I filled one up with just baby names dash. That's besides the point, I just like being organized. Bakugo got up from his seat and moved to sit next to Izuku on the couch, reaching over and grabbing the phone from the other boy and scrolling through it himself. You gotta send me this sheet. Izuku snatched his phone back, heart beating faster when he felt Bakugo rest his chin against his shoulder casually as he continued to soak up all the information displayed in the Omega's hands. Alright. But don't get distracted, we need to talk. As if on cue, Bakugo's phone rang, making the Alpha visibly startle against Izuku's body, which made the Omega giggle slightly. He looked at Izuku as if waiting for approval to answer the phone, and Izuku just nodded and giggled some more at the sweet action. Yo! Bakugo barked into the phone as he edged away from Izuku on the couch, much to the Omega's dismay. The smell of the Alpha so near him was nicer than anything he had inhaled in the past few weeks. He wanted that comfort back immediately. What do you want? The person on the other end seemed to screech something down the line, making Bakugo wince and hold the phone away from his ear, getting up and pacing towards the hallway as made various grunting noises of affirmation to whoever had called. Izuku was left awkwardly fiddling with his phone as he took in the living room he had occupied several times in the past few months. Already his PR brain was imagining a box of baby toys next to the huge TV boasting several gaming systems and CD boxes, a playpen under the big window for their baby to get plenty of vitamin D while having fun, and a high chair tucked in the corner of the gorgeous oak dining table where he and Bakugo could alternate between feeding their beautiful little cherub and eating the delicious home-cooked meal they had both helped to make, an equal mix of flirting and cooking happening in the kitchen, the heat rising both literally and figuratively until he and the Alpha were both naked and passionately making love on the countertops. Whoa dash! Izuku forced himself to blink out of that fantasy, palms slick with sweat as he tried not to think too hard about what Bakugo's seemingly chiseled body would feel against his. Dang PRGNCY brain, making him constantly think about the Alpha's delicious body, that he could blame that, right? Totally. Bakugo returned with a shopping bag tucked under his arm and a sour look on his face. What's wrong? Izuku wondered as he tucked his legs underneath himself, trying to soothe his newly aching body. Did you need to go somewhere? I really wanted to talk. Yeah, sorry, about that. Denki's downstairs, 'cause he forgot his hairbrush. Bakugo was clearly lying, face twisting up as he tried to think of something non-threatening. It made Izuku smile, and he just stared at what was clearly cloth in the Alpha's bag and waited for Bakugo to tell the truth. You got me, it's a G-string. Diamen, it's gonna take a while for me to get used to the fact that you're okay with this sheet. No other Omega I've been with has been this cool. Izuku was conflicted because on one hand, he's cool in Bakugo's books. And Bakugo is one of the coolest people he knows, so that must be something. But on the other hand, at the mere mention of Bakugo being with other Omegas plunged him into a sudden fiery rage, and he had to steady his breathing to make sure he wasn't coming across as crazy. He suspected the fact that he was carrying the alpha's child inside of him made him such a psychopath when it came to Bakugo's dating life. The mere thought of what his body assumed to be his alpha being with another omega made him literally sick. Okay, Izuku said, forcing a smile. Cool. I'll just be here. All right. Bakugo echoed. Cool. There was a moment of awkward silence before Izuku began to laugh, clutching his stomach as he doubled over and his lungs began to burn. Oh my god, why are we making this more awkward than it has to be? Everything is already weird. Go deliver that G-string to your SNR ex-boyfriend I just sit up here, the boy you used to know in kindergarten who's carrying your test tube baby. Izuku practically squealed as Bakugo cracked a smile, shoulders beginning to shake at Izuku's contagious hysteria. Alright, calm down. Bakugo choked as Izuku buried his presumably bright red face in a sofa cushion, still giggling to himself. Before you break your diamond water all over my couch. I'll be right back. You need anything? Oh my gosh, my water isn't breaking anytime soon. And, if you could get me a blanket or something. I hate to bother you but I've been having these cold flashes lately. Izuku wiped a tear from his eyes and cut himself off when he realized had Bakugo disappeared down the hallway again, presumably to get him something. Oh nice. The alpha returned with a dark fleece blanket tucked under his arm and haphazardly threw it on Izuku, who just kept laughing as his vision suddenly went dark, yanking the cloth off his head and self-consciously patting down his suddenly frizzy curls. I read that P-Argenti Omegas like their alphas sent more than anything, so if that's true, you're welcome, 'cause that's mine. Bakugo raised his arms to make his air quotes clear before scratching the back of his neck, eyes focused on the omega on the couch. Izuku wrapped the blanket tightly around him, raising it up for a deep inhale and resisting the urge to at how dim and good the smell made him feel. Instead he decided to mumble a quiet, thank you, and smiled bashfully up at Bakugo, a silent apology for how weird he was being. Bakugo abruptly turned and left without saying goodbye, which made Izuku frown and rearrange himself, wondering if he had done something wrong. I hate to interrupt Shudo interrupted and Izuku shifted uncomfortably as he to hear what his friend had to say on the story so far. But maybe he left because he had an irkton, not because you did something wrong. This is just a guess, but you saw how Yurashi reacted just now. Maybe something similar occurred to your alpha? He's not my alpha. Izuku pouted as he crossed his arms against his chest, wincing as he applied way too much pressure on the newly sensitive area. That reminded him of some unfortunate new clothes shopping he had to do for a certain garment to accommodate his slowly swelling chesticles soon. And he didn't have a bnur. I mean, I don't think he did. Why is that your explanation? The sound of a toilet flushing startled the two of them, and they both couldn't help but smirk at each other when Inesa emerged, wringing his still wet hands and awkwardly sitting down cross-legged on the rug in front of the sofa. Shudo slid off the couch like a snake and slithered his way into his boyfriend's lap, getting comfortable as his boyfriend wrapped his massive arms around the omega, squeezing affectionately. Izuku's heart squeezed not so affectionately at the sight of the happy couple. He just loved love so much. He'd love to be loved by an alpha like that one day. But, Izuku thought affectionately as he cradled his stomach. He did have a little one on the way that was going to on the receiving end of all the love he felt like he never got to give. The thought filled him with heartwarming joy, and he was able to return to the present without a tear shed, which used to be a real struggle for him. So, what are we talking about, lovely lads? Inesa cracked a smile, trying to defuse the awkward situation, seemingly forgetting he was dating the Prince of Awkwardness himself. Please don't try and pretend like you weren't just masturbating. Izuku giggled at Shudo's deadpan doruai and Inesa's reaction, a mix of amused and embarrassed. Well, I don't want to talk about that kind of stuff in front of an expecting omega. Inesa winked at Izuku, who tried not to blush too hard. It's fine, Shudo said and tilted his head back to look up at his alpha. As long as I was the one you were picturing when you finally climaxed. But of course. Inesa shot back. It's not like I spent half an hour in there searching for porn because the Wi-Fi here is crap. I'd never. Shudo frowned suspiciously before writhing wildly as Inesa covered his boyfriend's face in quick little kisses, ignoring the way the Omega was flailing and protesting. So, what were you two talking about? Inasa asked again, and Shudo stopped kicking and quickly filled his alpha in on a quick, but slightly inaccurate rundown of Izuku's evening. And then Katsuki fled the room with a raging Irkton, much like you earlier, and left poor Midoriya all cold and peeing and alone. First of all, I had a blanket, I wasn't cold. Izuku rolled his eyes at his somehow stoic but overdramatic roommate. And second of all, he didn't have an Irkton. Gosh. Inasa hummed as he took in everything he had just heard. I'd know that he probably did bolt, 'cause he was probably like, super stunned over how badly he was attracted to you. He seems the type of guy to freak himself out over his feelings, not like me though. I own my feelings. You sure do. Shudo said dryly and then sent Izuku a pointed look. See? Even Yurashi thinks he fled because of Arlzel. He was smelling you, smelling the baby. Izuku wrinkled his nose. Shouchin, that's gross. He was smelling you covered in his blanket, so he was smelling your smell mixed together? Shudo continued, ignoring Izuku. Plus you're very attractive and everyone's attractiveness is amplified when they're wrapped in a blanket, so you were extra attractive to him. No wonder he had an Irkton. Izuku felt oddly touched and clasped his hands together as he smiled with shiny eyes at Shudo, tears welling up at how nice being complimented felt. Thank you, Shouchin. That's so sweet, you're really good looking too. Nonsense. Shudo said, cheeks tinted with pink as he avoided Izuku's eyes. As much as I want to let this carry on and watch you two make out. Inasa joked and immediately seemed to take it back when Shudo sent him a death glare, which wasn't much different than his normal face. I'm kidding. Don't you want to finish your story, Midoriya? Your baby daddy ran away with a raging gnur to drop off underwear to his SNRX. What next? When you say it like that, Izuku pouted as the alpha chuckled and rested his head on the top of Shudo's. It sounds weird. It is weird. Shudo said simply. Now will you continue your weird tale, please? Actually I kind of fell asleep after that. I'm sorry. I've been so exhausted lately, I am permanent. And it was so nice and warm under Kaken's blanket, and his smell was everywhere and so comforting, and I just knocked out. When I woke up, Kaken had came back with the food and was waiting for me to wake up so we could eat. Then we ate. He waited so you two could eat together. That's unnaturally sweet. Shudo blinked, looking surprised. You wouldn't expect that kind of stuff from someone who looks like they get into fights with their reflection. Inasa snorted and even Izuku had to laugh a little. That had been an incredibly sweet gesture. Well, we had dinner together and then we finally talked about some stuff about the pup, which was just boring parenting stuff. Trust me, you guys don't want to hear about this. Izuku squirmed under their intense gazes, realizing they both probably wanted to hear every detail of his past few hours in excruciating detail. We'd very much like to hear this. Shudo said as he got comfortable in Inasa's arms, looking up to confirm his alpha was in agreement. Right. Inasa nodded and Izuku couldn't let them down. So, let's just get to the point before we're interrupted again. Izuku set down the crust of his fifth slice of pizza, finally feeling full. Bakuga's hands hovered over his plate and silently waited for Izuku to nod before snatching it up and tearing into it, making Izuku smile and rest his chin in his hands. Yeah. Bakuga smirked as he took a swig of his root beer. Let's start with where you're gonna live after you pop that pup out. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the alpha's crude way with words, but his laughter died down quickly when he realized the weight of the actual question. That I'm guessing you want me to be close to you, right? Because of the new baby? Yeah, that'd be ideal. Bakuga hummed as he pushed his plate away from him and drummed his knuckles on the table, looking contemplative. Hey, this is gonna sound bats hit crazy, but everything about this is bats hit. Izuku sighed and then burst out laughing at Bakuga's shocked expression. Hey, excuse my language, but it's true. Oh, sorry for interrupting. What were you saying? Just, Denki and Idru have been doing some apartment hunting lately and are probably gonna haul their buttes outta here sometime soon, so you and the baby wanna move in after he comes out? Bakugo looked unsure about his wording and stared apprehensively at Izuku's rounded belly as if the baby would chime in with his opinion. Oh, that's actually a really great idea. Izuku brightened up, leaning forward and beaming at Bakugo for bringing up such a great idea. Mine and Shudo's apartment is great, don't get me wrong, but it's not exactly ideal for a baby. Your apartment, on the other hand, is practically perfect in every way. Not like I was being a creep and staring at your apartment and dreaming you'd ask me to move in. That's really weird. Deku. Bakugo looked amused as he crushed the now empty can of soda in his fist, cutting Izuku off and making him jump. File that under things that Bakugo did that were equally terrifying and amusing. Is that a yeah or what? It's a yeah. Izuku squeaked and then cleared his throat, blushing wildly at how high his voice got. I mean, it's a hell yeah. Bro. Bakugo stared at him with an unimpressed look, and the Omega just ducked his head with a giggle at his own absurd actions. Was he going crazy? He felt like he was going crazy. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for being weird, Kaken. I'm just really exhausted. Izuku admitted and rubbed the palms of his hands into his eyes, slumping his shoulders down and frowning. It suddenly felt as if he was carrying 100 pounds on his back, and he let his forehead hit the table. Ow. Demon Deku, don't give yourself brain damage. The baby kinda needs you. Bakugo looked amused when Izuku turned his head to look at him. Alright, if we settled that, what else was there? Izuku chewed on his lower lip, thinking for a moment. Baby naming alrights? Bakugo nodded slowly, looking deep in thought and worrying the Omega for a moment. He honestly didn't know what outcome he wanted, actually. If Bakugo named their baby, then the stress would be off Izuku, but what if he chose a stupid name that Izuku didn't like? That'd be catastrophic. But on the other hand, if Izuku had to choose a name, he'd probably die from stress. So this seemed like a lose-lose situation, which worried Izuku even more. Since we're not married, that I guess the kid's last name is yours by default, huh? Bakugo mused, and Izuku's foot began bouncing as he sensed where this was going. Which means I should get to pick his first name. Duh. Okay, have you thought of any names so far, Izuku asked nervously and was cut off by the blonde smacking his hands down on the table. Katsuki. He can be Katsuki Jr. Bakugo seemed pretty confident, and Izuku felt his soul physically wilt. That sure is a name. Izuku didn't want to hurt the alpha's feelings and decided to bring the name thing up later. Yup, sure is. Bakugo kept grinning like he was the god of naming babies or something and grabbed his phone, seemingly shooting off a text with a furrowed brow. Alright, I'm gonna talk to Idrew and see when he's free so we can come over and help you move your sheet. Is any particular day ideal or ? You want me to move now? Izuku squeaked in disbelief, and Bakugo looked at him with a confused look. I mean, I dunno. Wouldn't it be better for you to move before you're all mass ? Bakugo corrected himself, which Izuku was extremely grateful for. Super preggers and can barely move. Izuku couldn't help but snicker at the alpha seriously uttering the word preggers, and then sobered himself up quickly when he noticed Bakugo was waiting for his reply. Well, I've got 3.5 or so months to go, so it's not like we're short on time. Plus your roommates have to find a place and move out too, so . Izuku hated how unsure he was coming off, but he couldn't help it. This was all going so fast. When he expressed said thoughts to Bakugo, the alpha just shrugged. That's just fucking life. Fast and weird. Bakugo shrugged and then laughed when Izuku sent him an amused look at his odd quote. What? It's true. But it's totally cool. I'll get back to you in like a month about the moving thing, alright? Okay. Izuku smiled at the alpha, and the two of them spent a quiet moment just looking at each other with these awkward beams until Bakugo cleared his throat and looked down to check his phone. Anything else we gotta cover? Or are we just gonna leave everything else to 3 months from now us? Bakugo smirked, and Izuku laughed and shook his head. Honestly. Izuku slumped down in his chair and crossed his arms over a sweatshirt. I'm drawing a blank. Bakugo nodded along to the Omega's words and then brightened up suddenly, causing Izuku to raise his eyebrows. Ding, I forgot I had something to ask you. Bakugo slapped his forehead, and Izuku's heart rate immediately sped up no matter how much he tried to tell himself to calm down. He's going to propose. Izuku's garbage brain hissed. Oh my god, he's going to propose and you look like a hobo. At work yesterday one of my coworkers kinda asked me out that I told him about our whole arrangement sheet and he was weirdly fine with it, just told me I should probably ask you for permission first. What do you say? An image of a voluptuous supermodel of an Omega being ending with Bakugo invoked such a sudden fiery rage in Izuku that Bakugo pushed his chair back from the table with an alarmed look in his eyes, holding up his hands as if to soothe the Omega in front of him. Holy shit, Deku, calm down. Bakugo actually looked a tiny bit worried and Izuku forced himself to breathe deeply through his nose to calm down. Your smell just went crazy. I'm sorry. Izuku stammered and covered his face, suddenly madly embarrassed at how possessive he's feeling. It's just The Omega was at a loss as to how to explain what he was feeling right now, but thankfully Bakugo seemed to understand it, even laughing a little as he scooted his chair back towards the table. Nah, it's alright. Couldn't get a more honest answer than that. I'll tell him to PSS off. It's whatever, he wasn't my type anyways. Thanks for understanding. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and smiled shakily at Bakugo. Briefly, he remembered Bakugo's past of CC blondes as Omegas and wondered if he could be the one exception. No problem. Guess I'm swearing off Omegas for a while. Bakugo remarked, surprisingly looking unbothered. On one condition. I don't want you canoodling around with other alphas and shit, alright? Or I'm gonna turn into a DMN psycho just like you did. I didn't turn into a psycho. Izuku tried protesting but Bakugo wasn't having any of it, waving the Omega's words off with a smirk. Nah, it's alright. Your body thinks we're mated, I get it. Besides, it's hot. Bakugo said so casually that Izuku nearly missed it. Wanna help me with the plates? That's an actual question, don't worry. Siro said I gotta be extra considerate with you and all that shit, so if you wanna just be lazy. Izuku patted his warm cheeks, praying his blush would go down as he got to his feet and began helping in gathering the boxes and bottles to aid Bakugo. It's no problem. Izuku tried keeping his head down as he stumbled into the kitchen, glad to be away from the alpha for a moment, suddenly overwhelmed by everything: his smell, his looks, and his words. The apartment went quiet as the two cleaned up, however the silence wasn't uncomfortable, and by the time Izuku emerged from the bathroom after freshening himself up after dinner, he was feeling a whole lot more stable. Bakugo invited him to grab a beer and sit on the couch with him, and Izuku had stood there with an amused look in his eyes until the alpha groaned and remembered the Omega's state, getting up to grab him a glass of ice water instead, which Izuku gratefully appreciated. He settled down on the couch, arranging Bakugo's blanket on his lap and accepting the glass with a sweet smile shot up towards the alpha. So, this is gonna sound weird, but can I dash? Bakugo cut himself off and shook his head, looking troubled. He was still standing in front of the Omega and Izuku was confused. I mean, may dash? Ugh, that's just weird that I wanna dash? Kaken, are you okay? Izuku asked with concern and Bakugo sank to his knees with a groan, hands hovering in front of Izuku's baby bump. Can I touch the pup? Bakugo blurted out and Izuku couldn't help but grin at how endearingly awkward the alpha was being and set his glass aside, lifting up his sweatshirt and blushing as Bakugo hesitantly pressed his hands to his bare stomach. He was unusually quiet as his eyes took in the sight of the Omega's swollen stomach, thumbs gently pressing into the skin and making Izuku bite back his gasps. Bakugo's hands felt so comforting, so big and warm, he didn't want the alpha to pull away. Whoa! Bakugo finally whispered, nearly breaking Izuku out of his own comforting lull. There's a baby in there that's crazy. Izuku just nodded and smiled. I know. I've had 5 months to get used to it and it still blows my mind every time I think about it. Has he kicked yet? I heard they're supposed to kick by now. And not yet, but I'm not worried. Even without his kicks, I still know he's there. I can wait a little longer for him to say hi. Izuku shyly let his hands wander until they were right above Bakugo's on his stomach, letting out a quiet gasp when the alpha lifted his hands up and then placed them gently over his own. The two sat there for a while, oblivious to everything around them until Bakugo's phone rudely interrupted, and then the magical moment was over. Bakugo grabbed his phone to presumably respond to the text and Izuku adjusted his sweater, feeling like he was returning from a quickie like he was back in college. Honestly, he had missed that feeling and couldn't wipe the stupid grin off his face if he tried. So Ichiro said he's down to help you move whenever Bakugo stopped short when he noticed Izuku was getting ready to leave. Hey, you leavin' already? Izuku nodded as he struggled to get his shoes on before giving up and sitting down to pull them on. Alright, let me call you a taxi, I'll drop you downstairs. Bakugo grabbed his keys from the counter and grabbed his blanket from the couch, surprising Izuku by handing it to him. Here, I got others, don't freak out. Besides, you and the baby'll probably enjoy it way more than me. Wow, thank you Kaken. Izuku hugged the blanket to his chest and resisted the urge to plant a big ol' kiss on Bakugo's cheek, instead sticking to directing his big grin at the alpha. You've been so kind I have no idea how to repay you. The baby Deku. Bakugo rolled his eyes and laughed, slinging an arm around Izuku and walking towards the elevators with the happy Omega in tow. You keep forgetting about our demon baby. Well, that explains that. Shudo stared at the blanket next to Izuku with an unimpressed stare. So, are you going to move out? Izuku could barely look Shudo in the eye. The Omega looked upset and he hated seeing his friends sad. Oh Shaochin, I probably will, but not for a little bit, don't worry. You're still stuck with me for a while. Shudo smiled and looked relieved, nodding as he cracked his knuckles and shook his hands out. Well anyways, that was an excellent story. You and Katsuki should be together. Yarashi and I are going to go fornicate now. Izuku burst out laughing at Shudo's phrasing and held the blanket in his arms protectively. Go. Please go, and please don't be loud. Think of the baby. Izuku giggled as he waved the two goodbye. Inesa grinned back, probably extremely excited for the events to come, and got up, helping Shudo up as well like the gentleman he was. Real good story Izuku. Total proof this Bakugo dude wants to marry you. Night. That's not why I told the story. Izuku pouted, refusing to think about Inesa's words too deeply at the moment. Inesa turned to head down the hallway but Shudo stayed frozen in front of Izuku, arms crossed as he stared down his roommate. Did you ask him? Shudo asked ominously and it took Izuku a moment to realize what his friend was talking about. Oh my gosh no. I'm so sorry I forgot. Izuku replied, just as cryptically and Inesa scratched his head, question marks practically hovering over his head. What are you guys talking about? My father's wedding is next week, remember? I may have mentioned it once or twice. Shudo answered with a blank look and Inesa grimaced, because his boyfriend had probably spent every waking moment ever since the news had been broken to him complaining about said wedding. Yeah, rings a bell. What about your dad's wedding? I want Midoriya to come with me to keep me sane there. Shudo tried to explain but was cut off by his hurt boyfriend. Wait, I'm going. I won't keep you sane. No, Shudo said flatly and Izuku couldn't help but giggle. You drive me insane. Inesa, bless his heart, seemed to take it as a compliment and brightened up, planting a big wet kiss on Shudo's cheek making him blush to his roots and squirm. I love you too babe. As I was saying dash. Shudo struggled to regain composure as he pushed his affectionate alpha away. I need Midoriya to come with me, and since he's obviously expecting and my family is insane, I need him to bring Katsuki and pretend they're married so people don't think they're having a BSTRD baby. Izuku nodded along to the plan. Oh, I'm guessing Izuku didn't tell his baby daddy about this yet, huh? Inesa assumed and Shudo looked proud of his boyfriend for putting two and two together and nodded. You still have several days before the wedding itself to ask him, but the sooner you do, the better. Izuku immediately grabbed his phone and opened up his chat conversation with Bakugo, fingers flying over the keyboard as he quickly composed a text. Don't worry. I'll ask him right now. It's not like he'll say no, right? Right. Right. Inesa echoed cheerfully and shot Izuku a confident thumbs up. Dude totally loves you. Of course he'll say yes. Now if you'll excuse me, I gotta go get ready to lay with my princess goodnight for real Izuku. Shudo rolled his eyes at the cheesy nickname, yet turned to watch Inesa disappear down the hallway with a tender smile. Go on, princess, Izuku joked and Shudo shot the other Omega the most unimpressed of unimpressed looks. I'm serious, go. I feel bad for wasting like half your night. Go and make it up to your prince. You didn't waste my night, you know I love your stories. Shudo said so seriously it made Izuku melt a little. Don't forget to ask Katsuki. We can abuse my father's credit card tomorrow if you're available. I'd love that. Izuku grinned and waved to his friend, suddenly feeling a swell of affection for the other Omega. Good night, Shaochan. Shudo smiled back and then quickly reached down and gave Izuku an awkward hug, nosing at his neck and inhaling his newly comforting, P-Ardinanti scent heavily. Izuku hugged the other Omega back tightly, motherly instincts kicking in as he subconsciously cradled Shudo's neck and rubbed comfortingly, making the Omega relax in his grip. Good night, Midoriya. And don't forget to use protection. Or at the very least, ask your prince to pull out he. Don't be ridiculous. I'm on birth control. I can be ejaculated inside of constantly. Oh my god, it's like you're trying to kill me. Go dash. Just go. Izuku watched Shudo disappear and picked up his phone once again, tired eyes skimming over the text message before hitting send. When he saw that his text had been delivered, he turned his phone off and tossed it aside, curling up on the couch with Bakugo's blanket and hitting play on the remote. Kaken. Hey Kaken. Today was really fun, but I forgot I had a favor to ask you. My friend's dad is getting married again on Friday next week, and he invited me, but his family's really conservative and wouldn't react all that nice to me being PRGNT and unmarried, so I was wondering if you want to tag along and pretend like we're married? I hope this isn't too much to ask for. I'll give you all the details when you reply. I mean, if you want to go, it's totally up to you. But, reply soon please. Ooh, Mr. Popular, Kaminari joked as Bakugo's phone buzzed with a notification, grabby hands reaching for it and pouting when his friend pocketed it with a frown. Ah, come on, who is it? It's just Deku. Bakugo snuck a peek at his screen and narrowed his eyes, feeling like his eyes were deceiving him as he read the Omega's message. What the hell? Now you gotta tell me what he said. Kaminari whined and clung to Bakugo's arm, batting his lashes playfully at his friend who just shoved him away. Any other alpha would have caved immediately if they had someone as CC as Kaminari in nothing but black underwear, stilettos and pasties on his nipples on them like that, but Bakugo was no ordinary alpha. Also, he had previously dated Kaminari for a year. He was already plenty familiar with every kind of trick the Omega had to offer. Ugh, he's like asking me to fake date with him at his friend's dad's wedding? Even saying the words out loud made Bakugo feel like an idiot, but surprisingly Kaminari seemed to love the idea. If he didn't have 6-inch torture devices strapped to his feet, he'd probably be bouncing up and down in excitement. Oh my god, say yes. You have to say yes. Fake dating is so cute. And weddings are already cute, so that'd be double cute. And he's PRDNT. Triple cute. Kaminari squealed and an alpha passing by paused and gave the Omega a sleazy once-over. You're triple cute, babe. The guy smirked and Kaminari immediately went through a personality change, twirling around and playfully posing for him. Bakugo, hardly fazed by his best friend's strip persona anymore, just kept fretting over the message silently. Yeah. Kaminari purred and wiggled his fingers at the alpha who was eating this act up. Wanna get some triple action in the back? Hell yeah. What's your name, beautiful? The alpha was breathing heavily, looking like he was going to bust one in his pants. Bakugo briefly wondered if this club sold sweatpants for gross alphas like that. It would be an excellent business idea if they did. He should suggest that to Kaminari's manager. Go ask for Sparky. Kaminari blew the guy a kiss and nearly killed him right then and there. I'll be with you in just a sec. The alpha nodded, practically hypnotized as he scurried away, and Kaminari turned back to Bakugo, jutting a finger in his friend's face. I'm gonna go throw it back on that weirdo. You? Text your baby mama back and tell him you're but is absolutely going to fake date him. Kaminari demanded and reached forward, fixing the sloppy collar of Bakugo's shirt as if anyone in a strip club was going to critique him on it. See you later, it's him. Bakugo put his phone down and turned around, curious as to see who would warrant that kind of reaction from the happy-go-lucky Kaminari. To his surprise, his eyes wandered over to an Omega he'd never seen before here, perched on a table next to a basket of wings and seemingly driving the patrons sitting in the booth insane with his crazy smokin' hot bod. Whoa! Bakugo couldn't help but murmur in awe, feeling weird for just looking at the Omega after his conversation with Izuku earlier. New guy? Whoa. Kaminari smacked him upside the head, but the image of the CC Omega was already seared into Bakugo's brain. The Omega was just like any of the other SNs there, with an unbelievably curvy, out-of-this-world body, but something about him immediately placed him above all of the club's other boys. He was decked out in a sleek, black, backless one-piece revealing a giant back tattoo of a pair of wings on his spine, extending onto his arms as well, where dozens of shiny bangles and wrist cuffs were adorned. His hair was a dirty blonde mess of waves, and something about the brief glance of his face gave Bakugo such CC and mysterious vibes, he had to physically resist the urge to spend his life savings on that. But get a grip. He's not even all that. I can't believe he's been turning alphas into mush so easily. His eyebrows are a mess. Ugh. Kaminari almost never got this annoyed. He's only here 'cause his old club got busted for HKS and nose candy, and he's got like a sugar daddy that paid the boss to accept him even though we've got enough Omegas. Bakugo finally snapped out of it and turned to Kaminari with a smirk. No such thing as too many Omegas dash, Bakugo said, sounding like a giant sleazebag himself, secretly glad that Kaminari hit him again to shut his suddenly creepy butt up. Ugh, I can't believe you're gonna be a father. I feel bad for your poor kid if he's an Omega. Kaminari muttered, and those words felt like a punch to the gut to Bakugo, completely sobering him up as he really thought about it. What if his kid was an Omega? What if his kid was an Omega and ended up becoming SRPAR and had customers that were creepy alphas like Bakugo was being right now? Before Bakugo could think too hard about that, Kaminari smacked him one last time for good measure and bid him good night, presumably for the rest of the night, and made his way through the busy club to go give one lucky son of a beach the night of his life. The alpha let out a huge sigh, feeling all sorts of weird as he took a seat at the bar, ordering a beer and absent-mindedly chugging it as he let his mind wander. The pounding of American hip-hop music, everyone's sense seemingly being amplified by 100, and the cold, frothy drink he was sipping on was making Bakugo's head a little fuzzy, and he barely blinked twice when the CC new SDRPR he had been ogling earlier slipped into the seat next to him. Looking troubled, "Babe, what's up?" The Omega grinned at him, even more CC and charming up close. "Wanna tell Hawks all about it?" Bakugo snorted into his drink at the Omega's ballsiness and turned his head, looking him directly into his pretty eyes. He had no idea what Kaminari had been complaining about. Those eyebrows were completely fine. Besides, no one was looking at the Omega's eyebrows when he was dragging that absolute wagon behind him. "You a therapist or something?" "Kinda, but better." Hawks winked at him and reached over and tickled him under the chin, making Bakugo squirm uncomfortably. "I got a whole thing going over here. Come into the back room with me, get a lap dance and have your problems solved. Pretty good deal, huh?" Bakugo couldn't help but laugh at the Omega's words, unsure if he was joking or not. When he noticed the Omega looked dead serious, he stopped laughing real quick. "Wait, seriously?" Hawks shrugged and grabbed Bakugo's glass from him, sipping his beer casually in such an odd power move, making the alpha feel very, very weird downstairs. "Sure. You look like you got a lot of problems. Lay them on me. And then I'll put my butt on your D-dash. Or the other way around, if that tickles your fancy more. Or we could do both at the same time, that's the most common package." Package. Bakugo felt at a loss for words and just stared down at the shiny bar in front of him, thinking for a moment before shaking his head. 15-year-old him would have killed to accept a lap dance from the babe sitting next to him, but he couldn't do that to Izuku. Not like the Omega would ever find out, but Bakugo was finding it harder and harder to be normal around the boy lately, much less try and lie to him about something like this. "So, is that a no, 'cause I could be making bank with other dudes right now?" "No to the lap dance." Bakugo gritted his teeth and tried not to kick himself too hard for uttering those words. "But I do have a problem that I'd very much like your help with." "Oh yeah." Hawks raised a brow as he slowly got up, obviously uninterested in Bakugo now that he seemed like an absolute loser version waste of time. "Tell me about it." I think I have feelings for the Omega I used to bully back when we were kids who's randomly got P-Argin and tea with my baby with artificial NSM or some sheet, and now he's asking me to be his fake date to his friend's dad's wedding next week, and I'm fucking scared that if I have to pretend to be married to him, I'm gonna lose it and go overboard and it's gonna ruin everything between me and him and our fucking kid. But if I don't fucking do anything, I think I'll actually die from all my instincts. Going crazy and shit. Bakugu took a deep shaky breath. Dimon, that felt good to get out. He turned to Hawks to apologize for unloading on him like that, but the Omega looked shell-shocked. His hand slowly went up, gesturing for the bartender to get him another beer, and turned to look at Bakugu with sparkling eyes, hands clasped together in interest, giving the Alpha a clear look at what was clearly a ginormous engagement ring. Suddenly, Bakugu was unbelievably glad he had denied a lap dance from the Omega in front of him. Whoever had that much money to blow on their Omega's engagement ring definitely had more than enough money to have Bakugu killed for accepting a lap dance from their fiancé. Hawks accepted the beer gratefully and downed it in one surprisingly quick chug, slamming it down and wiping the foam from his lips before locking eyes with Bakugu, looking just the slightest bit crazy with his intensity. God. F-I-N-G. I definitely have time for that. Tell me everything. Your hair's getting so long, Xiaochen. Are you planning to cut it soon? Izuku spoke quietly, still feeling a little exhausted from his sleepless night. Insomnia combined with the sounds of his friend being absolutely rawed all night long in the room next to him usually didn't add up to a good night's sleep. But Izuku stayed quiet, resisting the urge to scream at Shudo for being so inconsiderate, because he was a decent FING human being and understood that the other Omega was about to fall apart at any moment now that the day of the wedding had arrived. He'd been suppressing all his anger and frustration deep inside throughout his whole PRDY, saving it all for when he went into labor and had a more valid reason to scream his lungs out. Honestly, he was a little excited. Sure, he'd probably go through hellish levels of pain, but it would be so therapeutic. Well, he'd get a beautiful baby out of it too, but Demon, did he just want to let it all out sometimes? Should I? Shudo wondered out loud, staring pensively at his reflection in his vanity. He was seated in front of it with Izuku standing behind him, absent-mindedly running his hands through the strands as they helped each other get ready, Inesa occupying Izuku's room as he struggled to get his suit on. Judging from the various grunts and curses coming from it, it seemed the suit was winning. My father does not like my hair. If I cut it, could that be his wedding present? Because I don't have one for him. I was planning to get him like a hot dog from the gas station. Maybe I shouldn't. I like it. Izuku admitted as he began to braid it, admiring how nice the red and white looked as he wove the strands together. The hair. Not the hot dog, but that's just a PRDNZY version, so don't focus on that too much. Anyways, it's your choice. Both the hair and the hot dog. I mean, personally I wouldn't. Get the hot dog as a present, that is. I mean, still your choice, but I guess I'll leave my hair alone then. Shudo spoke up to kindly shut his friend up and nestled deeper in his seat, blowing his bangs out of his face as Izuku continued to touch his hair, humming quietly under his breath as he did so. Shudo's eyes began to flutter and Izuku's eyes widened in alarm, not wanting his friend to fall asleep on him, and quickly yanked on the other Omega's hair harshly to wake him up. I need some coffee. Shudo rubbed his eyes, glaring at the clock above his door and straightening up. Can we get some coffee on the way? You can. Izuku grumbled, souring up considerably at the mention of caffeine. 6 months of PRGZY and giving up daily cup of dirt had definitely been the hardest. Technically he knew he could have one a day, but he definitely did not trust himself enough to go through with that. Besides, no coffee meant he wasn't a jittery, anxious wreck all the time wasting all his money at Starbucks. Now he was just an exhausted, mildly anxious wreck that wasted all his money on baby crap. That wasn't much better, was it? Izuku caught sight of his bump in the mirror of the vanity, stretching his already loose sweater, and it made his breath hitch in his throat, affection bubbling throughout his chest at the mere reminder of the pup inside of him. Maybe spending all his money on baby crap wasn't such a bad idea after all. Also, he definitely needed to stop calling it crap. He could practically feel himself hurting his future baby's feelings with that kind of attitude. Shudo noticed his friend's pause and met Izuku's eyes in the mirror, smiling softly when he realized why he had stopped, turning his chair to palm affectionately at the other Omega's bump. "How's it going down there?" Shudo asked, gently patting Izuku's stomach to convey his love for the baby in a definitely normal, totally human way. Izuku greatly appreciated his friend's effort, knowing PRDNSY was easily in the top 5 of concepts Shudo feared. Down there? Down there? Izuku giggled at his roommate's words as he grabbed a brush and finally got to work on the head of two-toned hair in front of him, detangling it with a firm hand and ignoring Shudo's little grunts of pain. "Well, I can't see down there as of right now. So that's fun. Remind me to get a weed whacker to take care of my jungle down there after I pop this pup out." "Noted." Shudo nodded solemnly, at this point completely unfazed by his and Izuku's crude conversations. All boundaries had been thrown out the window the day Izuku had screamed for Shudo in the shower, scared out of his mind that he had somehow passed his mucus plug and was in labor when in reality it had just been some shampoo that had slid out of Izuku's hands and onto the floor of the shower without him noticing. While mildly traumatic, it certainly helped bring them closer, which was a definite plus. "Do you need help getting dressed?" "I'm good." Izuku couldn't help but laugh, amused at his friend's offer. "If anything, I should be asking you that. I feel like if I turn my back, you'll disappear through the window." Shudo turned his head, seemingly evaluating the open window next to him and wondering if he could fit through it before pouting and turning away when he realized what a tight squeeze it'd be. "I wouldn't," Shudo mumbled as he pushed his chair back, stretching his long legs in front of him and tipping his head back, bangs falling to the side and exposing his forehead. Izuku took advantage of the situation and bent down to press a kiss to the other Omega's head, grinning when his friend turned red and lightly pushed him away. "Your kisses won't make me happier today. I'm doomed to be miserable until this god-awful day is over." "If you say so." Izuku hummed and moved to the corner of the room where his outfit was hanging waiting for him in his open closet. "Now you gonna get out so I can start changing?" Shudo made a face at Izuku's question, eyebrows knitting together and lips pursuing at what was clearly a ridiculous offer. "No dash? I'll change here too. Deku, if you want me to be in the room with you during your baby removal, you should get comfortable with being in the NDE around me. Unless you're so prudish you'll keep your pants on during the procedure dash. Shaochan, please stop calling it a baby removal." Izuku laughed and reluctantly peeled his top off, setting it aside and scrambling to cover up his newly grown beards with the way too expensive nursing bra he had splurged on the last time he had gone on an errand run. He was supposed to be getting extra large slippers for his newly grown clown feet but had wandered into the lingerie department instead, gotten easily swayed by the large poster depicting a beautiful PRGNT Omega looking unbelievably happy while advertising a nursing bra. Of course Izuku wasn't stupid, and in the back of his head he knew that the model had probably been photoshopped like crazy, and that the bra wouldn't magically make him gorgeous and put his life back together, but it had an adorable little bow between the cups and the model had been so hot. Izuku's sexually fluid PRDNSY muddled brain had just gone kersplat, and next thing he knew he was walking through the doors of the department store, blinking in shock because apparently he had just spent his hard-earned slipper money on FANG bra. Hold on. Had he just been scammed by his own DMN self? Later that night, Izuku had sat himself down in the bathtub while Inesa was railing Shudo in the living room and filled half of a notebook up, scribbling furiously about how PRDNSY was just a tool created by the government to turn Omegas stupid and delirious and waste all their money on pup nonsense that was priced way too high for its own DMN good. The Omega had ended up passing out, and when his roommate discovered him the next morning, Shudo just frowned and moved the notebook out of the way before spraying Izuku with the detachable shower head to wake him up. That bra had quite the backstory to it. Izuku couldn't help but feel fondly towards the expensive and frankly over-glorified torture machine before scowling as he began to struggle with its clasps, wondering who on earth designed this TTTY trapping toy to be done up from the back where people didn't have FNG eyes. A whole minute of Izuku struggling and breathing heavier and heavier in frustration passed until Shudo looked up from where he was studying his nails with the intensity of a forensic scientist, as if he'd find his father's love in his cuticles if he looked hard enough. "Would you like some help, Midoriya?" Shudo asked, and Izuku looked up, eyes wild and arms crossed over his chest and slotted through the wrong openings. Why yes. He squeaked, and Shudo bit his lip in a poor attempt to hide his amusement as he got up and used his magical hands to free Izuku of his CC straitjacket and then helped strap Izuku back in the right way. Izuku rolled his shoulders back and let out a sigh of relief, subtly checking himself out in the mirror of the vanity and smiling when he didn't immediately vomit at the sight of his almost alien-like baby bump. Progress. How do you know how to do that? Izuku asked, question coming off as way more accusatory than he had planned. Oh, of course you don't need to tell me, I mean dash. It's not that hard. Kind of like a Chinese finger trap. And I'm very good at those. Shudo said, and when Izuku turned to look at his roommate over his shoulder, he couldn't help but notice his friend was serious. Dabi used to trick me into putting my fingers into them so he could have the remote all to himself when we watched TV. That absolute BS. You're lucky you don't have an older alpha brother. Ah, Dabi isn't that bad. Izuku couldn't help but defend the alpha as he pulled on his sweater dress, the sudden static making him flinch as he tugged it over his head. I mean, he's only a little bad, not like dastardly, you know? Maybe dastardly good looking at. Shudo froze from where he was buttoning up his shirt and turned to his blushing friend with a comically horrified look. Izuku, are you attracted to my brother? Shudo demanded to know in a worried voice, and Izuku just coughed and busied himself with picking at the lint of his wool leggings. I'm not gonna make a move on him today or anything. Tamura would absolutely kill me dead. And I kinda need to be alive because of this one. Izuku paused and tapped his belly with a coo. You don't want me dead, right? You need me alive. You need me alive and healthy so you can drain me of my life forces to sustain your little developing body, isn't that right? And you think I make it creepy? Shudo frowned, and Izuku straightened up and moved to pull on his tights with pink-tinged cheeks. Well, I'm glad you won't be coming on to my brother today. That would be terrible. Awful. Absolutely life-ruining dash. It wouldn't be that bad. Izuku tried arguing, but Shudo seemed dead set on his beliefs and let his semi-serious facade crack with a tiny grin. Don't worry about that, Xiaochin. I have a pact with Kakin about not being with another alpha while PR'd with his pup, so you're good. Alright, yes, I remember you mentioning that. Shudo nodded, looking satisfied his roommate's words. He moved to resume buttoning his shirt, and Izuku smoothed out his leggings before moving to the foot of his bed where his shoes were waiting for him. He had felt a little embarrassed to be wearing Converses to a wedding, but they were clean and his feet were swollen. God damn it, he deserved this. If any of Shudo's relatives decided to be snide about his choice in footwear, he wouldn't hesitate to throw hands. Was it a blood pact? Izuku looked up from where he was struggling to pull on his shoes, his belly starting to get in his way, startling when he realized what his friend was asking him. Blood pact? What on earth are you talking about, Xiaochin? Of course it wasn't. It was just an agreement. I see. So technically you could break this agreement without any detrimental repercussions. Correct. Shudo mused as he kneeled in front of Izuku and began wordlessly tying his shoes. Izuku grinned down at his friend's two-toned head, pursuing his lips with silent appreciation for the other Omega before once again realizing what he was talking about and making a face. I don't want to break it, Xiaochin. I mean, I admit I am a little secularly frustrated, but that's not a big deal. Just a few more months and I push this baby out, and then after my box heals from birth I'll be able to relieve myself. Not in a P way, like a sec way, dash? Just have SEC with Bakugu then. Angry, emotionally constipated alphas are either gods in bed or have micropenises and have a bad slide game. Uraraka taught me that term. I like it. Anyways, you should find out. I dunno. Izuku chewed on his lip and admired his shoes as Shudo pulled away and resumed getting dressed. I like what we have so far. Don't want to potentially ruin what we have, I mean, I don't, but I think I understand anyways. Shudo nodded solemnly as wiggled into his dress pants. And you know what? I support you. Izuku just giggled at his friend's earnest words and grabbed a hairbrush, attacking his wild curls with a concentrated frown. Just as he had managed to tame his craziest cowlick and Shudo had slipped on his dress shoes, Inesa burst in with his hands over his eyes, looking quite dapper. I forgot to knock and remembered you two were changing as soon as I stepped inside, so I apologize. Inesa explained, and Izuku couldn't help but smile at the endearing alpha. Shudo's lips twitched in a clear attempt to hide his amusement at his boyfriend, crossing the room to pry the alpha's hands off his face. Are you finished getting dressed? You were in there for more than an hour. I was starting to get worried. Shudo admitted and stiffened momentarily before melting in his boyfriend's arms when Inesa kissed his nose affectionately. I definitely wasn't struggling to get dressed at all. Just needed some extra time to get as handsome as possible for you, babe. Inesa grinned and Shudo made a face and pushed him away, probably already sick of all the cheese his alpha was laying on him. It must suck to be so intolerant to dairy when your boyfriend was one of the cheesiest men alive. You did your tie all wrong, come here. Shudo stuck his tongue out as he concentrated on fixing the bundle of fabric tied into a series of knots on the alpha's broad chest, nimble fingers working quickly to undo it. Izuku watched them for a moment, Inesa twitching from no doubt having to stand so still for so long, thanking his boyfriend with a kiss to his head. Izuku kinda wanted a hot buff alpha to kiss him on the head. He briefly entertained the idea of asking Bakugo to give him a smooch like that the next time they saw each other, and made a face when he realized he'd probably get his forehead bitten off in the process. Speak of the devil, Izuku thought with a little smile, and picked up his phone, pulling up his chat with Bakugo with a swipe of his finger. He should probably let him know what their plan was for today. He had been overjoyed when the alpha had agreed to be his pretend date to the wedding to ward off any concerns Shudo's conservative relatives would have about an unmated PRGNT Omega just waddling around. After sending out a quick little message reminding Bakugo that today was the day and to be prepared, although much less threatening, Izuku headed into the bathroom to slap on some lip gloss and mascara. No concealer needed, which was the biggest PRGNT benefit so far, Izuku thought with a grin as he admired his skin in the mirror. Some might call it a light sheen of sweat, but Izuku was glowing, and damn it, he deserved this glow. When he returned back into the bedroom, he was greeted by Shudo pulling on a dress jacket and Inesa whipping around from where he was flexing in the mirror and nearly bursting out of his suit. If Izuku wasn't such a good friend, he totally would have jumped his friend's man's bones. And damn it, Izuku Midoriya wasn't just a good friend, he was a great friend. You ready, Zuku? Inesa asked, and Izuku touched his chest self-consciously from the handsome alpha's attention and then nodded, not too hard as to keep from messing up his hair. The struggles of having curly hair seemed to outweigh the benefits, it seemed. Cool. You look nice. Thank you. So do you. I also look quite good. Shudo butted in and then smiled when his boyfriend rushed over and began nosing at his neck in affection, quick to shower him in compliments and make the tall Omega sigh and pat the alpha's head in content. Ready to head out, you two? Inesa asked, and Shudo pulled a face but nodded. Izuku also nodded, but the two lovebirds were too wrapped up in each other to notice him, but it was fine, he wasn't salty or anything. Well, maybe a little, but he could brush his annoyance under the rug. It was cool. You're in charge of the directions, babe, don't forget. Yes, I know. Shudo pulled out his phone, seemingly typing in the address of the reception hall. The couple had foregone the tradition of going to a Shinto shrine and holding a private ceremony there, and instead had opted for a more Western approach for their wedding, which Izuku deeply appreciated. He loved Shinto weddings and definitely wanted one day, but right now, as a pretty PRGNT Omega, he deeply appreciated a venue where seating and central air and a roof over his head was ensured. It's a half-hour drive. That's fun. I call dibs on the AUX cord. Izuku shouted and pointed an accusing finger at his friend, who had already opened his mouth to argue. And you can't say anything, 'cause I'm PRGNT. You have to listen to me. And my music. Shudo pursued his lips and crossed his arms over his chest, definitely not in the mood to waste his time fighting a losing battle. Just last week he had tried when Izuku had begged him to go out and buy a hot water bottle for his newly aching back, and had ended up not only going out and getting it in the middle of the night during a thunderstorm, he'd ended up paying for it too. Hey, wait a minute. Izuku, have you forgotten? You owe me for that hot water bottle, remember dash? Oh, I think my impaired PRGNT hearing is kicking in. I can't hear you. Oh no, that's so weird. And what a shame. Anyways, we should get going. Impaired PRGN and CY hearing? Izuku, I was born at night, not last night. I know that's not a thing dash. I'm sure what you're saying is important, too bad I can't hear you right now. Izuku giggled and grabbed his cardigan from the dresser, darting out of the room as quickly as his PRGN belly would allow him to avoid his roommate's wrath. Shudo frowned as he watched Izuku dash out of the room, moving to grab and open his phone, furiously Googling the phrase, PRGN hearing, to find out if his roommate was bullshitting or not. Hey, wait a second, impaired PRGN hearing is a thing that I must apologize to Izuku immediately for mocking his condition, oh my god. Wakey, eggs and bakey. I'm just FING with you, we don't have that sheet. More like wakey, stale cereal and expired orange juice. DMN, we should probably go grocery shopping soon. I have a FING alarm clock for a reason. Bakugo growled as he covered his face with one of his pillows, shielding his eyes as Kaminari flung open his curtains and beamed at him, the brightness of his grin rivaling the sun shining into the Alpha's bedroom. I don't need you to do this every single FNG day. You'll miss this when I move out. Kaminari pointed out as he reached over and yanked the blanket off of the blonde's bed in one swoop, visibly struggling as his friend stubbornly wrapped himself up in it, refusing to move. What, Katsuki move, would you do without me? Get more sleep and be a more functional FNG person? Bakugo grunted and flung the pillow he had been shielding his eyes with at the annoying Omega, hitting Kaminari square in the face. The other boy let out an ear-piercing shriek as if he had just been shot as opposed to lightly smacked and sunk to his knees in mock agony. The sound nearly blew out Bakugo's eardrums, completely wiping away all traces of exhaustion and making him sit up with a deep frown. Kaminari popped up from where he was pretending to writhe on the floor with a grin at his now awake friend. I'm going to kill you dash. Yeah. Murder, whatever. It's almost time for you to leave. For the wedding. Remember? Bakugo squinted at the clock above his door, which very helpfully told him it was 8 a.m. He was supposed to leave at noon. It was not almost time to leave. Why was Kaminari feeding him false information? Do you want me to get out of the house early so you and Kiri can hold another one of your weird EC parties here again? Because I swear to God you better not. What was the point of laying down a tarp if you were planning to deface the affened walls dash? Listen, we didn't plan to do anything. They're all spur of the moment, you know. Spur. Anyways. No, we're not gonna do that. It's just, weddings are like soft, beautiful, ethereal events. You are none of those things. So we need to prepare you for one. Kaminari pointed out and crossed his arms across his chest. Seeing as Bakugo was very loyal to Izuku and the baby forming inside of him, he pointedly looked away from Kaminari's pointy nipples practically poking through his top. First of all, put those things away, then, you could cut fucking glass with them. Bakugo shielded his eyes and waited for Kaminari to leave and come back in something more appropriate, like a parka. Instead, the Omega just laughed and tried censoring his chest with his fingers, doing a poor job of taking the attention away from his nipples and instead just making him look like a pin-up model instead. And second of all, the hell do you mean prepare me for a wedding? I don't need preparations. Especially from your only weddings I've ever attended were in a casino, but say what you want about Vegas weddings, man, they're a hell of a time. Kaminari laughed again and turned on his heel, approaching Bakugo's closet and flinging the doors open with a dramatic flair. The Alpha winced as the doors creaked on their hinges, darkly wishing the whole thing would fall on his roommate and finally give him some DM peace and quiet. Although if Kaminari was dead, the only other but he'd get to subtly check out around here would be Kirishima's and, while not terrible, it wasn't exactly ideal. Ah, good on you Katsuki, you've got your suit ready. Maybe you aren't a complete F-up, ooh, and your shoes are all shiny too. Yeah, I spit on him and, hey, what do you mean F-up? Even with the Omega's back facing him, Bakugo could tell he was being eye-rolled at. I said maybe you aren't a complete F-up, demon, all that shouting really isn't good for you, huh? You might want to tone it down, for the DMN baby's sake. Although if he has you as a dad, it's probably gonna come out with titanium. Kaminari giggled to himself as he ruffled through Bakugu's clothes some more. Titanium? You dumb beach, you mean tinnitus? Bakugo couldn't help but smirk at his stupid roommate who just turned and blinked owlishly at him. Isn't that what I said? Never mind. Realizing he was playing a losing game, Bakugo just scowled and slid out of his bed, shuffling into his slippers and slinking on over to the bathroom. And put that fucking tie down before I strangle you with it, Denki. Kaminari bashfully hid the fluorescent pink piece of silk he had been holding up to the Alpha's suit behind his back, turning to his friend with a pout. But it'd look so good. Denki dash. It'd bring out your eyes. I'm gonna bring out your eyes. Bakugo snapped back threateningly, wilting a little when Kaminari barely flinched and instead just grinned harder. I bet Izuku would love you in it. Bakugo froze and his lack of a reaction was more than enough for Kaminari to run wild with, squealing and replacing the regular black one he has originally paired with the suit with the garish abomination he was clutching in his hands. This is gonna be awesome. When you two finally get together by the end of today, you have me and this tie to thank. Kaminari preened and Bakugo snapped out of his daydream involving Izuku using the tie to pull him in for a kiss to try and strangle his cackling friend. So much suppressed rage. Kaminari remarked as he easily skipped around Bakugo, who was still groggy from sleep and unable to catch up with the prancing, energetic Omega. Dude, I'd say get laid, but the only person I want you to bone is carrying your child, and having your dad bust a nut in your developing face must be traumatic. So maybe just JRK off for now, yeah? I'm starting breakfast, and after that we're gonna make sure you're the best DMN date at that wedding, and don't even bother trying to hide in the shower or I will drag you out by your D. Bakugo watched the Omega leave with a look of disdain, and maybe a little bit of platonic affection, but no one needed to know that part, and moved to check his phone on his nightstand, digging his teeth into his bottom lip to keep from grinning when he noticed he had a text from Izuku. Good morning, Kakin. 5 hours until doomsday, are you ready? We're trying to leave around 10:30, so we'll call you when we're downstairs. See you then. Bakugo tried not to overthink his response too much as he sent back a simple thumbs-up emoji. If he actually used words in his reply, he feared he'd be stuck in the corner of his bedroom all day trying to craft the perfect message to send to the Omega. With the help of Hawks, the surprisingly helpful SRPer, he decided to keep things normal with Izuku for the time being. As badly as he wanted to get on his knees and whip out a ring, a stable relationship with the PRGNT Omega and his future child was all he needed to secure right now. Bakugo swiped out of the message app and frowned when he realized he still had Facebook open from last night. What the hell was that about? The last time he had opened Facebook was months ago, and that was to deny his mother's increasingly insistent friend request. He clicked the app hoping it would open with whatever the F he had been looking at last night to remind him of what he had been doing, and nearly dropped his phone as the picture loading, literally feeling all the blood in his body rush to his D when it did. That's what he had been doing. He had been 5 years deep into lurking on Izuku's Facebook page last night. A simple check to his page to confirm the Omega's birthday, clearly turning into something much more. The picture he had ended up pausing on seemed to be taken during the summer of Izuku's college years, judging by the date, and featured said boy in a pool lounge chair, grinning bashfully at the camera and nursing a beer. He was wearing a swimsuit top and a pair of denim shorts, and the amount of tanned, freckled skin on display had Bakugo's palms suddenly dripping with sweat. Bakugo mumbled with a shaky breath, taking a moment to properly soak in the image and make sure every single detail was committed to memory before closing his phone, grabbing some lube out of his bedside drawer and heading towards the shower. He needed to get this out of his system. The last thing he needed was to pop a bnur in his unforgiving suit pants and tear through that sheet after Izuku merely smiled at him. Katsuki, let me in. You need help. I mean, not like that. I mean kinda, but that's besides the point. What if he wants to, dance with you? You don't know how to dance. You're gonna embarrass yourself. And you don't know any wedding etiquette whatsoever. Did you get them a wedding gift? Ugh, let me in and let me help you. Bakugo scowled as the knocking on the door kept persisting, Kaminari's whiny voice starting to get on his nerves the longer it went on. He roughly tied his tie around his neck, frowning at the sloppy work before giving up and flinging open the door, smirking in satisfaction when the Omega squealed and fell forward into the room. I'm only letting you in, 'cause I need help with this med tie. Nothing else. Just this stupid fucking tie. Bakugo warned and pointed at the pouting blonde before letting his arms drop to his sides so Kaminari could help him. So would ya? Please? Of course Katsuki. Kaminari grinned and got to work, fixing the mess on his best friend's chest, thankfully going quiet for a moment before finishing with a quiet, tada. Thanks Dash. Now we need to talk. Kaminari declared and kept his hands fisted in the fabric of Bakugo's tie to keep him still. Come on. Bakugo groaned but didn't push the blonde away, instead keeping his eyes focused on the ceiling as to avoid the intense look the Omega was definitely giving him. Fine, spit it out. What? Katsuki. Bakugo braced himself for a long, mindless lesson on whatever the hell wedding etiquette Kaminari was going to shove down his throat. Just be careful, alright? Huh. He's a person too. I know you're not the most in tune with your and other people's feelings, but, come on. You and Izuku got something special. So don't F it up. At least, for the baby's sake. You know. What the F are you on about? Bakugo wondered out loud and Kaminari just smiled and patted his friend's chest comfortingly. That wasn't helpful wedding etiquette at all. I think you know what I mean. Kaminari laughed to himself and moved to touch the alpha's gelled back hair, pausing to evaluate it for a moment and then backing off with a soft smile. Hey, you look nice. I think you're talking out of your but trying to sound smart. Bakugo grumbled and stepped away from the Omega who just kept smiling, golden eyes twinkling like there was some secretly hilarious joke he was missing out on. Stick to stripping, not giving advice. I can do both. Kaminari merely winked and held his hands up, wiggling his digits in a teasing manner before turning on his heel to leave the room. Good luck and don't forget be careful. Katsuki, you're a cop. Use those detective.decadent.deductive.whatever skills you have and figure it out. You get it? I really don't. Bakugo called back, sneering in frustration when Kaminari left the room, tinkling laugh continuing to echo through the room even after he disappeared. Be careful with Izuku? Wuff dash, maybe Kaminari Denki was smarter than he gave the boy credit for. Took you guys long enough. I was ready to dip. Bakugo complained as he slid into the admittedly nice car, hoping his voice didn't crack like a newly presented alpha when Izuku grinned at him and offered him the seatbelt. Good to see you too. Shuto retorted from the front, turning so Bakugo could see his resting beach face in all its bitchy glory. Katsuki. Bakugo scowled at the Omega, not in the mood to get into a petty, passive-aggressive fight with Izuku's best friend and potentially get blood on the nicest suit he owned. That'd be a DMN shame. Todoroki. Bakugo replied, feeling proud of himself for matching the other boy's bitchy tone and remembering his name, only to be met with the Omega's amused two-toned eyes. That's my last name. Do you not remember my first name? Shouchin, don't pick on him. Izuku sighed and the big alpha in the driver's seat that Bakugo had barely noticed began to laugh. And Kakin, don't you remember Shouchin, Shudo? You two have met so many times. Once. Shudo cleared up as they backed out of the apartment complex's parking lot, Western pop music blasting out of the car speakers and making Bakugo wince. We met once. Hud could have sworn why you two have met more than once, Demon, my bad. Izuku giggled to himself and smiled apologetically at Bakugo who hoped the seatbelt across his crotch was tight enough to hold back a potential bnur. Anyways, you two play nice. Car rides are tough enough right now and if you two are gonna fight, I really just might dash. The car took a particularly sharp turn and Izuku practically turned green, covering his mouth and hunching over making Bakugo jerk away in alarm. If you gonna vomit or something? Bakugo forced himself to awkwardly touch Izuku's back, rubbing hesitant little circles into the fabric of his cardigan to try and calm him down. Good luck. Shudo said ominously, and if Bakugo was a worse person he'd probably be kicking the sheet out of the back of the Omega's seat. Izuku, please feel free to use Bakugo's lap as a sickness bag. Yurashi's car is too nice to ruin with vomit. Sorry in advance, Inasa. Izuku squeaked, relaxing under Bakugo's firm hand and straightening back up with a shaky smile. I promise I'll be fine. Just, let me know if something's wrong and I'll pull over. The big alpha, Inasa, let Izuku know with a reassuring grin, and Bakugo tried not to growl like a FING loser at the two's interaction. Who the hell did this guy think he was, fucking, smiling at Izuku and Sheet? Oh, by the way, that's Xiaochen's boyfriend. Inasa, this is Bakugo. Kaken, this is Inasa. I'm sure you two never met. Izuku, the sudden mind reader, perked up at the idea of the two meeting, and Bakugo awkwardly nodded towards the alpha in the driver's seat, who briefly met his eyes in the rearview mirror. What's up, man? Good to meet you. Izuku's told me a lot about you. Izuku bit his lip, cheeks coloring pink but didn't deny it, and Bakugo dug his fingernails into his palms, trying to keep it cool. Good to meet you too. Dude. Shudo snorted, and Bakugo had never made an enemy so fast. You look nice, Kaken. Izuku admitted, quiet admiration obvious in his voice. I really like your tie. Bakugo owed Kaminari big time. God damn it. And there went his bnur Sheet. Thanks. You don't look half bad either. That was the biggest understatement of the century. Izuku looked stunning. But he really didn't need to know that Sheet. Or maybe he did. What was the advice Kaminari gave him? To be careful? That Sheet didn't apply here, did it? Izuku looked like he was practically glowing from Bakugo's shitty compliment, however, and would probably drop dead if the alpha had properly complimented him. So maybe it was a good thing that Bakugo was keeping his true thoughts to himself. He needed this Omega alive for a multitude of reasons. Quickly he decided to change topics before Shudo made fun of him again. Anyways, I'm going to a wedding that I don't know shit about, so can someone please fill me the F in on this sheet? Xiaochen's dad is getting remarried. Kaken, I told you this. What do you mean you don't know sheet? Well, fine, but why the hell do I have to come along? I told you that too. Oh my god, I'm Pian and T and Xiaochen's family are all crazy conservatives, so we have to pretend to be mated so they don't freak out, duh. Oh yeah, my bad. I've been preoccupied with sheet. Bakugo felt embarrassed and tightened his jaw, hoping his face didn't give it away. Inasa and Shudo were clearly quietly laughing at them from the front as if there was an invisible partition between them. Beaches. Preoccupied with what? Izuku asked, and he was all big concerned eyes and pouty lips and F-. Did this stupid Omega want Bakugo dead or something? Are you alright, Kaken? What's going on? Like hell Bakugo was gonna tell Izuku that he was preoccupied with his love for him. That was a fucking colossal bad idea. So he kept his mouth shut and said in a firm line so Izuku would piss off and leave him alone. Ooh, we should probably think of our backstory as a couple. Izuku mused, rubbing his chin and scrunching up his face so cutely Bakugo wanted to leap out of the car. It was so adorable. I say we were high school sweethearts. That's super cute. All right. Bakugo hoped he wasn't twitching in his seat from nerves right now. F-, he was totally twitching, wasn't he? Sounds good to me. And we had a super private wedding, so no pictures. Ooh, we held our ceremony in a penthouse in Osaka. Ugh, that's the dream. That's the dream. Bakugo repeated incredulously, and Izuku just giggled and shrugged, looking too damn coy and attractive for his own good. Was the heater on, or something? Bakugo was distinctly aware of a bead of sweat dripping down his neck and hoped the collar of his suit would cover it. It's one of my dreams. Izuku admitted and tucked a curl behind his ear, suddenly faltering as if he was embarrassed of his fantasies. Pretty attainable. Not fucking bad. Bakugo remarked, and Izuku visibly relaxed and smiled at the alpha, who just blinked and focused on the view outside of the Omega's window instead. Wait, no ring? Izuku chewed his bottom lip for a moment before brightening up and shaking his hands in the alpha's face. My fingers are all swollen. That's not even a lie, they're like mini sausages attached to my hands. I had to take my ring off, or else I'd have to cut my finger off after it stopped the blood circulation. Yuck. And what about me? You took it off in solidarity. Ugh, you're such a good fake husband. Izuku teased and giggled when Bakugo's face went pink and the alpha frowned at him, glad his clammy hands could be hidden between his thighs. What about the proposal? I mean, I hope fake relationship me had a sick proposal. Ooh, you decide. Bakugo was quiet for a moment, trying to think of his ideal proposal scenario, a bit panicked when he realized he literally had no idea where and how he wanted to pop the big question to his future Omega. The Tokyo Skytree. Bakugo finally said, and Izuku's eyes widened and he nodded appreciatively. Saw someone propose to their boyfriend once when I visited a couple summers ago and it seemed like a good idea. I mean, he said no. Which was fucking hilarious, 'cause they had to ride that long but elevator ride back down together and it was awkward and shit. But for us you obviously said yes. That's so sweet, oh my god. No wonder fake relationship me said yes. And then the rest was history. Izuku cradled his belly and sighed dreamily and Bakugo almost got whiplash from how quickly he was reminded of the baby in Izuku's belly. Of course he got near daily text updates from the Omega, but seeing him in real life was completely next level. How's the pup? Bakugo asked, reaching out and pressing his hands to Izuku's belly over the thick material of his sweater dress that made him look unreasonably attractive. Holy crap. How the hell was he gonna get through the night while acting normal around the gorgeous Omega? Izuku held the alpha's wrists in his small hands to keep him there in an endearing gesture, which totally made Bakugo's heart sheet its non-existent pants as he spoke. Pretty good. Not much has happened since the last time I saw you, but big things are coming up. I want to go for an appointment to find out our baby's dynamics soon. I'm supposed to be holding a baby shower soon and I definitely need your help. We really should start the moving process soon. Next few months are busy. But we shouldn't focus on that stuff tonight. Bakugo hummed as a response, trying not to feel too overwhelmed as Izuku spoke about their future so casually. That was not so much. But the Omega was right, they shouldn't focus on that right now. The two lapsed into a comfortable silence as the car sped down the road, the music from the speakers filling the air and making Bakugo tap his fingers against the seat to the beat. Huh? He mumbled and Izuku looked over, head tilting in a silent question as to what Bakugo was thinking about. This song fucking is. Hey. This is like my favorite song, you take that back. Izuku was surprisingly fiercely protective over his favorite song, and it just made Bakugo want to sheet on it even more, just to watch the Omega get riled up. It's sheet. I can feel my goddamn brain bleeding out of my ears the longer I listen. Kaken. This is a great song. Admit it, you're practically dancing in your seat. Fucking lies. Whatever. You know you love it. Izuku sighed, relaxing back in his seat with his arms crossed over his newly developed chest that Bakugo was using all his, admittedly limited, brain cells to not ogle at like a pervert. I don't fucking love it, stop trying to tell me I do. Bakugo rolled his eyes and then froze when, moments later, he caught himself nodding along to the beat, Izuku watching him with a sheet-eating grin. See, Kaken? You love the song. And that's okay. Because it's a really good song and I love it too. Izuku smiled widely and reached over to touch the alpha's hand, linking their pinkies together momentarily and tugging before pulling his hand back and folding them primly in his lap. Bakugo briefly wondered if being that cute was ever physically taxing on Izuku. I think Katsuki loves this song too. Shudo spoke up from the front seat and caught Inase's eyes as the alpha pulled into the parking lot of the reception hall. Don't you agree, Yorashi? It took the alpha a moment to realize what his boyfriend was asking, and when it clicked he just grinned and nodded, sharing a not-so-subtle look with his boyfriend. Oh, absolutely. That dude loves the song. And shouldn't hide it. We all know about his love for the song after all. What the hell were they on about? Bakugo wondered with a scowl as Inasa backed into an empty parking spot with ease. And the song definitely loves him back. Shudo remarked before unbuckling his seatbelt and exiting the car, the smallest hints of a smile tugging at his lips. What at those fuckers? Bakugo felt like his face was on fire as he practically leaped out of the car as to avoid Izuku's big eyes, hoping the Omega didn't get the shitty connection between his love for the song and his love for the boy that his friends seemed to heavily be implying. Thankfully Izuku seemed to be in the dark, humming to himself as he removed his seatbelt, grinning in appreciation when Bakugo held the door open for him, face probably a raging red and eyes focused on the clouds above. He felt like he was back in high school again. Was this his prom 2.0? That sounded horrible. Although that night did end up with him getting laid, so maybe tonight he'd finally get lucky again. Wait, that sounded like he hadn't gotten laid in nearly a decade. That wasn't true. Bakugo Katsuki was a sect god. Scoring omegas was second nature to him. Although, Bakugo thought remorsefully as he eyed Izuku adjusting the sweater dress that had ridden up his thighs, turning to look at the alpha and giving him an eyeful and reminder of his Piardinini belly. This omega was different in every way possible. But different was kinda what Bakugo needed, wasn't it? You ready, Kaken? Izuku asked, chirpy voice making Bakugo smile despite himself. He forced his face to go as neutral as it possibly could without melting off and tried not to do a double take when the omega held out his hand, stretching out his fingers expectantly waiting for the alpha to take it. Alright. Fake relationship. If Bakugo could last the night without creaming his pants, he'd consider it a huge win. Ready as I'll ever be, Deku. He took the omega's hand in his, trying not to shiver when Izuku squeezed his hand reassuringly before allowing himself to be led into the reception hall. The newlywed couple was greeting guests at the entrance, and Inesa and Shudo were immediately flocked by a group of redheads, definitely the Omega's family, judging by how they were able to glomp him with little to no resistance. Izuku watched them fondly for a moment, giggling as a tiny pup in the arms of the only non-redhead latched onto Inesa and refused to let the big alpha go. That's Shudo's brother-in-law and nephew. He's the sweetest. I definitely want you to meet him tonight. Izuku gushed and Bakugo nodded, hoping if that was a test to see how he'd act around their pup, that he'd pass with flying colors. We'll go over and say hi after we greet Xiaochun's dad and his Omega, if that's cool with you? Bakugo's head froze mid-nod as the people in front of them disappeared into the reception hall and the newlywed couple was suddenly in view. No Iway. Hi Todoroki-san. Izuku greeted the huge red-headed alpha shyly, clearly terrified of his friend's father and doing a PSS poor job of hiding it. He was shaking like a leaf and Bakugo kinda would have kicked the man's but for making the mother of his child tremble like that if he wasn't built like a DMN mountain. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Xiaochun's roommate, remember? Thank you for inviting us. This is my husband, Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo's casual sup had died on his tongue the moment he laid eyes on the Omega next to Enji. A very familiar set of golden eyes and wild hair greeted him, and the moment his mouth opened, Bakugo realized with a sinking feeling what a small effing world it was. Hey there. Hawks grinned, hand extended towards Izuku yet eyes never leaving Bakugo's. So glad you two could make it. Congratulations on your wedding. Bakugo forced out, which was a miracle considering his throat felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. No FING way, no FING way, no FING way. Thanks, Hawks beamed at him and then mouthed, likewise, with a wink, making Bakugo feel faint. I hope you enjoy your night. Enji said smoothly, nodding towards Izuku's stomach with a soft look in his eyes. Congratulations on your PRG CY Midoriya. Thank you, sir. Izuku squeaked and all but yanked Bakugo into the reception hall, the two of them shaking from their encounter with the newlyweds. When they noticed how similar their reactions were, they couldn't help but laugh. Xiaochun's dad is so scary. Yeah. Bakugo agreed with a snort and Izuku craned his neck to look back towards where Enji and Hawks were, staring curiously at the Omega as if he could sniff out his relationship to Bakugo with just his eyes. Bakugo began to sweat again as if that was possible. Who knew what kind of superpowers PRG and T Omegas possessed? Do you know him? Izuku finally asked, and when Bakugo turned, his heart nearly leaped out his mouth when he realized Hawks was staring right back at them, waving teasingly when he realized he had been caught. 'Cause it sure seems like it. Izuku looked annoyed and possibly the tiniest bit jealous, and it was such an odd look on the Omega, it made Bakugo bark out a laugh from the sheer absurdity of the whole situation. It's complicated, Bakugo said finally, hoping Izuku wouldn't press him too much on it. Thankfully Hawks looked away and so did Izuku, turning back to the alpha he was holding hands with and making a face. Isn't everything right now? Izuku mumbled to himself, but Bakugo caught it anyways with a strained ear. He couldn't help but feel a laugh bubble up in his throat once more at the Omega's words. Izuku didn't even know the fucking half of it.